buzz about the toe guy.
Everybody, and welcome. Oh, do I have to move over even more? Oh, that's the thing about Wednesdays. I gotta make my mark and enforce it. Distribution. Here, Chicago, Texas, Frank. We gotta go national. Oh, welcome to the program. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt, and boy, do we have a bunch to talk about today. We did April's birthday last night, and I will freely admit that got away from me just a bit. I ended with us, I organized a bunch of people to say happy birthday to April last night, and we started drinking, and I may or may not have tried to Hulk Hogan my shirt on the Uncle Rico show, and then failed at said journey to Hulk Hogan the shirt. So I will be. I saw your guys' memes. I saw all the stuff. I saw all the things that you guys did regarding that. Looks like I'll be dealing with the repercussions of that one for a while. But we have a great show ready for you today. Corey Adam is here.
Yo.
And we're going to talk about sports for 4 hours today. I just thought you guys might enjoy that. I just wanted to talk about the Vikings. I wanted to talk about Corey's 49ers. And I figured, Corey, an appropriate amount of time would be about 2 hours apiece.
Okay.
2 hours apiece? 2 hours Vikings.
I feel like we should probably do 3 hours for the Vikings, right?
Oh, you know what? How about this? How about a half hour for the comeback? Half hour for the comeback, 2 hours for the Vikings, 2 hours for the 49ers. I think that'll fill the time.
Sorry, 3 hours, best I can do.
Oh, well, God, you drive a hard bargain. All right, fine. We'll do a little extra today. Actually, no, we got the Pope allegedly organizing threesomes at the Vatican. That would be actually kind of, in terms of character development, a positive development for the Vatican. I mean, at least it's like of-age priests fucking of-age nuns.
Doesn't seem like their bag, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's why I think this might be bullshit. Because, it's it's female nuns, it's male cardinals. To me, I feel like this whole Vatican-accused sex scandal thing is just the Catholic Church kind of trying to clean up their image. Usually people don't go to elderly group sex as like image repair, but I think for the Vatican in this case, that might be it. Let's go to the audience here and catch up with you guys, and then we've got a bunch to do today. Also, thanks to the generosity of many, 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 many listeners, we are literally a week ahead goal-wise. We are 130 away from next Wednesday morning's goal. So I'm going to try and keep track of that today. Thank you, boys and girls, very, very much. Let's go to who am I going to start with? Nopi Radio says Aaron hungover from last night? ? I'm going to use this term again. Tiny bit. I'm a tiny bit. Corey, I got a little bit of that dry mouth thing. I've got the heavy eyes, and I've got kind of the sluggish kind of feel to me, but it's not like
you wear yourself out trying to tear a shirt.
Did you see me trying to Hulk Hogan the shirt at all?
I got tweeted the same tweets as you did with the picture of it with no context, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it's
just you with your tits out.
Well, that maroon, it's not Under Armour, but it's like a heavier Under Armour shirt. Those don't rip at the neck. So you gotta pre-cut them. Hulk Hogan taught you nothing? But I've always been able to rip my shirt without pre-cutting.
Well, you know what? You're at that stage in your career where you have to pre-cut.
Yeah, you're right. I guess the Hulkster probably had to do it around WrestleMania 9 or so. I'm probably pushing Hulkster's WrestleMania 9 age. And, I guess. I was able to rip the polo, no problem. The only problem is it was one of my nicest, most expensive ones, so not the smartest idea in the world. What do you do? Look, if you're going to be big swinging dick Hulk Hoganing on live streams, you got to be able to let some clothes go. That's all. Good morning to Adonis Paul. And
you were wearing a bathrobe with your tits out.
Yeah, that's right. Alex did our show with his tits out in a bathrobe. And then big timed April last night.
Wow.
I had him all set up to do the Zoom and wish April a happy birthday. He couldn't do it. I think he was yelling at Charlie Kirk again, in fairness to him. And but he did send her something very nice on Instagram. And then on Twitter yesterday, Corey, I reached out to Perry Caravello to see if Perry from Windy City Heat would join the show and say happy birthday. And I gave him the Zoom link. And he publicly tweeted back at me and said, "Buy a Cameo, you cheap fuck." And then sent the link to
not wrong.
Yeah, so Perry, I got big timed by Perry Caravello last night. And then he goes and he sends April a nice happy birthday message on Twitter after making me look like a bitch. So I can see the divide and conquer at play there for fucking Mr. Windy City Heat. I see you, Stone Fury. Yeah, people want to know how I'm feeling this morning. I'm feeling good. I'll be okay. April has to run out and get a few things for Christmas today. I made some requests as far as what I may need. Don't worry, Corey. I'm not going to eat a Casey's pizza in front of you.
That seems like you're going to do exactly that.
I'm not going to do it. I've got some things to do today that Casey's Pizza is not conducive toward. So I'm not going to do the Casey's Pizza.
I feel like you're just going to do it. That's what this is.
I swear to God, I got new sparring gloves for my birthday from April. I got to open them early, and I'm going to use those today. And a gut full of Casey's Pizza is not conducive to that.
That's fair.
You get really bad cramps if you do something like that. Lab Glass with $10 says, "Forgot that other birthday. Make way for the real birthday. Mine." Oh, happy birthday there, Lab Glass. Appreciate that, buddy. I don't know why you'd give me money for your birthday, but I mean, thank you nonetheless. Corey, how is the weather in Texas? People want to know, because in Minnesota here, it sucks ass, and I don't want to go outside ever again.
Like low 40s?
Wonderful. It's, now, are you at the point where, like, living there and it's 40, you're spoiled now, and you're like, ugh, this sucks?
It's still fine. I mean, it's cold, but, like, it's not. I mean, I look at what you guys are going through and just laugh.
Yeah, see, that's the attitude you got to have. Drewzilla says, "I literally just watched this. Pre-cut the shirt." Yeah, see, I'm getting a lot of pre-cut the shirts. I get it.
You knew about that, though.
I know, but I've never had to. I've never had to pre-cut the shirt before.
Now, that's all.
Yeah, it hurt. It hurt my friends, and it hurt my pride. I've got to be a man. I can't take a side.
You gotta be a man.
Be a man, Hogan. Cut that forehead too, says Bulls Deep. Well, I'm not trying to do a Dusty Rhodes, for God's sake. Continuing on here, Nope says, "Should have received a birthday wish from Doug Bell on Cameo." We should have? Or you're saying I should have got one? I don't know. They're also telling me to pre-cum the shirts. Oh, see, that might have been it. Veldrain says, "Corey, Aaron did manage to tear off the first shirt, then smacked April at the same time. 2 birds, 1 torn shirt." Oh, did I hit April with my When I was ripping the shirt off, did I bonk her in the head? Oopsie daisy.
All kinds of shit you don't remember.
My fault. Yeah. So you got. I'm guessing you got this meme here that'll show up on your end in just a little bit there. It is a side by side of me with my torn shirt, and Perry Caravello with his shirt off, and it says a love story in the making. Perry Caravello and the Loaf Piggy. Loaf Piggy, of course.
Are you Loaf Piggy?
Yeah. So I told a story on the show about how last week April and I went and got soup. It was a very cold Minnesota winter day, and we had that big snowstorm. So we went and got some tomato soup from Byerly's, and I got a half loaf of cranberry walnut bread to dip in my soup. And I started dipping the cranberry walnut bread in my soup, and I realized, wow, I'm 3/4 of the way through this half a loaf. And then I thought, well, fuck it, too late now, and I finished it. I told that story on the show, innocently enough. Now commence with Loaf Piggy. It's been memes and insults and fun, good-spirited mockery.
You just wanted people to stop calling you Tit Polo, so you got what you wanted.
Right. I got no more Tit Polo, but now we're Loaf Piggy. Look, be careful what you wish for. Yeah, there they are. Now they're showing up in the chat. Coltrane says it's -13 here. Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare. I don't know where all of you live, or do I? But if you're ever wondering, like, oh, they say it gets cold in Minnesota, what's it really like? If it gets above 0 today, that's going to be a W for us. Meaning, like, in the bank of temperature, we owe God weather. It's -11 today.
Everybody's losing their shit here because, like, in a couple days, it's going to drop into the teens. So everybody's, like, losing their shit here.
Oh, yep. Time to move, everybody. Got to go down to Mexico. It's going to be like the movie The Day After Tomorrow. You guys are just going to have to keep moving south.
I just laugh. Like, I'm in my shorts still. Like, whatever's supposed to happen to me from living here hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Sean Raz says, fucking 63 today. I can't take this cold. Yeah, well, you know what? Good for you goddamn Floridians. Every single one of you. You know what? We waited, Corey. You and I were very disciplined, and we waited last week until the final hour, the final half hour, actually, to talk about any kind of sports. But you know what? We're in the last 3 weeks of the football season. There was a historic game on Saturday. You've got your secondary team that's doing remarkably well. I feel like we should be able to hammer this out first thing today.
Let's do it.
All right. 33-0. 36-7. Whatever the hell anybody wants to call it. The Vikings come back. The defense. First of all, I want to defend our defense in the first half even. The defense only gave up 1 touchdown in that first half.
Yeah, the defense was surprisingly nothing wrong with the game. Like,
right.
Like we went very rarely have I been in an opportunity to be like, oh, we're down a bunch by 0 and this isn't the defense's fault, but it really wasn't.
No.
I always talk about Cousins, and like even that pick in the first quarter wasn't his fault. That one in the fourth was, but the one in the first wasn't. You just took it right out of the receiver's hands. And ran.
The first one was kind of weird. Even the second one, it felt like Rieger gave up on the play.
Yeah,
he stopped running, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? But I think with the defense, you had the blocked punt, you had the fumble, we missed on 4th down, we kept giving the Colts a short field, but the defense kept holding them to field goals. There was 1 defensive touchdown, there was a pick 6, there was a punt return for a touchdown, and the defense gave up 1. After that, it was all field goals, and I think the design of the defense we're supposed to be running, when it works, that's what it's designed to do. As the field gets shorter, the defense tightens up, and we'll give you guys 3 points all day. We'll let you score 6 times a game. It'll be nothing but field goals, 18 points. That's the way it's designed.
That don't break shit doesn't work, though. That's my problem with it. Take a line from my other team, the Niners, and just go out there and crush your opponents. Don't give them anything.
Yeah, you gotta. If you're gonna run that zone, if you're gonna run that soft underneath, you've got to blitz. I thought the perfect thing.
It reminds me of like the last years of Tony Dungy as the defensive coordinator here, when everybody was just singing all the fucking heralds of the Tampa 2, and then we lose a defensive coordinator and the system just cannot work.
And then
That's what it feels like.
And then for the next 15 years, everybody still used the Tampa 2.
I mean, and everybody got scored on.
Yeah, it was the new West Coast offense. Like after the 80s, everybody ran the West Coast offense, and then after the 90s and the 2000s, everybody wanted their Tampa 2.
Well, what happened, I think, is like the NFL changed all the rules so that the receivers get all the benefits, and then you just can't even play anything. You just, all right, fine, man to man, keep it clean.
Unless it's the last play of the Commanders-Giants game on Sunday
or
night.
Any game arbitrarily they want to call wrong.
God, that guy just got raped in the end zone. And I get it. It leads to those dumb people who are like, hey, the whole thing's rigged anyway. I think what it is the refs are scared to make a game-changing call, even if it's warranted. Like, they don't want to be the one to throw the flag as time expires and change the course of the game.
I'm okay with that, but I feel like I'm okay with that if that's the excuse, but doesn't it feel like a lot of this shit is just makeup calls? It's like you don't want to affect the game, so then you make plays that affect the game to make up for these other calls you made that affected the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're screwed either way if you're the refs. Like, you eat your flag, they're going to tear you apart for it. You throw a flag, the other team's going to tear you apart for it. There's this idea that if the refs would have just done the opposite, everybody would have been happy. Bullshit. The other side then would have found a way to be upset about it. So, remember the New England game where they took that touchdown away from the tight end?
Yes.
And on our side, we were like, well, yeah, because according to the rule, if it touches the ground and it moves, it's an incomplete pass. If they would have sent that the other way, we would have complained, and New England fans would have said it was the right call. Like, there would have been the argument on either side. So, I think this year,
it's a lot like fight judging. There's just no winning,
right?
Exactly.
Who won Leonard versus Hagler? Whoever you think did. That's basically the answer, because it's never going to get settled.
Not the fans.
I will say I do feel like they're letting the corners and the receivers play a little bit more this year. I feel like
it just seems like it depends on which game you're watching. I feel like there are some staff out there that are doing that, but I also feel there's some staff that's not letting them do that at all.
I feel like Chandon Sullivan's 15-yard unsportsmanlike conduct penalty should have been reversed after they gave us the ball for that fumble. Because if there was ever a guy who deserved to lose his fucking shit at the referees, it was Chandon Sullivan. He had two legit fumbles, run back for touchdowns, and both of them got taken away.
Well, that scoop and grab one's especially insulting because, his knee touched as he was picking up, but nobody touched him, and he was standing. He knelt down to scoop and then drove it to the house.
That was the first one?
That was the second one.
The second one, the one in the fourth quarter. I don't even know. That wasn't even their call. Their bullshit call was that it wasn't even a fumble at first.
Right. They had to go back and then say it was a down ball. It's like, well, okay, if it's a fumble, it makes no fucking sense. And you've heard me lament this almost every day of the week this fucking football season. I'm just convinced I don't know the rules anymore.
Yeah. And there's a couple rules in the offseason I want them to change. Number one, I feel like the down by contact thing, they have to encourage the refs. Look, you have to make it a continuation. All right? You can make your call however it is, but you have to allow for some continuation so things like that don't happen. And number two,
I think I'm also done with football move. I think I'm done with it.
Football. Oh, you
establish possession or you don't, and you're in bounds or you don't. It just seems like this weird, murky fucking speakeasy of whatever they want to say when it's fucking football move.
Yeah, football move is too vague a term for an official rule. Don't worry, Corey. The XFL's back this year, so they'll come up with all kinds of good ideas that the NFL steals again.
Yeah, I was going to say, I look forward to seeing all those ideas in the NFL the next year.
The Rock's going to revitalize. I'm excited for the XFL, man. They had something going before the pandemic. They really did.
They had, I don't know. I love all these. I'm a huge mark for starter leagues. If you're telling me I can watch football in spring that isn't college, into it.
I liked their point conversion system after the touchdown. I thought that was awesome. What was
the AAFL though? That was an XFL.
No, the XFL had the one where you went back from
3 points, 2 points,
20 yards out. It was 3 points or something like that.
Yeah.
I
thought that was USFL or something. I didn't think that was the XFL.
No, that was XFL before the pandemic. And what was the punt and kickoff thing? There was something that we wanted the NFL to steal. It was either punts or kickoffs.
Oh yeah, it was the running starts, right? Nobody could start running till the player caught the ball.
Oh, yeah. I think that was the one. Right. Because in the NFL, it used to be everybody could get a running start on the kickoff. Now they make you go from a dead sprint once the ball's kicked, and I don't mind that one. But yeah, the XFL did that thing where you just kicked it, and once he caught it, everybody go ape shit at each other. But yeah, they're going to start up again, I think, the week after the Super Bowl, which should be a lot of fun.
I'm not opposed to that. That should be fun.
And the Rock's running it, and A.J. McCarron was the first overall pick in the player draft.
Well, all right, let's do it.
You got maybe he's the next Taylor Heineke.
I love his cars. Oh, not McLaren.
Yeah, it's a different family, but I understand. So the Vikings end up beating the Colts. We clinch the division. In a weird way, though, I am rooting for the Lions. I just like the Lions.
I'm so scared. Like, I'm rooting for the Lions, but I'm telling you, everybody in the NFL should be so scared of the Lions if they eke in, because they are the definition of playing with house money.
With Harrison Smith, Christian Darrisaw, and Garrett Bradbury back, I don't think, and the game being in Minnesota, I actually would not mind playing the Lions in the first round. It's crazy as that sounds.
I want no part of the Lions. I would rather play the Cowboys than the Lions.
Oh, God. That scares the shit out of me.
I want the Cowboys back at home for that fucking vengeance tour. Let's cut those motherfuckers up.
God.
See, I'm the exact opposite of you. I watched that comeback yesterday on Saturday, and all I can think is, holy shit, these motherfuckers need to score 38 points to beat us.
I'm looking at the
Kirk Cousins, like your boy who I'm coming around on, like he threw 460 yards. And 450 of those were in the second half.
Yeah, I think he set, it was either an NFL record or second all-time most pass yards in a half.
The thing that was really cool, let me see if I still have it, because I was talking with a friend of mine who's a huge Cousins guy. So he was, right here. So this year in the NFL, right, teams are 2-103 when trailing by plus 20 at the halftime. Both of those wins are Kirk Cousins.
Nice. Old Kirk. Yes. Look, man, I got to block this. Hey, mods, can we get on it if somebody's just spamming the chat with, like, Chicago shit? There's this guy in the chat who's just like, the crime in Chicago is this, that. All right, I get it. Kirk was awesome. And I don't mind the extra interceptions this year. It's not the most interceptions he's thrown with us. 13 would be it. And I think he's thrown 11 this year. I'm okay with the interceptions, as long as he's airing it out and he's taking chances.
So bad though, like the ones when he that one for every fucking game. This guy, it seems like there's a pick where it's like, who was that even to? Right, like that one in the fourth quarter. There's nobody around, and he just hucks it to the dude as you're trying to make that comeback, and they still complete it. I mean, it's just like like. This team has to be the team of like story lore, right? I mean, I don't know. 33-0 and you come back. I mean, shit. And I realized that, I've watched the Vikings my whole life, and 2 of my 3 favorite moments have probably happened this season.
Yeah, that Buffalo game and that
Buffalo game, and then this comeback, and then probably the Minneapolis Miracle, and in those orders.
I'm tired of listening to these fucking people who pretend they watched the whole game Saturday. You did like all of us did. You shut it off. You gave up because you didn't want to be in a bad mood. You saw it was 36-21 in the fourth quarter, and you went, "Oh shit, I better check this out."
I didn't do that, but I was watching with a buddy, and he turned it off. So I went to the bar because I was like, "Well, I'm going to finish watching this, but I'm going to do it where I can drink."
Yeah.
And I showed up at the bar, and it's that fucking Viking bar that I go to. And once again, I showed up at halftime. We're down 33-0, and then we win. And they're like, you have to come every week. Because now these motherfuckers have seen me when we came back on the Commanders, when we came back on the Bills, and when we came back on the Colts.
Yeah. We had that comeback against the Lions earlier this year. People are Nopey Radio says Kirk Cousins is your best quarterback since Warren Moon. You guys might want to go back.
It's not very hard to do, though. I mean, it's like, so what, you're going to gloss over 2 quarterbacks, really?
Those of us who were alive for it, and those of us who remember him before his knee got blown out, Dante Culpepper was a special quarterback.
He had tiny hands, man. That dude always fumbled.
He did have little tiny creepy hands. Like little.
I think like Culpepper prior to Cousins was probably the franchise lead aside from like Tarkenton and Cap, right?
Yeah, and we weren't alive for those 2. So yeah, I would say the best quarterback of my lifetime, best Vikings quarterback of my lifetime is Kirk Cousins, but I would put Dante Culpepper even ahead of Brett Favre in the 2 years.
I mean, if we're not like holding him accountable for his injuries, like when Sam Bradford was on the fucking field, that guy was amazing.
Sam
for the
Bradford's really
8 games he played in 2 seasons.
Well, he played the whole first year, the one where Bridgewater got hurt, and he just got crucified. Like, our offensive line was really bad, and he just got killed, but still had a great year. And then the next year, in 2017, he goes off for like 350 and 3 touchdowns, plays like a perfect game against New Orleans, and that fucking plastic knee of his shredded, and he was done for good. That sucks.
And the rest is medical history.
That was just a guy whose body couldn't live up to his talent, because Bradford was legit. He was a very good quarterback. Well, then your 49ers win again, I think, last Thursday. I think they were early on.
Hold on. I'm not done with the Vikings.
Oh, you're not done with the Vikings.
I have to tell you this, right? That comeback, man, I'm totally on board. Like, now, I don't care. Like there's nothing. Like, what are you going to do? You going to get us down 34-0 in the playoffs? Like, I don't give a shit. Like, we're fucking... This offense, you listen to the post conferences, and the coach was saying how at halftime he was walking by the locker room, and Patrick Parsons is talking to fucking Cousins, and he goes, "Look, we're gonna get you stops. You have to get 5 touchdowns. That's it.
You need 5."
That's what these players are talking about at halftime when they're down 33-0.
And I love.
I think in like, and people like me who I really thought shaking up the team was the wrong move. Turns out I was wrong. We're doing good. And as scary and weird as this is, I mean, we have like a +2 point differential. Like that by all metrics should mean we're like a fucking 8 and whatever team. I mean, It should mean we're trash. But the thing about this team that's crazy is that they're down 33-0. There's no quit, and then you go back to like the Buffalo game that we won. Everybody can talk about how, the fumble, this and that, but how many teams in the NFL are lining up for that snap that fumbles in the end zone and they don't even blitz it because they just want to go on to the next game?
Right, and that's kind of my thing with Kevin O'Connell that you're not, like I was saying, you're not going to get with Mike Zimmer, is there's no dog in this team. Like, they don't quit and they keep going, and I think that's because of the culture that surrounds the team, and that starts with the coach. Like, Zimmer, they always gave up on him because they're just like, this guy's a fucking prick, and we don't like this guy. And he's, that Bill Parcells attitude, which doesn't fly anymore. And Kevin O'Connell came in, and he's more of a rah-rah guy, and that shit works now. I mean, these guys, I mean, a lot of these athletes are either like really young millennials or they're Gen Z guys, and they thrive on more of that camaraderie, positivity, horse shit. I mean, that's just
kind of, though. Those player coaches rarely win Super Bowls, though. That's the problem.
I think you're going to see that change as like the culture of player changes, because you got to remember, you got to think of the generation that's coming in. I mean, they weren't allowed to be negative with these kids when they were coming up in middle school and high school and college.
If you're telling me that like Kansas City isn't going to scoop up a few more here, like, I just disagree with that. I guess like there's all the team, because who's the coach of Cincinnati, right? Like, that's a newer guy, or no? That's
Zach Taylor. Zach Taylor's a newer guy. Zach Taylor's a newer guy.
Okay.
And Andy Reid's never been like a hard ass. Like,
he's never been a player's coach either, though. Like, he's not a hard ass.
He's kind of just been a,
he's like Pete Carroll. They're like kind of somewhere in between.
I was going to say,
word is on the street, Pete Carroll loses his shit when people aren't around.
I was going to say Pete Carroll's a rah-rah guy for sure.
They're saying that he's kind of a prick in the locker room.
I hope so, because I fucking hate him. There's something about Pete Carroll. I don't trust that fucking guy. I mean, look, Jalen Hurts has a sprained shoulder, so I mean, Philly would have to lose out, and we would have to win out in order to get the 1 seed. I do not see that happening, for the record. I think they win one more game, they've clinched, and they've got Dallas on the road. They could lose that one. They won't have Hurts this week. But then it's New Orleans at home, and then it's the Giants at home. I don't see Philly losing out. It would be one of the biggest meltdowns of the last 3 weeks of any season.
I don't think they're going to lose out. I think it's not unreasonable to say they're going to lose a game.
We're
probably this week too, if we're honest.
Yeah, we have to win out, or we're going to end up the 3 seed, because San Francisco has the Commanders at home, the Raiders on the road, and then they have Kyler Murray-less Cardinals at home. So I don't think they're losing. And by the way, look out, because if Washington and the Giants stumble and Green Bay and Detroit win out, both of them could still be in the playoffs.
It's impossible for Green Bay and the Packers to win out because they still play each other.
Oh, you're right. Green Bay. Yeah, you're right. Green Bay would have to beat the Lions week 18. Here's what you should do, guys. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Go to the ESPN playoff machine. It's so much fun to play with every single year. When there's about 5 weeks left in the season, I love going to that ESPN playoff machine. There's the link. You can click on, who's going to win which game, what scenarios cause what to happen. And as far as the Super Bowl this year, I like the Chiefs. I like the Bills. I really like the Eagles. I like the 49ers. And low-key, I like, if I have to pick a dark horse that people wouldn't expect, the Bengals. I like the Bengals. So those
they don't expect it. What? Who's not expecting the Bengals in your world?
I don't think they're in anybody's top 4.
The Bengals were picked to go to the Super Bowl by the AFC by a lot of people. It's like the Bengals and the Bills. Those were like the 2 biggest preseason picks.
I don't think,
which is weird because you think Kansas City would be, but it wasn't.
I don't think a month ago anybody was picking them. I'm talking about.
I don't know. I still was. I mean, like they've never lost to Kansas City. Like
I've got
Joe Burrows is what 3-0 against Kansas City.
I would say most people have it Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly. And then they probably got San Francisco and Dallas.
Most people that I know only do like just a straight up power ranking. And the Bengals have been on top of that power ranking for at least 3 of the shows I watched since they beat the Chiefs. Yeah.
Jeez. Jacksonville, Tennessee. That's getting interesting. Jacksonville's 1 game back. That's another team like the Lions I'm just rooting for to make it.
Well, the thing that Jacksonville and the Lions have in common, in my opinion, is just I don't think it's necessarily their year this year, but both of those teams are about to be pretty good. And like the Lions still have picks coming in from fucking the Rams.
There's 3 teams you got to look out for if you're basing it on the amount of first-round picks they have, and that's Detroit, New Orleans, and Philly. Yeah. They've got
the fact that Philly has more around that makes me angry. Seattle too. Seattle has a bunch from Denver.
Seattle, you're right. Yes. Seattle's you got to look out for too. But like Philly could realistically win the Super Bowl this year and have like 3 first-round picks. It's disgusting. But yeah, we got the Giants at home on Saturday at noon. I feel pretty good about that one.
I think that's the one that if we're going to lose another game, it's going to be that one. Like the Giants are playing for their life to try and eke in still. And they're not going to they haven't deactivated anybody yet.
Yeah, but I like the idea of playing against Daniel Jones.
You shouldn't. Because that guy will slice you up underneath with his running backs, and especially with our give but don't break defense. That's exactly the kind of team that would rip us apart.
But
again, it doesn't matter. They got to fucking score 34 to our 0 to fucking put us under.
Yeah, I think the one out of the next 3 that I worry about the most is going to Lambeau in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, going to Lambeau is never fun, right?
And the Packers all of a sudden have something to play for until somebody beats them. I mean, if they win this week, they got something to play for. They're still in it. So
I hate that shit though. Like the mathematically out bullshit. I mean, like they could lose and still like have a 0.001 chance. Oh, they're not mathematically eliminated.
Let's go into something else. People are starting to bitch about the sports. I'm not even going to yell about it today. Whatever. We just took the first 25 minutes or so of the show. How
are there this many working class dudes that hate sports? I just don't understand. Sports really starts to bother me.
Sports is kind of for nerds now because like Barstool and shit like that. Like sports has kind of been taken over by dorks.
Yeah, so you would think that they would want people who aren't dorks to talk about it even more.
Right, you would think so. But yeah,
they didn't even talk about the World Cup. Like, what do you guys want from us?
Look, I do want to do a good show. I do want to make my audience happy. So I am starting to see people bitch about the sports stuff now. So we will move on. I don't want to do a show just for me. So
same people that were bitching about sports when we first started, though. To be fair,
guys, I surrender. You've let us indulge ourselves in something that apparently nobody gives a fuck about. I will now move on to the other.
That's just the number one sport in our country. Fuck us, right?
That World Cup shit. I was watching some ESPN show yesterday, and they were going, they were like, oh, is this just the greatest sports moment ever, Argentina? I'm like, would you fuck off? We're better than the rest of the world. Stop taking your cues, America, from the rest of the world. The only reason they like soccer is because all of them are too poor to afford real sports. That's it. Stop pretending like we're missing out on something because they all like something that's gay. They all like kings and queens before we did a republic. That doesn't mean they were right. Fuck soccer and its stupid asshole, and fuck the poor people who play it. I yield the floor to you.
I mean, I like soccer, but I like the spirit of what you're saying.
Thank you.
I also lived in Europe for 2 years and went and watched live games. Like to me, there's nothing funnier. And you are consistent in this because I don't hear you talk a lot of hockey. But to me, it's hilarious the amount of people who fucking love hockey but hate soccer. It's like shut the fuck up, dude. You're drinking, and you're watching a game where they're likely not going to score. Shut the fuck up.
I'm bored with hockey. I'm bored with basketball now. But if I got offered to go, like if I got offered free tickets to a game, I'd go and I'd enjoy myself. But ugh.
The NBA is just hard to watch. Like they started flopping more than soccer players, and then on top of that, you got to fucking listen to all of them flap their stupid mouths about their fucking social opinions. Like I just don't care.
And then you have like it's all like 6'9" monsters shooting threes now. It looks weird.
Did you see that like kid that like is in college now that just like he's bigger than Shaq? He was in high school and they used to show stats of him, but he's in college now. It's just like,
oh, really?
It's this big, dumb, doofy white kid that's just huge.
Oh, like the 7'8" guy or whatever? Who?
Yeah. He was like, but he's like been 7'8" since he was like 15.
Yeah, and he runs like his head's gonna fall off.
Right. Yeah, he looks like fucking a literal human anamorph of like baby Huey.
Really tall college basketball player. I want to see if I can find him. No, not the big fat guy. World's tallest teenager got physical in 7'6" Oliver LaRue. No, that's not the guy. Oh, he's that big goofy fuck. This is him. Tallest high school basketball player that's still too small for the NBA. This was 3 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. My main goal right now is to get to college, to Division I school, hopefully. I would love to, get the opportunity to be in the position where I'm that good that I can actually join the league.
At the age of 12, he was 7'1". At the age of 13, he became an internet sensation. 2 years ago, at the age of 17, he was measured to be 7 feet 7 inches tall. He was supposed to be LaMelo's teammate. But what happened to the tallest high school basketball player? What is up, dudes, dudettes?
All right, I'm not listening to a guy say dudes and dudettes. I just want his fucking name. Here we go.
Come on, what's up, dudes and dudettes?
Robert Bobrovsky. Robert Bobrovsky. What happened to that Romanian son of a bitch? Still a Romanian basketball player. Is a Romanian college basketball player of Hungarian descent. He's 7'7", 225.
Crazy, right? And he's been like that since he was like 15.
Yeah. So he's still all right. So he's a college basketball player in Romania now. He wears a size 17 shoe. That's not that big for how tall he is. That guy
has no chin.
He's just built like a weirdo. Thank you very much to Lab Glass. He says, "Fuck the sports haters. It's my birthday. Sports all day. Make them donate to stop the sports." Jesus. I don't want to look, Harris. I'm not looking to start a holy war here. All right, let's talk about the Vatican and threesomes. They decided to start fucking at the Vatican, which by the way, I think should be totally encouraged. I mean, I think
whatever stops them from fucking kids, right?
Yes, that's how I felt about the Vatican since I was a kid, and well, back then, growing up Catholic, I had a vested interest in the outcome, but it's always. The argument about priests and should we allow them to marry or I don't care if you let them get married. You got to let them drain their balls in something legal. If you make it, if you say you can't have sex with women and we're going to surround you with a bunch of young boys, it's basically an Uncle Sam recruiting poster for pedophiles. It's basically like all of these people who are creeps and weirdos and are shunned by society because, for good reason. Like, hey, why don't I join the priesthood? And that's what's been happening for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years and is still happening now. And then every time the Catholic Church has some kind of sex scandal that involves a woman, everyone wants to clutch their pearls and go, oh my God, this is terrible. Then, you're just trying to push them back to the way they were. We should be embracing every time the Catholic Church has a male-on-female sex scandal. We should be popping champagne. We should be throwing them parades. We should be letting them know that, yes, this is the way you should go. Don't be ashamed to put your dick in an of-age vagina. Now, that can go too far as well.
What about an of-age back vagina?
Look, as long as it's legal, that's all. And I'm talking about by the laws of man. I'm not even making them hold fast to the laws of gods anymore. I mean, just like you said, whatever gets them
married at like 15 in Alabama.
Look, whatever gets them to stop having sex with little boys. I'm for anything that moves the Catholic Church away from that.
So you prefer they have sex with little girls?
No, of age, anything. I don't care if it's a frog. A Jesuit priest who is reportedly close to Pope Francis has been accused of inviting 2 nuns to partake in a Holy Trinity threesome and is now facing allegations.
Yes.
Yeah. And is now facing allegations of sexual and spiritual abuse dating back decades. I love a themed threesome.
Like a costume party?
Yeah, it's like they're, he's not just throwing a party. He's actually making people, come up with a gimmick and everything, in the name of the Father, the Dick, and the Holy Vagina. Amen. Like, you got to do a whole song and dance before you get down to it. A former nun claims, as long as they don't have an altar boy coming in and setting up the bed and doing all of that shit. Come on, guys, let those old habits die. A former nun claims that Marco Ivan Rupnik used his psycho-spiritual control over her some 3 decades ago.
Psycho-spirit control over her.
It is like you're not supposed to laugh because they're making these accusations, but...
Sounds like a fucking Alex Jones fucking...
You people are crazy with your cyclotrons and your fission fusion weapons.
It's 100. It's absolutely a psycho-spiritual offense that's been committed here. The Catholic Church has been known to use brain control and mind control devices as far back as the times of Galileo. They've been using it to convince people to do their dastardly deeds, and they're trying to get you to do it in the name of God, but they're brainwashing you, and it's a psycho-spiritual control. So this woman claims that Marco Ivan Rupnik used basically his God beams from his eyes to gain control over her some 3 decades ago, which, by the way, if she's telling the truth, that's how you can tell a true believer from someone who's just down for the cause because it's a good business decision. It's like if a woman's like, oh, I just believed in him so much that he had a psycho-spiritual control over me. You're like, oh, shit, this woman, she ate the whole wafer.
Sounds like a marrying type.
Yeah, she's all in with this whole.
That's a ride or die bitch right there.
Yeah, that's a bottom bitch for Jesus is what that is. Death Proof says, kiss Jesus, Sister Anna. Come on, kiss it.
Look, he has risen on your knees.
He is risen, but you should go down. He used his psycho-spirit.
Take forth this flesh wafer, for it is my skin.
Suffer the nun sisters come unto me.
Just leave that little children. It's on brand with the Catholics.
No. See, I'm trying to get them away. Look, this is part of their rebrand. The Great Catholic Rebrand has to be like orgies and 3-ways with nuns, and let these 60-year-olds
like sexual daycares for them.
No, let the 60-year-olds fuck each other all day long. I don't care if it's gross, elderly, erotica, and it's like skin folds.
Get some altar boys in there too, right?
No, get the altar boys out of there, and you can move in all the geriatric nuns, and you can all fuck each other your own age. That's where we need to be going. In order to make her, he used his psycho-spiritual control over her some 3 decades ago in order to make her watch pornographic films and group sex sessions that he said would have religious significance. So he's like the cardinal in Primal Fear, kind of. You know how he made them make pornos and shit like that and said it was like to control his
underage kids.
Yeah, I guess in that case it was underage kids. All right.
Yeah.
Terrible example. Primal Fear. Now, and it didn't end well for that cardinal either. But no. Oh, come on, Marty. I thought you were smarter than that. There is no Aaron. Okay. I just had to kill him, Mr. Vale. But that Linda, that cunt got what she deserved. that end scene of Primal Fear with Edward Norton in, like, the minute he when the guy as Aaron finally gives it away to Richard Gere and he goes, tell Miss Venable I'm sorry about her neck. And Richard Gere turns around and goes, what did you say? And Edward Norton just starts clapping. And you're like, oh, fuck. No way.
That movie is fucked up.
I love that movie. That's, to me, that, like, Edward Norton, that's one of his best roles. That and when he starts out as a retard in The Score. You know, where he's trying to get De Niro's attention? And he goes, whatever his name is, oh, okay, Jack. Okay, bye,
You
Jack.
loved him in American History X.
Oh, just the black and white parts, you know?
Just the black and white part. Yeah, just the black and white part.
Because of the cinematography. You know, I'm just I'm a cinematography buff is the
It's real
problem.
visceral.
Yeah. So this woman claims that this Jesuit priest, more like a Jesuit priest, am I right, everybody? Claims that he used his psycho-spiritual control to make her watch porn. Yeah, he came into her office and he said, hey, you want to watch this porno with me? She's like, oh, no, I'm very busy. And then he just took a dangling crucifix and went, you want to watch pornography? And then powerless. That's it. Rupnik, 60. How about that? How about you have psycho-spiritual control over someone? You can get them whatever you want them to do in Christendom, and you decide to make them watch gangbang flicks. I'm
in. That's called using your power for good.
I mean, it's a weird way to use it, but hey, to each their own. The 68-year-old Rupnik was a spiritual director of a convent in Slovenia and has created mosaics for churches, including a papal chapel at the Vatican. Well, of course, he's got a bunch of muses that he can stick his dick in. See, these are the Catholic Church sex scandals that I think are acceptable. You're 68, you run a convent, you fuck all the nuns. That makes sense. They're there, they're available, they haven't gotten dick in years, some of them decades. Bury it deep, Father.
Some of them ever?
Some of them ever, right. In that case, go slow. The former nun told the Italian newspaper Domani that Father...
And you can flip them over and pretend they're an altar boy.
See, we're trying to... okay, you know what? As long as they're legal...
as long as like the kids don't get it, which is great.
Right.
I'm on board with that, right? But you have to ease them into this brand image wise.
I understand. Yeah, you can't just you can't take the wheel and just turn it too far.
I know you'd rather be molesting a child, but if I could put you in some hot sister back pussy, would you use it?
If we just cut this nun's hair and flip her over, do you think you could give it a shot? Is all we're saying. Yeah. Oh, this hole gets moist on its own. You know what? This might be something I could get used to. The rectory's always giving me shit about how much lube we're going through, and they're wondering why, and I'm running out of excuses. This could really be a game changer here. The former nun told the Italian newspaper that Father Marco started slowly and sweetly getting inside my psychological and spiritual world. That's a weird way to say vagina. Exploiting my uncertainties and fragility and using my relationship with God to push me into sexual experiences with him. Look.
He has risen.
I have no doubt that this guy probably manipulated this woman into sex. However, you do not seem like the hardest person to convince. I mean, you seem a little gullible for Jesus. That's all. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, Mark Stevens says, Father Marco, and he would just yell Polo.
Yeah.
But like, she doesn't.
Pushing my butthole, I win.
I mean, she was a little too sweet, a little too naive. I get it that she didn't want to, but it was this kind of I don't want to. It was, oh, Father, don't. And he went, God wills it. And she's like, well, if God wills it. And then she just dropped her pants and gave it to him. I mean, look, I'm just saying it doesn't seem like she put up too much resistance. Like, just enough to maintain her virtue and be able to say that she was Jesus brainwashed by this guy. But I don't know. I feel like somebody here is getting their cake and eating it too. And by cake, I mean Jesuit dick. She
Joggins says butt stuff for Jesus.
Yeah. See, butt stuff for Jesus, because you're getting them away from the young boys and you're getting them into something that's not illegal, but you're still giving them a taste of the good old days. So in a way, it's making them closer to God, but they're still being the giant pieces of shit that they are. She said that during her time at the Slovenian convent between 1987 and 94, Rupnik groomed her, had sex with her, and bullied her into staying silent about the abuse. The former nun also claimed Rupnik had asked her and another nun to have a threesome with him. Fuck it. You know what? I'm really liking this Rupnik guy. I mean, as long as it's consensual. Saying they would replicate the three-way relationship between God the Father, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. Nice. Who gets to be in the asshole? Is it the Father, Jesus, or the Holy Spirit?
Whoever gets there first.
Okay, because I was thinking the Holy Spirit definitely calls anus. Jesus would be more of a missionary, vagina hole kind of a guy.
Jesus, take my pussy's wheel.
But to me, like I said, this is an improvement. I'm sure the threesomes are maybe not what God would want. He doesn't seem kind of into that real kinky shit. But I don't
know. The Mormons seem to think he is.
It's true. But like, I think God's got to be willing. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking, but I think God should make an exception, and he should see this as growth in the right direction. I know the actual act of the dirty threesome is very blasphemous, but I think he should grade on a curve on this one. And I think he'd
like
see
a curved dick.
A big curved Jesuit cock. And I think he would see it my way. John Shitball says, I thought it was the kingly, unfunny speech you gave, the shirt ripping, that made you look bad. Oh, if you didn't enjoy that last night, you don't have a sense of humor. That was just a good fucking time, man. I don't know what to tell you. I think you probably didn't like this show to begin with, and then that just gave you more of a reason to dislike it. So I don't know, man. I think the problem lies with you on that one. If that's something that's upsetting you today, you gotta loosen up a little bit. Like these women with the Jesuit priest, they loosened up a lot. Rupnik abused as many as 20 women, the woman claimed.
Wait, are you just alienating John Shitballs from the show? Is that what you just did?
I did kind of alienate
Are you in the business of shitball alienating now?
Look, I'm not trying to say that John Shitballs is not welcome here. He absolutely is welcome here. But to me, I feel like John Shitballs...
I'm just sick of you trashing on the good name of Shitballs.
Look, I think John of the House Shitballs just needs to develop a little bit better sense of humor about himself and everything else before he get into a show like this.
So you're telling me the guy named Shitballs doesn't have a sense of humor?
Yeah. No offense, John Shitballs, but I don't think you're quite on the level to be ready for this show yet. You seem like too serious of a guy. So I tell you what, Shitballs, just take it easy. Become a fan.
He says kingly, too. He said kingly unfunny. Like, Are you royalty?
Yeah, I don't like...
What speech did you give while you were ripping the shirt? Were you like super anti-Semitic or something?
No, it was a Hulk Hogan promo.
Oh, so he got mad because you cut a promo and then ripped your shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this ain't for you, bro.
Yeah, it's not for you. If you don't like shirt ripping and Hulk Hogan promos, you are not a steel toe guy. Darth Mode says the shirt fail was epic. Thank you very much. See, Darth Mode understands. The shirt fail was very funny because I went into it remarkably confident and I looked like an asshole. That's the funny part in it. Thank you. It's good. See, John Shitballs, you'll become a big fan of this show. It's kind of like Vietnam. Listen to the guys who have been here a while, and they'll kind of walk you through it. And one thing you definitely have to do if you're going to be a fan of this show is, like Corey said, you've got to get over yourself.
Buzzy says, lighten up, spitballs.
John Shitballs says the shirt was funny. The long-winded speech after wasn't. That's all I meant. Oh, it was a Hulk Hogan promo. It wasn't like I was making the...
I got this. All you meant to do was to reference something that we weren't talking about to break rhythm, just to make sure somebody understood that you didn't find a Hulk Hogan promotion. Hold on. I don't usually bust this out this early.
Okay. All right, good.
What a brave little shitballs. Way to tell your fucking shirt truth, no matter who the fuck is listening. Oh, man, you just... Such a brave shitball soldier.
And you know what's crazy about Shitballs is he could have jumped. He was jumping in at what was objectively a hilarious story that was really funny, and you could have jumped in with something on that. Why? Just a Dabbler says, great moment on Uncle Rico. Oh, it was great. Crusher says a buzz on Hulkamania plus my coughing, laughing, and choking with a cold equals success. Yeah, I don't think. Look, I'm not going to say it wasn't laughing at my expense. It 1,000% was laughing at my expense, but funny is funny regardless. Darth Mode says it wasn't just Hulk Hogan. Stone Cold Steve Austin also made an appearance. Well, I did Hogan. Shuli did Dusty Rhodes, so he took mine. And so I came back over the top with Stone Cold. That's how we got there. But yeah, anyway, back to the Catholics all fucking each other instead of fucking people's children. Rupnick abused as many as 20 women. She said her first complaint about his abuse was in 1994. But it was ignored by Rupnick's followers in both Slovenia and Rome. Get the hell out of town. You're telling me that a woman in the Catholic Church came forward with stories of sex abuse, and the Catholic Church didn't listen to her and swept it under the rug? Corey, that doesn't
sound like the Catholic Church I know.
Yeah, that doesesn't jive. I'm sorry. I think this woman might be full of turkey. I think this woman might just be a filthy liar. That doesn't jive with what I've heard about the Catholic Church. Although Druzilla says no, it's just that they didn't cover it up or anything like that. They just heard that it was a priest having sex with of-age women, and they just didn't believe her. They're like, yeah, it doesn't really sound like our brand. It's like somebody going to McDonald's corporate headquarters and going, and they served me a tofu burger and it was poorly cooked, and they're like, nah, doesn't sound like us. I'm sorry. I don't believe your story. What?
Did you have sausage on that?
Yeah,
McMuffin, sir.
You're saying that this priest was slamming pussy? Yeah. Sorry, ma'am. We have a mental hospital down the road if you need to check yourself in and get some help. But save your stories of
How
fantasy.
old was said pussy, sir?
It was 47 years old. Get the fuck out of here.
Doesn't sound like our Catholic Church.
This isn't funny, all right? We got a lot of shit to do, all right? We got a paper shredder running 24/7 upstairs. We've all got to take turns watching it. If you're going to come in here and pull this shit, at least you could have said it was Altar Boys. You might have had a chance of us investigating. But this just isn't funny. Excuse me, everyone in the Vatican. No more pranks involving priests having sex with of-age appropriate women. It was funny the first 18 times. It's not funny anymore. Thank you.
It's really bad for our image.
Yeah, look, we have a brand to maintain here. Now, the woman who had accused Rupnick had seen their lives ruined by the evil suffered and by the complicit silence of the church, said Bishop Danielle Libanori. What do you mean, your life ruined? Well, I guess if you didn't want the dick, I understand. But, you did get a solid fucking. If anything, this should have made you like the toast of the convent. Nuns who get dick, it's unheard of. He urged members of the church who hid...
It's almost like they get nuns of that.
He urged members of the church who hid Rupnick's crimes to humbly ask the world to forgive the scandal. On the list of scandals we're supposed to be forgiving you for, I would say this one's pretty far down there.
I feel like the moment that you weren't fucking a boy, you have my forgiveness.
Right, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Like the Catholic Church is... You
want forgiveness for fucking a chick who's over the consensual age?
Yeah.
Why are we even here? It's like that Super Trooper scene, like marijuana or cocaine? No, marijuana. Then why am I here? That's how the Pope felt. We caught him fucking an altar boy. No, an of-age nun. Then why am I fucking here?
He's posing for the pictures, like holding our priests accountable. And he's like, who is he fucking? He was having three-ways with of-age nuns. Yeah, then why am I here? We're still shutting your convent down.
Still sleepy from the World Cup.
Yeah. Let's go to Ugly Fuckling. He says, Aaron, you should do a Blue Blazer impression and jump from the rafters. Well, that's not very nice. I'll die. Oh.
The person named Ugly Fuckling isn't being nice?
That's not very nice, Ugly Fuckling. Druzilla says she was of age. Why would they believe her? Right, exactly. DNL play. If you were going to pull this shit, at least you could say you were from the Yankees. Click. DNL Play Game says, hey, Steel Toe Gang, sorry haven't been around as often. We've noticed your presence missing, and we've been talking about it while you aren't here behind your back a lot. And we've been really questioning your loyalty. So it's good that you're here today, but we do require a full-page explanation as to why you haven't been around as much.
And payment up front.
Yeah, and that too. It's fine. Mark Atkinson says, I had to let him go. He was banging nuns at the convent 2 at a time. Oh, no. You ever talk to my priest like that again, and there will be consequences for you. Roachbait says, I don't know what kind of heaven you get in trouble you get in heaven for stealing God's pussy. Again, if God is
dude, that's actually a valid point though. You get to like fucking the pearly gates and God's like, is that him? Is that the guy that's stealing my fucking pussy? Get him the fuck out of here.
Yo, God's rolling up his sleeves. He's like, hey, St. Michael. Yeah. Or no, it's who's at the pearly gates? St. Peter. Hey, Peter, take a fucking lunch break. He's rolling up his sleeves.
Lock those fucking gates and take a fucking lunch break. You gonna come up here after taking my fucking pussy?
God, just relax. Hey, take a fucking walk. You heard what I said.
You want to end up like fucking Jesus? Take a walk.
Yeah. You thought you were untouchable because you were at the Vatican? I'm going to show you what I taught Pope Benedict when he got here. No such thing as a free lunch, father fuckface. Those girls.
Who the fuck do you think made you a made man, motherfucker?
Listen to me.
You're gonna take my pussy?
Those girls promised themselves to me for a reason. I keep them pure for when they get here, but you didn't keep them pure. all of a sudden, God comes out of an RV as that priest is at the pearly gates, and he goes, oh, man, are we pissing our pants yet? It's going to be Pee Pants City real fucking soon. You must be Father Sputnik. I'm God. And I do not appreciate you
now
fucking...
He's Negan? Now he's Negan?
And I do not appreciate you fucking my nuns. And when I sent more nuns to stop you from fucking my nuns, you fucked more of my nuns. Not cool. Not fucking cool. You have no fucking idea how not fucking cool that fucking shit is. But I feel like you're going to be
What the fuck are you even doing up here? Well, I originally went to hell, but Satan turned me away, said I wasn't fucking enough underage boys.
So we don't have room for you at the inn. Oh, you are so going to regret fucking my nuns in just a few minutes.
Mr. Approachable. God walks up. You sent me a lot of sloppy seconds, and I mean a lot. More than I'm comfortable with.
More than I'm comfortable with. And for that, you got to pay. So I am going to beat the holy fucking fuckity fuck out of one of you.
Go get the holy water boards. We're doing this.
He's got a barbed wire wrapped crucifix and he just beats the living shit out of the priest with it. Holy shit. Taking it like a Jesuit. Oh, man. I popped your eye out and everything.
Taking it like a Jesuit.
Oh, man. You know what I think? You got no. You went and you fucked my girls, and then you hid it from me. You know what I think? You got no guts. And he cuts him open. Oh, man, look at that. I'm sorry. I was my mistake. You did have guts. They were inside you the whole time. I've never been wrong about something so bad in my whole life.
Here, let me heal you and rip you open again.
Yeah. You thought you made it to heaven, son?
Go get those other Catholic priests. Tell them I got some fresh back pussy for them.
You will squire for me until the day eternity ends.
More than you're comfortable with.
I like the idea of Negan being God, and he just punishes the Jesuit priest for because those nuns swear themselves to the Lord. So those are the Lord's women.
That's the Lord's pussy, dude. You don't fuck with the Lord's pussy.
You cannot be fucking the Lord's pussy.
Maybe that's why they fuck the altar boys, right? Maybe there's like some kind of like old Latin term that's like, hey, look, you can fuck the kids, but don't you dare take God's pussy.
Maybe that's what it is. Someone asking, what's with my arm? Is that my stroke arm? No, that's Negan holding his bat. He's holding his bat over his shoulder. Come on. Don't you know God, Negan?
Get with it.
God. Come on, man. Don't you understand that 7-year-old reference I just made?
That 7-year-old from the radio reference?
Yeah. Six String Man says, if they broke their vows, are they still God's bitches? Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, they ain't, because those bitches ain't loyal.
Yeah. Oh, she's busted. What? She ain't a virgin. Oh, man. Yeah, he just created a whole big mess for when they all die now. How's God going to sort this one out?
Why are the straight of age nuns even there?
Yeah. Hey, God, we got another problem in the Catholic Church. Ah, shit. Another one with kids again? No, they're fucking the nuns. Oh, wow. I got to be honest, guys. For the first time in our existence, I don't know how to play this one. I mean, on the one hand, what they did was clearly wrong and against the scripture. On the other hand, I don't have to deal with another kid fucking scandal wrecking my legitimacy. Wow. You know what? Send him a bottle of champagne, but also a sternly worded letter that says, don't ever fucking do it again.
You know what? I'm going to give you this one.
Nice pussy, Father. Don't ever fucking do it again. Every time you come on one of my nuns, you owe me 50 push-ups.
Every time a bell rings, a nun gets her money shot.
Oh, boy. Close your eyes, Peter. You don't want to see this one. Roach Baits.
I just love the idea of him telling Peter to go take a fucking lunch.
Take a fucking walk. Yeah, Roach Bait, God is Negan. Hey, Petey, you ever seen a head come apart like that before? Holy shit. No pun intended. That priest was busting those nuns so fast it sounded like he was playing with bubble wrap. Jesus. Six String Man. I've never seen so many dead hookers in all my life.
Me knows I have.
Yeah, I think God's going to be upset about this whole thing, but I think in a weird way he's going to be understanding as well.
I don't think so. I think he's going to be so mad about people fucking with his pussy, bro.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, there's a reason they pledge themselves to God. You think it's just for purity? No, God wants to fuck. Crusher says,
you humans get one wife. I get a bunch.
Yeah. Crusher says, Peter, check the back door. We still might be able to work with this one. No, sir. She came with a rope tied around her stomach to hold the feces in. He blew that out too. Oh, I'm going to kill this motherfucker. God just gets
on the back end.
Yeah, God just gets out of control. He's like, I'm gonna kill every one of these pieces of shit at that convent. Jesus comes up. He's like, Dad, you need to stop. Like God flails his arms and accidentally elbows Jesus in the nose, breaks it. He's like, God damn it, Dad, you have to get your rage issues under control. If they'd stop fucking my girls, I wouldn't have to be this guy. Don't make a monster out of me. Don't make a fuck out of me, Al. Don't you make a fuck out of me.
We've talked about this, Jesus. You have to water down my scotch or I get punchy.
Exactly. God doing the take me to the son of a bitch run. Yeah. Your Holiness? Yeah. Sorry to interrupt your poker game. Yeah, I bet you are. That Jesuit priest is at the pearly gates. Oh. You know what? You know what,
I'm out.
Boys? Skip my blinds for the next couple of hands. Cracks his hands. Just I got some work to do.
Skip my blinds for a couple of hands. We all know Moses is about to get a full house next hand anyways. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
And son, what did I say about the holes in your hands? We can see your cards. All right? You gotta cover those up.
I'm telling you one more time, Jesus, if I see you stacking chips through that hole in your hand, we can all see you cheating.
Yeah. Jesus runs through his chips by putting the hole down on the chips and then running it back up. And all right, we get it. The stigmata chip trick. Nobody's impressed. It's been 2,000 years, Christ. Six String Man says, when St. Peter said a couple 100 yards down the road, I gave myself a 50-50. Mr. Approachable says, LOL, all of these priests ruining his women is what turns him Old Testament. Buzzsaw Lightyear says this should be a God cartoon show. I think we're on to something here. God just getting mad at priests for fucking his nuns. He's like,
kind of makes him sound like a bigger monster though, right? He's like, boys, I told you could fuck the boys. What are you doing?
Yeah. I left the boys for you. And everyone in heaven hears that and they're like, what? He's like, guys, you weren't supposed to hear that. Look, we had a fucking deal and now you're making an idiot out of me in front of everybody here. You understand that if I lose my authority, existence falls in on himself? Have you guys not seen that movie I wrote called Dogma? God.
Did you just call Kevin Smith God?
No, God wrote Dogma and gave it to Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith is merely his messenger. Okay. Merely a prophet. Although he went rogue when he decided to make pretty much every movie after that. That wasn't Red State. There was something else with that story I want to do. Oh, well. Citizen M says, I want to make a Walking Dead reference so bad, but Aaron won't understand it. Says catch up on The Walking Dead. Rick Grimes back. Look, I'm going to catch up on The Walking Dead. I promise.
Don't do it. No, absolutely not.
It's just that a few months ago, I started season 9, and it was really hard to get through.
There's no reason to catch up on it. Don't do it. None.
I mean, curious.
I turned my back on that show, and I've never felt better.
Just to see how it ends?
Who cares how it ends? Oh, here's how it ends. Zombies. Who gives a fuck? You think they're going to beat the zombies? Spoiler alert, they're not. Have you ever seen one zombie program ever where they legitimately beat the zombies? It doesn't happen.
And since everybody's infected and they pass that infection on to their kids, then, they're never going to stop. There's going to be nothing but zombies. Hey, I have a question. In The Walking Dead, if everyone has the virus, if a baby dies in the womb, does it just eat the mother from the inside out?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Time to watch our spin-off Embryo of The Walking Dead.
It'll be on the way. They actually kill out the walkers by season 9. No bullshit, says Citizen M. What?
That's exactly why you don't want to watch. So now it's not even the walkers?
Roland says, I love how Kevin Smith back then went and picketed his own movie. Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen that when Kevin Smith picketed Dogma?
No.
Yeah, there was a news story covering Dogma and the controversy, and Kevin Smith went to the protests and ended up on the news, protesting his own film, and the news just put it on there. Yeah, here it is. Kevin Smith protests Dogma, November of 1999.
The new movie Dogma opens tonight, and it's already generating a huge amount of controversy, and so is its creator, Kevin Smith.
I'm John Milton.
Smith, who lives right here in New Jersey.
News 12 New Jersey's Caroline Shively reports on one protest against the movie.
How long ago does 1999 look? Jesus. That was 23 years. That's like 20 years ago. And these people just look like they're from a different land.
In town tonight.
What's that?
They sound like it too. They don't even sound like they're speaking English. That one guy sounds like he's
Organizers in Eatontown had hoped for hundreds to join them in the protest against the movie Dogma. Instead, they got less than 24, but they were joined by this.
It's Kevin Smith right in the middle, holding a sign that says, I think it says, "Go to hell, Dogma." And he said, well, all these old people are saying Hail Marys and all this other shit to protest the movie. Kevin Smith is there shit talking his own film.
This man, he wouldn't admit it, but he looked and sounded suspiciously like Dogma's writer, director, co-star, and New Jersey resident, Kevin Smith.
I don't think it stands for anything positive.
What does it stand for?
I don't know, but I've been told not good.
I don't think it stands for anything positive. What is it? I don't know, but I've been told not good.
The movie follows two fallen angels who try to get back into heaven and the people who are fighting to keep them out.
I was the 13th apostle.
You knew Christ.
No, brother owes me $12.
But lines like that have many groups angry.
We're here with a small number, but we're the church militant. We should have more Catholics here.
Oh, God, that sounds like a party. We should have more Catholics here.
Eugene Levy trans looks weird.
Yeah, I know. Eugene Levy's decided to take over for Louis in baskets when Louis kicked the bucket.
If this was a direct attack against Muslims or the Holocaust or the Jewish people, you would see them outraged.
Why would the Weinsteins authorize a movie that shit on the Jewish people? What's the point of running Hollywood if you can't protect yourself from criticism?
Also, Jewish people famously have a sense of humor.
Yeah, I mean,
they would if a movie that was as good as Dogma was making fun of the Jews, they wouldn't care. And there's plenty of examples of that.
Right. Like Judd Hirsch in Independence Day. You know, a Jew gave the green light to that horrible character.
Or the entire Marx Brothers career.
Protesters didn't seem to slow down the number of people pouring into the theater to see the film.
Just makes me want to see it more, actually, if there's controversy about it.
I think they might be taking it too seriously. I mean, it's just a film. It's a comedy. So you really shouldn't take it too seriously.
The battle between the protesters.
Yeah, and I love how they're like, if there was a movie that demeaned Muslims, oh, I'm sorry, you mean every action movie made for the last 30 years? I believe those movies exist, where a Muslim is a bloodthirsty plane bomber.
And filmmaker.
Never heard of that trope.
No, never. I mean, I believe it was every season of 24, if I'm not mistaken. And not only that, they would always get an Italian to play the Muslim, so it was like a double insult.
Is sure to continue for as long as the film runs, but in the end, this is a fight that might be won or lost at the box office. In Eatontown, Caroline Shively, News 12, New Jersey.
Relax, it's a Kevin Smith movie. It's not going to do any box office. It'll all do word of mouth when it comes out on DVD or streaming.
Yeah, it's a DVD sales juggernaut, guys.
Yeah, come on, guys. Kevin Smith isn't a box office guy. Get it right. Mark says, as long as it makes money, they could give two shits. Yeah, exactly. I hate it when people do that thing. Like, they're just so... They don't want to admit, like, oh, I'm just sensitive about my own shit. And so I'm going to piggyback on this religion and go, well, what if it was them? And you're like, hey, stupid, it has been them before. And guess what? Most people were fine with it. I mean, considering what was in the Passion of the Christ, you got to admit the Jews did kind of take that one like a champ. I mean, they bitched, they complained, but they didn't shut it down. They still let Mel release his movie. And that movie was basically called... I mean, you could rename it The Jews Killed Jesus, and it would pretty much follow the plot of the movie. So, I don't know. You can accuse the, you can throw around a lot of allegations, a la, Kanye West. But one thing you have to give him is that if it makes dollars, it makes sense. So, I don't know. 1:15 away from next Wednesday morning's goal, if you guys want the update. Thank you guys very much. You've been remarkably generous the last month or so. 1:15 away from next Wednesday morning's goal. So there's a good chance we get through next week by the end of this week. And good for the year. Thanks, everybody. We got the Twitter Files Part 8 yesterday. And this one, to me, like all of these Twitter Files dumps kind of tell us what we already knew. But, like, we got to...
Last one was kind of juicy, though.
Yeah, this last one was kind of juicy, but it's kind of like... It's bittersweet to me because it's kind of like all the COVID stuff that, we thought, and then they told us you're banned from everything. And then they came out 6 months later and said, yeah, we're looking into this now, and I think it might be the case. It's one of those things where, like, okay, it's cool that we know this, but it also kind of sucks because there's literally nothing you can do about it. Like, okay... The FBI, basically what they found in the Twitter files yesterday was that the FBI paid Twitter and they tried to pay other social media organizations, among other things, to bury the Hunter Biden story. Basically said, we'll give you, what was it, $3 or $8 million, something like that, to pay for the staff you're going to need to work solely on burying this story before the election. So the FBI literally paid Twitter's labor costs so that they could have a team of people who all day just looked for Hunter Biden laptop posts and banned them. I mean, that's the thing about where, you get to where, I hate both the parties, but like one side is clearly working with the CIA and FBI. Like, that's bad. Well, and not only that, but the FBI and CIA, one side's clearly in charge of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole thing, people would call you a conspiracy theorist if you talked about that deep state stuff. This is literally deep state shit. It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter who's in charge. We'll tell you what information gets out there for you. We'll let you know what's okay to read, and we'll get rid of, you won't even know what's not okay to read because we won't even let it be published. I mean, the only positive thing is that the way technology is now, you can't keep that news from everybody. I mean, sure, from like normal everyday people, you can keep it from them because they're not going to dig. They got shit to do. They don't worry about this kind of stuff. But like people on the internet were all over the Hunter Biden laptop story and got it out whatever way they could. But as far as like the FBI and the CIA paying Twitter, like they're going to keep doing this with other organizations, not Twitter because Elon Musk owns it. But like, they're going to keep doing this. There's no stopping what they're doing. There's nothing the average person can do outside of. I
don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think that you'd normally be right, But let me just play devil's advocate for a second, okay? You have coming in a very near margin Republican majority, right? And they're going to do all their committee meetings and stuff. And I think that it's going to be just fucking, this is not going to go away like in the same way that the insurrection fucking investigation. They're going to form a fucking committee and we're going to hear about it every fucking day till the election.
I think we will too. I think they'll investigate the shit out of this. What I'm saying is the FBI and CIA are not going to stop doing it.
Yeah, but like what's really interesting is that Garland, as much as I don't like him, he's actually been very vocal about like the FBI's involvement with like party politics and shit. So being that he is the AG right now, like something might happen. I don't know. It's very crazy. Like Trump did this thing with our whole political environment where he just took it in a snow globe and just shook it up. And now it's like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. Because prior to Trump and prior to all this bullshit, I would agree with you 100%. Nothing's ever going to happen, this and that. But now we're in the stage where they will do stuff, even if it's not to anybody's benefit, just to say they're doing stuff.
But this all happened under him. Like, we didn't get to know about this until Elon Musk, a private citizen, bought Twitter and he inherited all these files. Like, Trump couldn't get rid of the swamp. Like, Trump was in charge. He was the president.
But all of this happened because of Trump. They were trying to make sure he didn't get reelected, right?
Yeah, they were trying to bury him. But
that's all I'm saying.
They'll do it to the next guy, too, though, because the things you have to do to get the CIA and FBI to not do this, we are just, and I won't say anything specific because we're on YouTube, we're not willing to do it. It's not worth the squeeze to most of us. And I'm including myself in that. Like, how do I put this? People like the FBI and CIA only respect one thing. And I don't think we're willing to do that one thing to stop them.
God's none, pussy.
Yes. I think the only way the shadow government shit stops is if the people, like the politicians and the presidents and the corporations in charge of them, they decide like, hey, you guys are exposing us way too much. They're exposing the goddamn business. If they are exposing it too much.
I think the other way, though, is that if it becomes opposition, right? Like if they become in two different parties and they go opposition on each other, I think it changes. I think that's kind of what Trump did. It's Trump basically turned them against each other. Not even like that was his intention and he saved us all. Just kind of a foregone thing that happened because of him.
So just kind of, you're saying that those two just bog each other down to the point where they're just looking at each other the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, look at the last, what, 2 years? It's all been this DOJ fucking like investigation on the insurrection of Trump, right? Now they finally got their verdict where the DOJ's commission is like, oh, the DOJ should bring them up on charges for what? The last week that they're in session with a majority to actually do something? I mean,
right.
That's not a coincidence.
They just they wanted to get that on record. They wanted to say, look, we're sending this off to the DOJ before we got to skedaddle the fuck out of here. And then they can do with it what they want. Now, can the DOJ sit on that? Like, let's say primaries start and Trump starts doing well. Can the DOJ then just say, is there an expiration date? Or can they just pull the trigger at any time and go, you know what?
Pretty sure they can just pull the trigger whenever the fuck they want.
Yeah, so they can bring them up on charges whenever.
See, what I think is happening, though, behind the scenes, right, is I think the Democrats are realizing that they kind of want Trump to run. So I don't think they're going to bring him up on charges because that might hurt his running. Because if they bring him up on charges, the Republicans will tell him, sit down and we'll pay your legal fees. So he might sit down. And I think if you look at the midterms, like the Democrats were funding almost all the Trump people. Like they were doing the, like, this person's a Trump person. And they were actually not caught because they were doing it in the open, but like they were backing the candidates who were Trump people because they thought they were easier to beat.
Yeah. In the primaries, they were trying to get the Trump people elected. And
if you're the Democrats right now, and there's an election tomorrow, who would you rather see on the other side, Trump or DeSantis?
I don't want to see DeSantis anywhere.
Right. So what you do is you make sure that you don't charge Trump. You make sure that you skirt all these things. So you basically are slandering him in public, but there's no real legal recourse he has because if he pushes back, you bring him up on actual charges. And then as a result, you can get, because the main goal, if you're the Dems, should be to make sure Ron DeSantis doesn't stand up. Because I still believe that DeSantis isn't going to run. To me, why would you if you were him? You can live in Florida for another 4 years, be the guy that everybody loves, and then run free of Trump.
I'll know better in a year. The only thing I'm starting to get flashbacks to is like everyone told Obama not to run in 2008 because it was Hillary and Giuliani, and you're just not going to stop that. And a year later, like the whole country had changed. So right now I'm sitting here going, oh, Trump will sandbag DeSantis and everything else. But like there's a lot of changing. People's opinions on Trump have changed so much in just like 3 or 4 months. What could another year bring? DeSantis could probably pull it off in 2024, especially if it's Biden. If it's Biden he's running against, I think enough could change in a year that he could still pull this off. And I didn't feel this way 6 months ago. So,
well, I think if you're looking at Biden as a president, and I'm not a Biden fan by any stretch, but objectively, you'd have to say that his last, 8 months were better than his first 8 months as far as just public opinion. And like a lot of the shit he's doing is like finally leveling down a little bit, gas prices are down because they swap prices with eggs, I guess, apparently. Have you been like, is that a thing in Minnesota? Are eggs just ridiculously overpriced right now?
Eggs are way up. Yeah, that's a nationwide.
It's crazy to me. Like I walked in and it was, Texas has really cheap food, but I was just like, why are these fucking eggs so fucking expensive?
Here's what's happening with the economy right now. It's kind of like the Titanic, when the Titanic listed up to like 35 degrees and then slammed back down onto the water. That's what prices are doing. We still hit an iceberg. The ship is still sinking. But the prices went way, way up, and then people went, oh, shit, I can't afford this. I'm going to buy less stuff. Demand went way down, so they're like, well, prices got to come down because we still got to sell this shit. So prices are coming down, but not because the economy's getting better. It's actually a good sign of a recession. The inflation thing is not the first sign of recession. That's the last sign of the good economy being over with, is the inflation. The prices go up. Then all of a sudden demand goes down. Prices have to meet demand. It levels off somewhere. Those companies now paid insane prices for those goods, and they're selling them at a discount just to get rid of them. So then profits are coming down.
Is inflation kind of like an earmark of an economy crashing then?
Yeah, it's like it's the end of the beginning. It's not the beginning of the end.
So I've always thought it was the beginning of the end.
No, the beginning of the end is when the prices start coming back down. Remember, I'll give you a good example. Remember 2008. Try really hard to remember 2008. Remember when gas went up to $4 at the end of Bush in the summertime? That was the end of the good times. And when the prices crashed, when the oil prices crashed down to like 95 cents again, that was when the recession hit. Because people didn't have any money. They didn't want to go shopping. They were scared shitless at what was going on in the market and everything. So they were just holding on to their dollars. And they went, well, fuck, we got to sell this oil. We bought it for like $130 a barrel. We got to sell this shit. So they'd sell it at lower prices. The profits go down. They have to cut people. Then you have the job losses. Then the stock prices
I'll
start
fucking
going
cut
down.
people for free. What up?
Yeah. So, the prices are going down, and that's a good thing. But what got us, the thing that got us to these lower prices is really bad news for the economy. So all the experts are predicting a recession in 2023. I just hope that it's kind of this slipping into a warm bath, like slow recession where it's not too uncomfortable. And then just
like a nun's vagina.
Like a nun's vagina in a Jesuit whorehouse. Exactly. That's how I want it.
Some are saying feels just like an underage altar boy.
That's
I'm just getting that in my earpiece. It's actually you saying it. It's very weird.
That's the rumor. Whenever I do the earpiece thing, I always steal Jon Stewart's thing. When he did the Daily Show and he would talk and he would go, "Wait, hold on, what's that?" Okay, that's the Jon Stewart hack earpiece move.
I always do this one. What was that? Like it's especially funny for me when I'm wearing giant headphones because like, what's that?
What Corey and I are doing right now is letting you inside the genius behind our process. Or the process behind it.
We're supposed to suppress our Republican views. That's the CIA. I mean, our friend.
Hey, as long as the check clears. I always love that when like we were on radio and then even sometimes here too. Like if I take an opinion that the majority of the audience doesn't agree with, there will be some people who will be like, "Oh, what are you cashing Soros checks?" And they're serious about it. Like they actually think that I would get paid by Soros.
Shout out to Rusty Grammar.
Yeah. And my answer is always the same. If he was paying, you would hear nothing but liberal horseshit out of me. Like I'm a comedy podcast show host. I when it comes to politics, look, I don't believe enough in I don't value enough what I believe to not let it be for sale. So if
I don't think I'm like that, but let's see the paycheck. Let's see what the number is.
If someone's like, hey, I'll give you $5 million if you just say liberal talking points. I'm like, I don't want to tell the billionaire this, but I'd be like, it's not going to fucking change anything anyway. I'll be like, oh, all right. You know what? Here you go. There you go, guys. Solar energy is way better than fossil fuels because it doesn't burn the planet to death. There. Perfect. Uppercut Grandma says the most effective protection against inflation is high living. Unfortunately, there are no assets which you can confidently acquire with the exception they will provide you with a hedge against. Fuck, Uppercut Grandma dropping some shit on us today. RGZ Max says, shush, Corey, we all know you're a closeted Democrat.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you know about me? God, you got me.
Fucking Vax boy. You don't have the one that is giving people heart problems, though.
No, I did my research. I got the one that, not only did I do my research, but I also did my research again when they're like, now we're doing boosters. And I'm like, are you? Because you're not.
Yeah. No, thanks. I'm good. RGZ Max says, Corey is like Michael Moore. That's an interesting theory. You're like Michael Moore.
I'd be down with that. That guy's made some okay movies. What's wrong with that? Roger and Me is a great movie.
I would take I'd
take his money too.
Yeah,
how much is he worth?
I'm looking it up right now. Go ahead and fire off a number. I'm going to say 30 million.
I'm going to go 8 million.
All right. Michael Moore. Wow. $30 million. Holy shit.
Damn. I feel like you've Googled that before.
This one says 50. This one says 30. So 4 out of the 5 I've looked at say 30. One says 50. And now this one says 65. So anywhere between 30 and $50 million. God damn. They're saying Fed Corey is glowing. Corey, rip your shirt off. I think they want you to rip the shirt off to see if you're wearing a wire for the New World Order.
Not now, guys. Not now. Could you talk into the shirt?
Uppercut Grandma says, ooh, search for young Michael Moore gets wrecked by Milton Friedman. No offense, guys. That's not Michael Moore. That video is trying to say like, oh, this guy's like Michael Moore. Like this is a Michael Moore type dude. And Milton Friedman, this is the argument against him. I used to think that too. I was like, oh, it's so cool that Michael Moore asked Milton Friedman a question. It's not Michael Moore. My favorite Milton Friedman moment anyway is where he's like lecturing that young college girl about income, like pay inequality between men and women. And he just ends it with, I'm on your side. You're not.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Michael Moore has a Substack, and on his Substack, it just says Michael Moore, writer, filmmaker, podcaster, Eagle Scout citizen.
He's a fucking Eagle Scout. I hope the Eagle Scouts sue for defamation.
Tell me you're a loser without telling me you're a loser. I'm an Eagle Scout, and I talk about it into my 50s. Meh.
If you brag about being an Eagle Scout and you're old enough to smoke a cigarette, you're gay. That's the rule. That's the rule.
If you were ever in Boy Scouts, you're probably like an idiot.
Yeah, you might.
If you were ever in Boy Scouts and it wasn't because you were raised by a single parent who needed free babysitting, man, get yourself adjusted.
And that babysitting came with a side of molestation by the scout leader.
Balls Deep says Moore is no Eagle Scout. Ooh, shit. Got some Eagle Scout heat going on.
Ooh, are we proclaiming stolen valor Eagle Scout? For Michael Moore?
RGZ Max says, I'm an Eagle Scout. That makes sense why you're so unlikable.
Yeah, people are saying Eagle Scout here. Now everyone's doing a Spartacus moment. I'm an Eagle Scout. I'm an
Eagle Scouts and Altar Boy. Damn, that guy's got a double bet.
Oh, that
guy. That's a guy that's used to some sodomy.
Oh, when there's a stiff breeze, he sounds like a wind chime. Drew Zilla says, I got kicked out for beating the shit out of another kid. Did I redeem myself? Oh, we like you. You're awesome.
I also got kicked out of Boy Scouts. What up, Drusilla?
Corey K at work says, best sex ever. Well, see, you can't shame that guy.
That's a team player right there.
Fly Guy, I hope you're not being serious right now. That would be shitty news. Let me just search this so I don't, Oh, yep, he's trending on Twitter. Fuck. We lost Franco Harris.
That's fine.
I know. Isn't that funny when like somebody's like death is trending and everyone's heartbroken and you're like, oh, I thought it was going to be something bad.
I mean, oh, sorry, a fucking Hall of Fame football player in his 70s, 80s? Like, wow, clutch my pearls.
He was 72. I mean, 72 is young, but like in football
not
players,
not for a fucking football player, it's not.
In football player years, it's
especially those guys that came out before concussion protocol.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually, every time I hear an NFL person died, I'm just glad they didn't go the like Junior Seau route or fucking. I just expect them all to go Chris Benoit with their concussions.
Yeah, or like the Tennessee Titan who like shot his, or was it Kansas City Chief, shot his family, then went to the practice facility and blew his head off. Fuck. I find it weird on YouTube. You can't say like shit like that, but you can talk about somebody murdering somebody. Like you can't.
Yeah, like. You have to say unalive, but you can't say the other way.
Right. You can't. Yeah, but you can say,
it's like on Twitch. You're not allowed to say cuck, but you can say cuckold.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. I mean,
you're not allowed to say simp, but you can say simpleton.
Right. Like, I mean, Twitch. It's just so weird. Like that whole Twitch thing is odd to me. Like it had an advantage on like freedom of speech over YouTube, and now freedom of speech like YouTube has better freedom of speech policies than Twitch at this point.
Yes and no. Yeah, it like the thing is that they both do the same murky overlord bullshit though.
Yeah, but like Twitch has more rules.
Yeah, I'll say this with YouTube is like they're more transparent about what they're doing on the user side of it.
Well, and they'll warn you. They'll send you ultimatums. They'll be like, "Hey, take this shit down right now, or we're going to," and you'll get a strike. You're like, "All right." There's a lot of people who get strikes just because they're defiant douchebags. Like, we had a video one time, they were like, "Hey, you might not know it, but this thing might contain a violation." I'm like, "Say no more," and I just took the thing down. I'm like, fair enough for me. Thank you. Former running back for Vikings in Denver, Ronnie Hillman, is in hospice. Yeah, I saw that he got in a car accident. Ronnie Hillman is probably going to die. That's all right. Whenever a running back of mine had a bye week, he never picked me up any points anyway, so... I'm just kidding. I don't judge my football players based on what they've done for me in fantasy football. Although I will be buying Patrick Mahomes' headstone. Speaking of which,
headstone.
Yeah. Right. Speaking of which, I don't mean to brag, but I'm in the semifinals over here.
Hey, your boy's also in the semifinals over here.
Are you?
Yeah. And I play 3 leagues a year, and I made the playoffs in one of them. But that's the only one that I pay real money for. So.
Now, what's the championship give you? What's the payout?
Let's see, 10 players, $50. It's
probably about $300-$400. Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably like second place gets some, and then third gets their money. But I think it comes out to be like $300.
Yeah, I think I win like $550 or something if I win this one. So. Righteous bucks. We got, oh man, Mystic Lake Casino talked us into one. We usually, after we drop the kids off, after we all do Christmas and everything, April and I will head down to the casino for dinner and we'll play some cards and stuff. Well, this year I called and we weren't going to do it. And they told us they got in touch with us and said, well, your members rewards has a comped room for this Saturday if you liked it. And I said, well, I mean, I can be talked into it. So I think we are doing it. Although, Corey, I do not plan on getting blasted on half an edible this year.
Yeah, right.
Which is nice. It's good to know your limitations. Jake says, I know what you did last night, you sick fuck. I know. Look, I'll say this, and maybe I shouldn't say this in front of the entire audience because this is probably going to be a big reversal. It has not been memed and tweeted near as much as I thought it would, so I feel like I've kind of skated on that. Tim says, oh my God, I just got back and was joking. Still on sports. Not every show is good. Oh my God, Franco Harris died. We mentioned it for 5 seconds in transition while we literally talked about everything else. Everyone, I'm going to issue you this morning now for your own good. Not because I'm upset, but for your own good. You've gotta fucking chill. This turns you into like Jake Hudson types of weird. You've gotta calm the fuck down. If someone says the word football, you don't have to have a spasm. The last hour and a half.
I just don't understand. Like, we're supposed to be this working collar show. Like, what the fuck, dude?
The last hour and a half.
It's not called the fucking like Doc Martin fucking like loafer hour, you fucking pieces of shit. Like seriously, this is like becoming infuriating. It really is.
Tim
like,
says, I got back here. I know that means like just relax a little bit. Chill. Don't just come right in here barging in and going, oh, you said football. What have you been talking about it the whole 2 hours? No, of course not. All right. I was transitioning.
Who the fuck gets that mad about football talk? Like, I kind of just wanted to leave on principle at that point.
No, I don't want anybody to leave. You're all welcome here. Just fucking, take it easy. Let's get back into this Twitter FBI thing. Some of these Twitter files that came out yesterday. Twitter has claimed for years that they make concerted efforts to detect and thwart government-backed platform manipulation. Then they got Twitter's testimony to Congress about its pledge to rapidly identify and shut down all state-backed covert information operations and deceptive propaganda. But behind the scenes, Twitter gave approval and special protection to the U.S. military's online psyops, despite knowledge that Pentagon propaganda accounts used covert identities. Twitter did not suspend many for around 2 years or more. Some still remain active. CENTCOM.
How much impact do you think that had on the NFL?
Well, I think it's probably the only reason that the soft underneath zone defense became so prevalent in recent years.
The Tampa 2 became the Tampa doo-doo?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But behind the scenes, so U.S. Central Command sent Twitter a list of 52 Arab language accounts that they use.
Wait. Back up. What is U.S. Central Command? Doesn't that sound like way more authoritarian than our titles normally sound?
Yeah, that's the military. That's CENTCOM. That's the main guys.
That's who you don't fuck with. Those are the people actually in charge.
So, in 2017, CENTCOM sent Twitter a list of 52 Arab language accounts that they use to amplify certain messages. The official asked for priority service for 6 accounts, verification for 1, and whitelist abilities for the others. So, if you guys aren't understanding what that means U.S. Central Command creates Arabic accounts to drum up the idea that there's terrorist attacks and threats coming. They're basically creating the threat so they can fight it. Basically, that whole idea when people tell you
literally the weapons of mass destruction thing, but over social media.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? It's a psyop to basically make people afraid of Islamic radicalism. And so they create it's like the stuff they're doing domestically here with like the Oath Keepers and shit like that. Federal agents basically become members of these groups, and then the federal government busts the federal agents that became members of the group, and they go, look, we stopped a white nationalist group. It's like, all those guys work for you. You sent them a thing.
Yeah, but we laid them off. We stopped them.
Yeah. You sent them a thing, and then they said, we're going to carry out this thing, and then you arrested them for saying they're going to carry out the thing that you sent them, like the kidnapping the governor of Michigan thing. So they were doing that on Twitter with Arabic language accounts that was, that were trying to make it sound like, oh, look at all these Islamic threats we're getting out there on Twitter. And people were, how people wondered, like, how is this Islamic extremist account not banned? How is this one? That was a big argument for a long time. They were like, so-and-so's banned, but yet ISIS or this group or that group. I'm starting to wonder how many of these fucking ISIS accounts and how many of these Islamic extremist accounts were never Islamic extremist accounts to begin with. And the easy explanation as to why they weren't banned is because it was coming from Central Command here.
I think you just answered your own question.
God damn it. At least there's a reason now.
I mean, that's true, right? At least there's like a rationale behind it.
Right. If you're like, hey, how come all these conservatives got banned and these Muslim extremist accounts didn't get banned? Because they're not Muslim extremist accounts. What? Yeah, it's the United States government. Oh, okay. Wait,
it's like the
what?
Bill Hicks joke about the war in Iraq. Like, how do you know what they have? We check the receipts.
Right, exactly. We have the receipts. That's why we know. Oh, this isn't. And
hold on, let me log into my other. Hi, this is CENTCOM. Let me log into my other extremist account.
Do you think they're like, what is it, Chad and Stuttering John, where they have like sock accounts and they get caught commenting back to themselves as the sock account. Like the U.S. military doesn't change the account name, and they go, "We declare death to America, and we are going to kill all the infidels." But then they comment as that account, but not as U.S. Central Command, and say, "CENTCOM will stop you. The American people will stand firm, and we will face off against this Islamic extremism. Do not be afraid." And like, guys, you forgot to switch the account. Oh, shit. Sorry. Aaron, Darth Mode says, Aaron going deep like those priests in the altar boys. See, but this is why I hate following this shit. Nothing's going to change. Like, CENTCOM isn't reading these Twitter files and going, "Oh, shit, we better change everything we do." No, they're just going to go to Facebook and Instagram and TikTok. Well, maybe not TikTok. The Chinese probably don't want American military propaganda out there. But Taiwan is its own nation and should be respected as such. Yeah,
none of this is new, right? Like, I mean, they were fucking infiltrating 4chan. We know that a bunch of the stuff with the ISIL was us as well. Like, weapons of mass destruction was a lie. I mean, this is just par for the course. I think the big thing with the internet is that it's harder for the oligarchs to get away with their bullshit unscathed. So, like, because the whole way news is, it's designed to exhaust you.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing you can do about it. There's, you know, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so at that point, you're like, well, fuck this. I'm going to stop paying attention. And that's when they start getting away with shit.
And you're right in that, like, the only thing that's changed now with the internet is at least it costs them something in reputation. But now their adjustment to that
is... really, though? Like, what's the reputation really?
Well, just scumbags and dirty and
right.
shit
But
like
if they were already considered scumbags, is there really a hit on their reputation? Like,
well,
is there
what I'm
anybody,
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Anybody watching this shit that's like, oh, now I don't trust the FBI?
Right. What I'm saying is they don't care. Like, it costs them a hit to their reputation, but they don't give a shit.
I hear you, and I would argue they never cared.
No, I don't think they did either. But people are like, oh, look, Twitter's exposing all this. I'm like, yeah, to what end? Like, these guys were never thinking they were the good guys. They were never thinking that they looked like baby faces in this whole thing. So, I mean, you know, the FBI and CIA seem to be reacting to these Twitter files by basically saying, yeah, and?
Well, look at the fucking JFK shit. That shit was supposed to be declassified. There's still shit we don't know, and all the stuff that came out recently kind of looks like the CIA knew about Oswald as a Russian intelligence agent.
Yeah,
that's weird.
How are you allowed to repatriate back to the U.S. like he did?
If you're going to kill the president for the CIA, they allow you to do a lot of stuff.
Kelly Roberts says...
This is why shit like this is why I don't really get scared by any of it, honestly, because this shows me that we don't have the power we used to. Like, I think I said this last week. I am not advocating anybody do violence against political figures. I don't condone that. That being said, that's how you know Americans have no teeth. There wasn't even one assassination attempt on Trump. Think of how divisive and how many people in our country hated that man. Not one person took a shot at him. Last time somebody took a shot at the president was what? To impress Jodie Foster? Like, this is where we are as a society.
Yeah, I think that I think when it comes to like people finding out about this stuff, I think most people lean toward that thing you just said where they go, "Oh, this shit hurts my head. This is really shitty and awful. I got to tap out." Like, and then
that's how it's designed to be, though. That's like how it all is designed to be, because eventually you lose sight of the puppet show. You don't give a shit, and then you end up on a fucking morning show bitching about them talking about sports, I guess.
There's a name for it. I can't remember. It's not fog of war. That's not what it is. It's like overwhelming.
Wag the dog, baby.
Wag the dog. No, where you purposely give people so much shitty news and information that they just tap out. It's
sensory overload.
Sensory overload. Yeah, that's the one. But when like there's like three groups of people. There's that group, the sensory overload people. Then there's the autists who like will never stop reading this shit and like we're gonna do something about it and blah blah. Then there's people like me who like go, I can't look away when it happens. I have to read it. But at the same time you're like, and I'm fucking helpless. There's nothing I can do. Like, so I can't turn away from it, but I can't lean into it. So I'm just like, okay, I know about it. I'm informed.
I'm stuck here being annoyed by it in real time.
Yes, I'm just stuck here being annoyed by a thing that, and the worst part for someone like me is deep down you knew they were always doing this stuff. And it's like you and I always say, what, could you have just kept it a secret maybe? Like, could you have just not told me about this? Like, I kind of knew anyway. Like, I just don't Don't tell me. Just keep doing shit in
do
secret.
it.
Right.
Well, it's like I've always said, like you don't want your government to declassify everything. These people that are like, oh, declassify everything. You don't want that.
Right.
Like our country is doing horrific shit that none of us want to know about. None.
Yeah. Do you want to know how many of our military actions were us getting ourselves into our own war? You don't want to know that.
I already do know, and no.
You don't want to know. For example, Twitter lawyer Jim Baker mused in a July 2020 email about an upcoming Department of Defense meeting that the Pentagon used poor tradecraft in setting up its network, and we're seeking strategies for not exposing the accounts that are linked to each other or to Department of Defense or USG. Oh, so they were like, look, guys, we're getting a little too brazen with this shit. Can we find a way? Can we kind of hide this a little bit? But so even the CIA and FBI and Central Command were like, hey, guys, could we hide this a little bit? Like even the deep state was saying the things that you and I are saying. They're like, guys, can we lie a little better, please? We're being a little too out in the open. And I'm sure there were other people who would say to CENTCOM, like there are other people in CENTCOM going, why should we be more quiet about it? Look at these idiots don't give a fuck and we're doing it right in front of their faces. Like, yeah, I know, but like just, tread a little quietly, You don't want to wake anybody up. Budapest. But yeah, basically there were people in CENTCOM going, hey, they're exposing the goddamn business. We do have to get a drop of Jim Cornette saying that. I can't say that every time. There's too many.
Yes, you can.
No, there's too many people out there exposing the goddamn business for me
to. Right, but how many times do you want to do impressions? You got this.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of exposing the goddamn business, I've turned a corner on Brendan Schaub. Like, personally, I think he's just silly and funny and whatever. But, God, you just have to make fun of when he just... Brendan has this childlike curiosity for the world, and he's one of those guys where when he just discovered something, even if we all knew about it, he's got to share it with you like it's the deepest shit on earth.
That's every jock ever.
Yeah. He interviewed a heel female wrestler. I can't remember which one it was, but we're going to play this during overtime today. Brendan Schaub just found out, Corey, that if you're a heel, you don't make as much money on merchandise because people don't want to buy your stuff because they dislike you because you're a heel. And
that's not true.
And what Brendan did was
back up. Is that actually true?
Yes, that's 100%.
Because I'll tell you this, as a kid, like I loved me some heels. Like you can't tell me that like Hollywood Hulk Hogan didn't sell more merch than everybody.
He sold a lot of merch, but he sold it to adults, and wrestling has always wanted kids to buy the merch, and kids don't buy heel shit. That's why like Jericho and other people and like Cena, they tried to turn Cena heel a long time ago. He said no. And when they asked him why, he said, because the merchandise check I get every month would take a huge hit. Rey Mysterio, same way. WWE never wanted to turn him heel because all the kids bought fucking Rey Mysterio masks that they charged.
Crazy to me. Am I just like a fucking demented guy? Like I loved the heel shit. Like as a kid, I was getting like fucking Shawn Michaels when he was a heel, like fucking Jake the Snake when he was a heel.
But like the smart marks, like the internet wrestling marks, they always make the mistake of thinking they're the majority. They are the very razor thin minority. And the majority are the people who just watch it, go to the shows. Their kid wants a bright, colorful shirt, and that's the babyface shirt. And then here you go. And, they want to never give up.
I guess it like logically makes sense as you say it, right?
Yeah.
I just like, for me, it was like I always like had my guys, and I, for the most part, didn't give a fuck like what they like. I bought a fucking Rock t-shirt when he went fucking heel. I thought Stone Cold was better as a heel, like.
Granny says you were a huge Goldust guy.
Hey, don't insult Cody Rhodes. He's a good wrestler.
That was Dustin.
Oh, fuck him then.
No, but Brendan then it was so.
I knew it was one of those. I knew it was one of those Dick Snot Road boys.
We'll play it again. We'll play it at 10:00 this morning. But yeah, Brendan then went on to say that the reason these heels don't make as much money is because he always has to turn. He's got this weird projection about haters, and he doesn't, people hating him on social media. He goes, well, I talked to her and I told her, hey, do you think it's because nowadays, you got all the haters on social media and they hide behind their fake accounts, and then they all think it's real, and then they say you're a bad guy, so then other people don't want to buy your stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking great. And like, I'm not giving anything away because his, like, what he said her response was to that is so perfect. And it's like, Brendan, I think the heels were underselling the baby faces long before social media came along. And by the way, the heels back before social media, they had to be heels for a shoot. Like if they went to a bar, they had to beat the shit out of people.
Yeah, look at like Andre the Giant got pissed when he had to be a heel.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, now everybody's going to fuck. Like, and that was, everybody's going to fuck with me. It was like everybody who had to be heel, like Superstar Billy Graham and all these other guys, it was either I have to get arrested for assault that night or I have to stay in my hotel room and drink. I can't go to the bar because people want to test me because I'm a heel. Like, Shawn Michaels got the living fuck beat out of him by a Marine once. Like, seriously.
Is that real?
Oh, he got beaten real bad because I guess he was fucking with their chick or whatever, and he was trying to hit on her. So this Marine just stomped his guts out. Like, I think maybe even hospitalized him. I can't remember, but yeah, he got.
I think maybe I just am a heel, and that's why I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this. Because like everybody, I'm thinking about Shawn Michaels. I liked better when he was a heel. Fucking like, and then Ted DiBiase. I had like 3 Ted DiBiase shirts. Everybody's got their price.
Ted DiBiase was one of the best. Did you like Bret Hart better as the Hart Foundation heel in like '98, or did you like him better as like babyface Bret Hart?
You're gonna kill me on this. I've always hated Bret Hart.
I love Bret. Bret was one of my favorites.
I hate anybody. Like I'm also not a big Ric Flair guy, which everybody gets mad at. To me, as a kid, I used to get mad at finishing moves. Really mad about them.
Why?
And like I don't know why. Like I would always arbitrarily do this as a kid, where like I fucking hated musicals for a while. Like I would get so pissed when somebody would sing something at a character, and then that character would sing back. I'd be like, how do they know the fucking words? This is garbage. Like. I would watch Bret Hart and Ric Flair too, like the fucking like sharpshooter or the figure 4 lock, and I'd be like, that doesn't hurt. What are you doing? Like same reason I was never that big of a fucking Hogan guy because it's a fucking bullshit leg drop. I was like, what the fuck is this?
You know what? You were way too autistic for wrestling. But
like at the same time, I would be sitting there cheering for the Undertaker because he was dead. You know what I mean? It's just like there's no consistency. But I just like Bret the Hitman Hart to me was like super fucking boring. And I think as I got older, I understood why he was a proficient wrestler. Like he was a good worker. Yeah. I didn't understand any of that when I was a kid. But like
when you're a kid, you don't know who the fuck Stu Hart is and all that shit.
Right. But like his character is so fucking boring. The most memorable thing is that he would put the ugliest fucking sunglasses on kids here and there. Like he's fucking terrible. I hate Bret Hart. Fuck that guy.
This is where I think I figured out what the difference is in our takes on Bret the Hitman Hart. How much older are you than me? Because I'm going to be 36 on Saturday.
I'm 42.
Okay, so January. That's what it is. It's the 6-year difference. Because as a kid, all I wanted to be was the kid who got Bret Hart sunglasses.
Oh, so, like, dude, I want get that guy the fuck away from me.
He would take the sunglasses off. He'd put them on. He'd go, I want Bret Hart sunglasses. And I was a huge Hulkamania mark. WrestleMania 9, which is like everyone's least favorite WrestleMania, where Hogan helps Bret Hart and then beats Yokozuna. I'm sitting here like everyone, like, when I grew up and like started reading things on the internet about the worst WrestleManias, people would say WrestleMania 9. And I'm like, oh, when I was a kid, that was like my favorite WrestleMania. The Hulkster came and he helped his friend Bret Hart and then he beat Yokozuna. I loved that shit.
It's just so boring. I don't know. I just never cared about him at all. Like everything was just, yeah, I guess I just wanted, like, as a kid, I just wanted more gimmicks. I loved Mankind. I loved fucking, Mick Foley even before like ECW I loved, but like Undertaker I loved Hollywood Hogan. Like I had almost no use for Hulk Hogan, but I loved me some Hollywood Hogan and fucking again, Ted DiBiase. Like I was just a big heel mark, I guess, but I understand how being the babyface might sell you more gear, but I don't know. I always wanted to go get the bad guy. Razor Ramon. I mean, come on.
I think like some of my guys,
I think maybe the heels were just better when I was a kid.
There were a lot of guys that I was a huge mark for that never quite broke through the mid card, and I always wish they would have. Like I was a big Too Cold Scorpio guy. I was a huge Tatanka guy. I really liked Mr. Kennedy and like all these guys.
Dude, all of those people you just named suck.
Yeah, they all just they never broke through the mid card.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty and thank you for being
I'm a massive and real quick, I'm a massive Randy Orton mark too. I agree with Adam.
I like Randy Orton actually. Randy Orton's very good. What I want to know though is how do you own publicly that you were a Tatanka guy?
I was a Tatanka mark.
Ugh.
Can't help it. What do you want from
me? You just like white guys with bad haircuts going. It's basically might have been like Yoko. It might as well have been Yoko Ono.
Time the fuck out. Put some respect on his name. Tatanka, legit Native American. He was a shoot.
Really?
Tatanka was a shoot. Oh, yeah. Big time. Like, he's, like, practicing and, the whole thing. Yeah. Tatanka is a shoot, my friend. The reason I'm talking about pro wrestling is because our next story has to do with another guy.
He has a traditional Native American name of Chris Chavis. He's part of the Lumbee tribe. Ooh.
Yeah. He's, like I said, Tatanka's a shoot, brother. Just like the Ultimate Warrior was really from parts unknown.
Yeah, to him, because he was fucking stupid. You don't know where you are. Nobody knows where they are when 80% of your interactions are doing this.
Guys, I have some big crime news. There was a stopping of a home invasion over the weekend at the home of a professional wrestler. Corey, I'll give you 5 wrestlers. You guess 5 wrestlers that you would love to see stop a home invasion, and I'll tell you if you got one at the end. So name 5 that you would love to see stop a home invasion. All right.
The Big Show.
Okay.
Undertaker.
Okay.
I'm trying to think like who would like go too far. I feel like Roman Reigns would actually kill somebody.
Okay, Roman Reigns, and these can be
which is weird. Because I would watch
prior.
I would watch Roman Reigns beat the shit out of a home invader, but I wouldn't watch one of his matches.
Okay, so that's 3.
Brock Lesnar.
Okay, Brock Lesnar.
And then just because I'm an asshole, fucking Dink.
Not Doink, Dink.
Dink.
The baby, the little one. Okay.
Yeah, the little guy. Wouldn't you love to see a midget clown stop a fucking home invasion? Wouldn't you just love that?
Well, Corey, I'm going to reveal to you now who stopped a home invasion this week at their home. Here you go. USA! USA! Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Here's what I want to know. Was he in his underwear or did he have a 4x4 when he did it?
Dude, I want him to have the 2x4. I want him in his underwear. I want him clocking the guy with it and then doing the rifle thing and then, chanting USA and yelling. I want him to be as insane as the gimmick was while he stopped. I want him to do, like the guy comes in with a gun. He's like, I'll fucking kill you. Hacksaw Jim Duggan drops into a 3-point stance and gives him the clothesline. A Hall of Fame wrestler had to take down an opponent once again nearly a decade after he last appeared in the ring.
Wait, can we just stop for a second? Take down an opponent? That's pretty great.
On the evening of December 8th, Hacksaw Jim Duggan was at his South Carolina home with his wife, Deborah, when an unfamiliar man suddenly fell inside. A man who we had never seen before climbed our fence, ran through our yard, to our front door and was pounding on our glass door at about 6:45 p.m., Duggan said in a Twitter post. Before we could get to the door, he opened it and fell into our house. Duggan, who's 68 years old, spent more than 3 decades as a pro wrestler and had several memorable bouts in the WWF in the late 80s and early 90s. Duggan claimed he apprehended the man and forced the man's hands behind his back. Then the man who famously used a 2x4 in the ring instead opted to grab another weapon. Any guesses? Just throw anything out there.
Is it another piece of wood?
No.
It's gotta be.
No, he went a little more old school for this one, Corey. A .44 caliber pistol.
Damn.
So Hacksaw just pulled.
Also living at a fucking antique shop?
Do you think Hacksaw had like the 2x4 hanging up on the wall and it was next to the gun and he had to go, which one do we go with for today? And
if it's hanging out his wall, he's like, I just can't. That's my good 4x4.
To keep the suspect honest.
I broke 2 of the Sheik's teeth with that one.
They're still in there. I held him at gunpoint while Deborah called 911.
I hit Sergeant Slaughter in the beans till he Cobra clutched himself.
Yeah. Too bad the big boss man is dead. He could have wrapped things up. He could have apprehended him.
Corey K at work says the 2x4 wasn't loaded.
Yeah, he couldn't. He couldn't do the 2x4 because he didn't load the 2x4. It was only for show. Oh, I'm so glad that A, that Hacksaw's okay, and B, that he fucking stopped the guy. Instead of shooting the man, Duggan turned off his outdoor Christmas lights and told the unnamed intruder to keep quiet.
Ransom Chad, it was an assault 2x4.
When deputies eventually arrived, Duggan gladly let them take over. We would like to thank the Kershaw County Sheriff's Department for their prompt and professional response, Duggan added. He and his wife elected not to press charges. Yeah, look, you get taken down by Hacksaw Jim Duggan and he holds you at gunpoint and calls you a hoe, you're going to stop committing crime for a little while.
I just want to know if he was in those fucking underwear shorts that he always wore.
The black, like they weren't quite underwear, but not quite basketball shorts.
Like Speedos.
Yeah. That's very odd. Well, he didn't have the legs to pull off the Hulk Hogan trunks. So,
how old is he?
Hacksaw?
Yeah,
68. We got an update on his prostate cancer, by the way. Also, this is Hacksaw's latest.
Hey, folks! You know we've been having a great time. We just came back from New York City. Great autograph sessions up there. But today we're back to reality. This is the urology center where I got to ring the bell after my radiation treatments. Of course, every time I walk in there, my heart beats a little harder, I breathe a little tighter, I grab Deborah and hold her a little closer, because this is where the doctor came up to me and said, Mr. Duggan, you have the most aggressive type of prostate cancer you can have. So folks, let me tell you, early detection saves lives. Get your physical, get your PSA number, and have a Merry, Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho!
Fucking Hacksaw.
Yes.
You know what? He must be doing pretty well, or at least he's in good spirits. So he must be doing pretty well with the cancer. And I hope so. I want Hacksaw. That's awesome. Like, it just in a business where everybody dies at like 45, it's nice to see like one of the decent guys live a long life and be happy and not be a fucking cripple. I mean, he's got prostate cancer and all, but like, I don't know. I'm glad that Hacksaw.
Sounds like he's getting through it though.
Yeah, I mean, he's in good spirits.
He can still yell.
Yeah, he looks good too. April's Parents Hobby Farm says Hacksaw didn't have it sanded down and taped like The Rock in Walking Tall. Well, he won't make that mistake again. He's gonna put a leather handle on that sumbitch. Nick Stevens says, how long until the Vikes cut another future WWE champ in training camp? I don't know, but I just said Vikings, so look out. I don't want to get yelled at. Drewzilla says he cool for someone who killed kayfabe. What? Hacksaw never killed kayfabe. Although,
yeah, Hacksaw was one of the guys that like dropped kayfabe.
Yeah. There is a place in, I think this is Pakistan. I don't think this is India. It's Pakistan or Nepal, and they're trying to cut down on the amount of street shitting that's going on there. There's a lot of people who just shit in the streets, which I don't have to tell you, not exactly the best public health policy to allow people.
Oh, that's California who brought back the plague.
Yes. Well, where is Khmer? You know what? I'm not going to be able to do this story unless I'm educated on where it is. Where is Khmer? It is Cambodia. Oh, I was way off. Okay. So this is in
Cambodia.
Yeah, they're in Cambodia. And they're having a problem with people shitting in the street. And so they're trying to...
As you do.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out ways that they can discourage people from doing it, but so far you're all going to get sick and breathe in poop particles isn't working. So they've now started targeting women, trying to get them to stop shitting in the street by saying if you shit in the street, you open yourself up to being sexually assaulted. Because while you're...
I feel like that's not like... I feel like nobody's going to come get sexy time from the person doing a deuce.
I mean, it would be a rapist who would have to be killed on site, because if your thing is, oh, they're taking a shit, oh, I got to jam my cock up there. That's a guy that can't be left around. I mean, you can't even let him sit in a jail cell.
He sees his nature's lube, Aaron.
Yeah. In an effort to get people to stop defecating in the open, the Ministry of Rural Development has raised the specter of attacks, including rape on women, especially in remote provinces. Ministry spokesman Chan Naran said yesterday that defecation outside of the bathroom is more common in rural areas than in urban centers because people there find it more convenient to do so. Although but by the way, you're not allowed to believe that we have a better culture than anybody.
President Chaz, all caps, just went, no, you come here.
I mean, you are kind of helpless until you squeeze it out of there, but it's like, I'm more judging the person who's committing the act in this case. It's like, dude, is the juice really worth the squeeze here? Although the authorities have been pushing them and numerous awareness campaigns have been launched to inform them of the grave risks to their health and well-being if they continue to defecate in open spaces, the outcomes are still far from being eliminated, he added. He said that people find it to be quite easy to defecate outside, which saves them money by not having to build modest bathrooms in their homes. Oh, God. Guys, there's ways to cut corners when you're building a house. Not having a shitter is not one of them.
When did we stop just digging holes for like outhouses, though, if that's the problem?
I believe about the 1700s. I don't know.
Christ.
Defecating in the open not only affects their health and well-being, but one major concern is that raping incidents involving women could possibly take place, he added. I mean, not if the rapist has some baseline respect for himself.
I just feel like the person taking a shit is pretty unrapeable.
Yeah, I mean, it would feel like to me the one time that I'm completely immune to such an attack. I mean, it's almost like...
What kind of monster can keep an erection while somebody's shitting?
That's what I said. Like, a guy like that can't be left alive. Like, that's just shoot on sight. I mean, first of all, yeah, to be able to hold it like that and then, to feel like it's a good idea. I mean, just a lot of more bad judgment than the average rapist, even.
They should get the Poop Patrol people on it or whatever. Right? Isn't that what it's called? Poop Patrol?
Is it Poop Patrol? You mean the San Francisco people?
Yeah. I think it was called Poop Patrol.
I think it is.
They were like fucking hiring like poop detectives.
I just find it wild that you're not allowed. Like, there's this whole like social thing where you're not allowed to say, "Hey, this culture is better than this culture," and then you have to pretend that every culture is just different. What did Biden say about China killing all the Muslims?
Different cultural norms.
Yeah, we have to say different cultural norms. We can't say one's better than the other. But then
I got one that's like kind of sporty, but it's in the vein. So if all we do is like protect and uphold different cultural norms, right?
Yeah.
Does that mean that the next World Cup, when it's here, we're just going to call it soccer all over the board? That's just our cultural norms, guys.
Yeah, I think you should respect our cultural norms in that case.
So if they don't refer to it as soccer, they're not respecting our culture. Just remember that.
I will. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, you can't say that the West has a better culture than, say, Cambodia, but at the same time, you also have to say, oh, by the way, they can't stop people from shitting outside to the point where they don't even want to waste the money on building indoor plumbing. And also, we have to discourage them from pooping in public by saying they might get a dick up their ass.
I mean, but that also happens here in San Francisco where we do have plumbing, right?
Well, and I believe that Western civilization is a much superior culture than San Francisco also.
I did not see that coming, but that is fair.
Yeah, I just don't consider San Francisco part of Western civilization.
Like all of California or just San Francisco?
Just San Francisco. Like Napa Valley's fine,
What about LA?
Look, I guess parts are still doing all right, but other parts they're,
I recognize California more than I'm comfortable with.
It's balkanized. I mean, look, Oakland is violent, but I do find it to be Western civilization. It's just, kind of the rougher parts.
Love it.
I want to talk about this guy because this is another one of those stories I'm obsessed with because it shows the stupidity of like punishing people for stuff they said one time, quoting something, whatever. Robert Sarver, the owner of the Phoenix Suns, they showed him, he was like in emails or something or in phone calls, quoted the N-word talking about his players using it a lot and made some women feel uncomfortable at work. So for saying the N-word and being that guy, they ran him out of town. That's right.
To suspend an owner. I've never understood this.
Not only that, they're making him sell the team. And now the final price tag with this guy, Matt Ishbia, former Michigan State basketball player and billionaire businessman, Matt Ishbia, he's selling the team to him for $4 billion. So you're punishing.
So as a punishment, you have to make $4 billion.
Yes, it's so stupid. The NBA their politics is so idiotic, but yet they're the most insistent out of all the sports about their politics. Like, oh, this guy said the N-word once. You're a fucking basketball team. Do you want to know how many times your players are saying the N-word, like in the first quarter? Jesus. And then, what's his punishment? Well, should we ban him from team activities for a month? No, I've got it. Give him $4 billion. Hold on. How much did Robert Sarver pay for the Suns? Robert Sarver initial.
It's just funny because these people want to be all woke, but then they all do all the shit with China, right? The NBA is like in the pockets of China.
Right, yeah. This owner said a naughty word once, and he made a woman feel uncomfortable. He has to get out of the league. We don't want him anymore. By the way, we just signed a merch deal where a bunch of Chinese slaves are going to make our jerseys.
It's different cultural norms, bro.
Different cultural norms. So here you go, Corey. Here's the numbers. Robert Sarver bought the Suns in 2004 for $400 million.
Holy fuck. So they're going to punish him by making him gain $3.5 billion?
He's going to make 3.6. He's going to make his family wealthy for the next 100 generations at least. I mean, somebody has to explain to me how this is justice or how this is like you punishing the guy. It's remarkable. I mean, the NBA, if you wrote this as a sketch, I wouldn't laugh at it because I'd be like, oh, that would never happen. Yeah, Mirth.
Nothing surprises me anymore. It's just it's getting to that point where it's not even jaded. It's just expected.
Yeah, well, and it's so childish too. Like an adult said an adult word one time in the midst of owning a professional basketball team. Hey guys, I'm sorry. Not every naughty word deserves a punishment. Not
an entire team full of
right. That's the biggest part. He said the word when his entire team is full of and that's where the real problem is here.
They should just be glad that this lover is their owner,
He loves everyone from his point guard to his power forward. And that's what the bottom line should be on this one.
Do you think after he sells the company, he's going to tweet out that he is now rich?
Hey, guys, I went out and bought 7 cars and 3 houses. I feel like I've been a little rich here with this one. But, because now what can you do to him? You're punishing him for saying the N-word. And now you're giving him $3.4 billion.
He wasn't even saying it. He was referencing that people say it.
That's exactly it. Yeah, he was referencing. It's like they did the same thing to Papa John, to John Schnatter.
Yeah.
He was like, if someone said, meh, and he said the word and he said it in a corporate conference call, I would leave the dinner or I wouldn't go invite this person to anything anymore, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, he said the N-word. We have to punish him. I mean, it's something that it's the logic of a 4-year-old, for God's sake. I mean, people, and they're proud of it. There would be something forgivable about it if they went, hey, I just really don't like the word. I know I'm being a total bitch about this and this makes no sense and I'm acting like a kindergartner, but I just can't even. Instead, they go, oh, this billionaire who owns a basketball team quoted the N-word once, and even though I fully understand the context of this, and I know he meant it with no malice, I'm still going to punish him, make him sell his team, and I'm going to pat myself on the back about it afterwards and talk about how strong and progressive I am. It's fucking dumb.
Well, that's exactly what it's always been, though, right? It's like, hey, let's go after this person so we can make ourselves look good while we're doing the same shit,
Yeah, actually.
Like that fucking, who was that fucking Clippers dude? Like, that Clippers dude, they leaked a conversation where this dude basically, he used the N-word and he said he didn't want to see his daughter dating N-words, right? That's what he said.
No, it wasn't his daughter. It was he had a supermodel girlfriend. And he didn't want her going to dinner or going to a basketball game with Magic Johnson. Donald Sterling, that was his name. And yeah, he was like, I don't want you going to the game with them because I don't want people seeing my woman with a, and that was.
But that was leaked audio. Like that's
she recorded his phone call. Yeah, she recorded a phone call. Or
yeah, that's kind of my problem, is that people do all this like weird behind the scenes bullshit, and then they act like anything said in private was public statements.
Yeah.
You know, like if you and I are talking off air, I guess it's different for us because we don't give a shit. Like we're consistent about what we say off air and on, just, you know, a little bit less N-word and less Nazi talk.
Yes. I think that like this, it's not going to get better. Like there's no, you know, don't think that there's going to be some great turnaround. You're just going to have to tap out of these fucking people. You're just going to, like the NBA and all this stuff. They're not going to listen to you raging and yelling and screaming. The only thing they might listen to is they lose money.
That's the only thing that they will ever listen to. But even then, honestly, with the NBA, I'm starting to think that they don't even give a shit about that. I mean, the WNBA has done nothing but lose money, and they're still right there with it.
Yeah, that's true. You said something that reminded me of, like, even Barack Obama shitting on woke culture. Like 3 years ago, he gave this speech where he's kind of saying what you're saying. We're like, you guys show someone tweeting something, and you go, oh, look at how good of a person I am. I called out how shitty they are. And then you pat yourself on the back and act like you've done something.
Right. This is like the genesis of slacktivism, right?
Yeah.
Like how many people when fucking Ukraine started to get bombed by Russia, they're like, oh shit, I better put a Ukrainian flag in my profile picture. I'm helping.
Right. Now I've done something. This is the Barack Obama speech.
You know, this idea of purity and you're never compromised and you're always politically woke and all that stuff. You should get over that quickly. The world is messy. There are ambiguities. Yep. People who do really good stuff have flaws. Right. People who you are fighting may love their kids. And, you know, share certain things with you. And I think that one danger I see among young people, particularly on college campuses, Malia and I talk about this. Yara goes to school with my daughter. But I do get a sense sometimes now among certain young people, and this is accelerated by social media, there is this sense sometimes of the way of me making change is to be as judgmental as possible about other people. And that's enough. Like if I tweet or hashtag about how you didn't do something right or used the wrong verb, or then I can sit back and feel pretty good about myself because, man, you see how woke I was? I called you out.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
Watch my show. Watch Grownish. You know, that's not activism. That's not bringing about change. You know, if all you're doing is casting stones, you know, you're probably not going to get that far.
Yeah, I like. It's amazing how far, like how quickly society has changed in such a short amount of time. Because you look at him, and you go, I forgot that I forgot because I didn't like some of the policies he did. I forgot I liked that guy. I forgot there was something kind of down to earth about that.
I always liked the way he lied to us. Like, you know, they're all full of shit, but at least, I mean, when's the last time we had a president who could talk in a complete sentence that you understood? It was him.
Right. And that he was also the guy, like, he made me feel really good while he did evil, terrible shit in our name.
Yeah, like executing American citizens without a trial.
Right. And then he would go, and this is a hopeful country, and this is a wonderful country. We can come together above our differences and blah, blah, blah. Like Trump and Biden would bomb and kill brown people in our name without a declaration of war. And they go, oh, and by the way, all these people are pieces of shit. This guy sucks. He's awful. It's like that negativity creeps in. Obama would do really shitty things and not know what he was doing, but he would go, and I think all of you have virtue and you have positive things about you, and you're like, fucking A right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. To me, like, Barack Obama is one of those guys where we almost needed him to not be in politics, because politics, everyone's picked their team. So they just hate people based on what their political affiliation was. I feel like Barack Obama, as like a calming social force, would have been like a better guy instead of a political guy, because speeches like that, you wouldn't be able to tell if he was a Republican or a Democrat based on that speech. He's just kind of a curmudgeonly old man who thinks you're all stupid. You know, he's like, oh, you went on your phone and you called someone out. Now you can sit back and watch TV. That's not doing anything, you idiot. It's like, yeah, fucking ain't right, Barack. Brian says, no. We don't get to where we are now without Obama. Yeah, well, but then you could go, we don't get Obama. Then you could say we don't get Obama if we don't have Bush, and we don't have Bush if Clinton doesn't get his dick sucked.
No, stop. You can say that, but only for Bush, right? The place where America is directly linked to Homeland Security and the Patriot Act. That's it. All the people with their names on it, man. Until Biden signs the renewal of the Patriot Act, which I'm sure he'll do next year, he's still better than Trump, Obama, and Bush.
Well, and there's also there's also with Bush, like, you look at the stuff we were just talking about with Twitter. I mean, that whole door got opened because of George W. Bush. The other presidents and the other like administrations and the military and all that, they just used what he gave them.
Obama was the first one to campaign on Twitter. Like, that's largely how he won his presidency.
Yeah, and he was the first gay president. I'm just kidding. Of course not. Of course not.
How are you going to disrespect Carter like that?
Literally, yeah, you know what? You're right. And Franklin Pierce. I apologize to both of them. Lemmy says, Aaron.
Also, not be able to convince me that Grover Cleveland wasn't. I mean, just with a name like that, how could you not?
Total Mo, 100%. Guys, we are giving a quick update. You guys have been crazy awesome this last month, supportively. Of course, Fred and David especially at the forefront, but many others. We are now a week ahead of our goals. We're 110 away from next Wednesday morning being knocked out. So thank you very much. Corey, the feud still continues between Andrew Tate and Logan Paul. I need one of the Paul brothers and Andrew Tate to fight already. Enough with the talk. Let's get it done. I feel like Jake is maybe...
I prefer Jake to do it because he would definitely beat his ass, but...
Yeah. I mean, Logan... You know, Logan's kind of famous for, like, taking on big fights and losing. I don't think he's won one yet.
I think he won one, right? I think he won one of the KSI.
There was a draw in the first KSI fight. He lost the second KSI fight. I mean, both of them were really, really close. I had Logan Paul winning one of them, but he draw with KSI, lost to KSI, and then lost to Mayweather. I think he's the only one.
I thought he won one of the KSI ones, but I guess not.
Michael Pitt says Tate fucks them both up. Not in a boxing match. Jake Paul would beat him in a boxing match.
Yeah, Jake Paul would beat his ass in a boxing match.
Look, kickboxing, Andrew Tate would fucking crush them both. Absolutely. I mean, the guy was a world-class kickboxer for years. He's not going to lose that. But in a straight-up boxing match, nah, I think Jake would beat him. But Logan, I don't know. Maybe they're setting up like a 2-payday thing where Andrew Tate goes up against Logan and beats him, so then that sets up the fight with Jake, and he's got to avenge his brother. This is Andrew Tate's latest shit talk about Logan Paul.
Bro, Logan is best friends with KSI, who's beefing Jake Paul. Does that even make sense?
Bro, I've had people look at you wrong, and I've punched him in the face.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just a weird dude. Like, he's just clout chasing. He'll just clout chase anyone. Logan's an extremely emotional.
Here's always been my problem with Andrew Tate. He knows this shit's a work and pretends it isn't. Like, Andrew Tate's stuck between gimmick and real person. Like, he enjoys the fact that people around the world think he's this tough, badass, old school man. But at the same time, he plays it up as a gimmick to try and grab viewers and everything else. And now he wants to go, oh, Logan Paul's clout chasing. Logan Paul. Yeah, welcome to the party, dude. He's been doing it for 10 years. That's his shtick. That's his thing. So,
but is he really clout chasing if everybody comes to him? I feel like Logan Paul gets a bad rap about that. Everybody always says, oh, Logan Paul is clout chasing, but like at the same time, they're the ones talking about him.
You're right. The Paul brothers don't clout chase. They get clout chased.
Paul's not talking about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's talking about Logan Paul.
Right.
Who's clout chasing
You can
here?
see on his face, he's very, very angry and very, very upset at our success, and sits there and tries to say, no, he should be banned. He should be banned. And I was watching it going, the worst thing about this is not what he's saying. It's that he doesn't really believe it. Logan is a man who says things that he...
Yeah, here's another thing about the Andrew Tate guys, the Cobra people, as it were.
The Cobra people?
Yeah. Do we have to... Hey, co-host guy. Do we have to sit there and obnoxiously play with a lighter so we can keep the cigar gimmick going during the show? We get it. You've got a dick and balls, okay? You're a
He just
man.
wants you to know that he smokes cigars, bro.
Yeah, bro. You've got cum all over in your body, and you got cum in your balls, and you shoot it on girls, all right? We're doing a podcast. I don't think we need the clicky of the lighter so you can light your cigar and go, look, I'm a cigar guy. Don't get me wrong. But a guy like him makes me like go to the Carlin bit where he's like, why don't you just skip the cigar and go to the next abomination? Just a big brown cock. Just go ahead and suck on one of those. Oh, the whole using the cigar as like a look how much of a man I am gimmick is so douchey. It's not so much Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate's lackey here. Like, to me, he's kind of the very definition of the guy who you just look at him and go, bro, we get it. All right? Relax.
Because he thinks he's supposed to say them, which makes him an agent of the Matrix, makes him a coward. They create a Matrix in real time. And anyone who supports that, anyone who's going to sit here and say,
Makes him a coward.
Yeah. He's like, oh, they create a Matrix. They're fucking around on the internet, Andrew. Like, Andrew is one of those people who thinks on Twitter that this is all a shoot.
Well, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, Andrew Tate's going to sit here and he's going to bitch and moan about Logan Paul the entire time while calling him clout chasing. But you're the one talking about him.
Right. And you're the one actively pursuing the idea of a fight. I mean, yeah, that my thing with Andrew.
It reminds me of when we first met Cowpote and he's all like, you guys won't stop talking about me, blah, blah. It's like, you're the one making these horrific videos.
Right. And, the thing about Tate, again, it's the thing that bothers me. He has one foot in, I'm a real man. This is legit. This is a shoot. Because people always ask him, are you kind of full of shit with the wild things you say? Nope. I'm a cigar smoking, drinking. I take my shirt off, unbutton my shirt. I'm a man. But then at the same time, he's doing the pro wrestling shtick, calling out Logan Paul and then going, yeah, Logan Paul is obsessed with me and he can't stop talking about me. Bitch, you're the one talking about Logan. Like, I don't know where this, like,
I don't get that. It's very weird to me, and the Paul brothers are like, they're people that I've done a complete 180 on. I used to fucking hate them, but there's something, I think for me, it's the respect of actually getting in the boxing ring and then watching how Jake is actually taking the training and everything super serious.
Yeah.
It's at some point, like, you can get mad at Logan Paul or fucking Jake, but at some point you're still talking about them.
Right.
And, boxing especially, it's kind of boring right now. Like, once you get outside of Tyson Fury and maybe, I guess, Canelo, is there anything else more relevant than Jake Paul right now?
Oh, not more relevant than Jake Paul. I was going to say the lightweights are really good right now. The welterweights are really good. But yeah, outside of like mainstream relevance.
I mean, like outside of like the nerds, right? Like if you're, if you're just a hardcore like boxing mark, you're going to talk about like fucking Spence and all the ins and out people. But like for the most people that don't necessarily follow it, because, you look at like Pacquiao Mayweather or like Conor Mayweather, like these big name fights get the people outside of the boxing bubble to actually pay attention. Is there anything more relevant right now outside? I feel like Tyson Fury might still be bigger, but like Jake Paul's a pretty big, like golden albatross for people that want to get into boxing. And it's a fucking sideshow.
He's top 5. It's, you got Wilder, Joshua, Fury. This is in no order. Wilder, Joshua, Fury, Canelo, and then I don't know. After that, I think
I still don't buy Joshua. I know you've been trying to sell me on it, and I know he's huge in the UK. I just feel like nobody gives a shit about him since he lost to Ruiz.
If people can look, if a guy can put 75,000 people in an arena, it's not an opinion anymore. You just kind of got to give the guy his due. I mean,
they were there to see his opponent.
Tyson stopped being an actual threat to the heavyweight division by about 95, 96. And for, 7 years after that, people still filled arenas to watch him. Like, it's just a draw is not always the best guy out there. De La Hoya
Yeah, well, Mayweather, people were just filling those seats to watch him get his ass kicked.
Right, exactly.
For our safety, it's good that we hand over absolute control of the world narratives to unknown shadow figures. As long as they don't delete my account, Susan, if I say he's a bad man, Susan, can I keep my account? You are a clown. You are a performing clown. You have no...
Right, but has he ever said he's not? That's my whole thing. Like, Andrew Tate wants everyone to be like him. Andrew,
right.
I don't want to be this serious. I don't want to be as serious as you are. You don't have a sense of humor. You never laugh. I always see you. You're ranting. You're losing your mind. You're like Liver King with more self-awareness.
I would watch him fight Liver King.
That would be fun. I want to see the Liver King get kicked in the head by Andrew Tate. But, like, you're a clown, Logan. Yeah, he's a clown, and I think he said as much. Like, he's an entertainer, Andrew. God, he's a
fucking podcast personality.
Yes, exactly. That would be like
no matter what else you think about the Logan or Jake Paul, at the very core of it, they're podcasters, bro.
Yes.
Simmer down. I find Andrew Tate fucking unbearable, and I always have. I
didn't find him unbearable at first, but over time, it's just he wore on me, and I'm like, all right, man, I get it. Plus, like, some of the shit he's accused of with women, you're like, look, you may not be fully guilty of all of it, but you're obviously a piece of shit too. So, and again, the Maharaji, like, fucking life guru shit he's got going on. Shut up. He basically takes nerdy, dorky guys who wish they were big jocks and fills them full of bullshit and, like, makes the world a really simple A, B, and C place and then says, oh, this is the way to go. It's like, shut up.
In the things my brother and I are interested.
Smart people don't fall for Andrew Tate, I don't think. And smart people also get what the Paul brothers are doing.
Well, but that's like where Andrew Tate is, though. Like, he got big by being this character on TikTok. I mean, that's who he is. He's the guy that's like misogyny on TikTok. That's his fucking angle.
Right. And then he's going to go to the Paul brothers and go, you guys are a gimmick. Yeah, at least they admit it, though, unlike you. Like, you want people to believe that this is really you.
Interested in. We are interested in the future of humanity. We're interested in allowing people to have open discourse and discussion. We're interested in our children's children living in a world where they're not enslaved. All you care about is keeping your little fucking YouTube channel because you are a performing...
Right, because Logan Paul understands that he's not the Maharashi, that he's not going to be the guy who ushers us into a new world of consciousness. He's like, you know what I'm good at? Being a fucking goofball on the internet. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be a goofball on the internet. Andrew, at least Logan knows when he's being the butt of the joke. Andrew doesn't.
Full disclosure, he also does boxing. He's got that fucking Prime Water. Like, I don't think he legitimately cares if something happens to his podcast anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he doesn't.
Paul's net worth? Hold on, I'm looking at it right now.
I bet she's probably worth 40 or 50 million. Nah, not that much. 10 to 15 million. I'll say with Logan Paul.
45 million.
Holy shit. Okay.
I can say at 45 million, he legit doesn't give a fuck what happens to his podcast.
Yeah.
Clown. You are that's all he is. He's a performing clown, and he's at mercy. He's at the mercy of his masters, and he knows it, and he will say anything he is told to fucking say. Well, he is a coward. Logan is a man who will say anything he thinks he is supposed to say so that the people in charge of him don't take his YouTube channel away, because if he loses it, he has nothing else.
And
holy fuck, dude. Andrew Tate is worth $350 million.
Oh, yeah, he's worth a shitload of money. He's very rich. He's done very well for himself. A lot of kickboxing tournaments and, like, public speaking.
That's right.
Yeah, a lot of public speaking and shit like that, endorsements.
Yeah, but you have the professional fighting career before you become that. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and how about
85 wins, 9 losses as a kickboxer?
He's very good. He's very good. And Logan Paul, like, he jumped into WWE too, and, like, the hard way, not as like a celebrity thing. Like, he went in there, he started working matches. So, like, I mean, it's kind of a pathetic attempt on Andrew Tate's part to, like, he wants Logan's attention. Like, he wants Logan to do something with him. He wants to work with Logan, but he won't say it, so he's kind of pro wrestling it, which is fine. I have nothing against that. But you can't then call someone else a clown and that they're just doing things for clout and doing this. You can't say that someone else is a clout chaser while you literally do a video about them to try and get their attention and get clout.
It reminds me of the movie, Bobcat Goldthwait did a movie called Shakes the Clown.
Yeah.
It reminds me, in that movie, there's a sequence where the party clowns are making fun of the rodeo clowns. That's what this feels like.
Right, exactly. And they're acting like they're more legitimate than the other ones.
Right. Like, oh man, I'm so glad I'm not a fucking rodeo clown. I'm a party clown. Like, fucking whatever, dude. And also, if you're trying to look masculine and intimidating, maybe don't talk shit about a YouTube personality in a bathrobe.
Yeah, right, exactly. Only Alex Stein can pull off the bathrobe, for God's sake. All right, let's, I got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. We'll get into those. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, our pals at Stoney's. Great place to go watch the game on Saturday. Vikings and Giants, of course, from US Bank Stadium. Watch it at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. TVs all over the place. A great place to go get your Bloody Marys, to get those world-famous, world-class Bloody Marys. Beers, cocktails, pizzas. Bring your friends. Live music on the weekends. Live bands on the weekends. It's a great dive, a great party. It's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. And All Care Towing, of course, here in Minnesota, when it's cold, when it's icy, you're going to need somebody there quickly, and that's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Too Sweet Pistol Pete says, what's with all the fake viewers? I don't know. I just like them a lot, so I just keep them around. I'm a big, I've always been a big fake viewer guy. I just imagine being so mad that a show grew since the last time you watched it. And by the way, our numbers are probably a little lower than normal for today. So imagine not liking us so much that you're like, no, they can't be good. They can't have more viewers than the stuff I watch. That's not what God damn it. Too Sweet Pistol Pete, do me a favor, buddy. Either continue being miserable or just realize we're a good show. You're going to like us. Whatever investment you've made in not liking us is probably worthless horseshit anyways. And just look, everybody, this is what I always point out. If we were a show like, you know, how on Misery Loves Company, the whole chat is talking about how shitty chat is, that would make me feel terrible if I was doing a show. But when you have Too Sweet Pistol Pete coming in here and literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people are having a great time in the chat, and you're the one guy not having a good time, again, I'm trying to help you, buddy. The call might be coming from inside the house. Just Von Kaiser says, I'm fake. What's going on? Well, here, I'm going to prove Too Sweet Pistol Pete wrong. Guys, if you're not fake, or I'm sorry, if you are fake, press F in the chat. Watch. There's going to be no Fs. Everyone here is real. Just hit F. Oh, no. Oh, shit. There's one person. Okay, so Corey says, oh, no, there's another F.
I think we all knew I was fake.
Oh, no, they're all fake. Oh, shit. Too Sweet Pistol Pete was right. No, guys, I didn't realize. No, Toots is the driving cat is fake? Oh. Rusty Grammar says, I'm a bot. Shit, talk about your all-time backfires. Now I look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you feel pretty stupid, you fucking clown.
I do. I feel like a goddamn tard. Well, Pistol Pete, you got me. I mean, they're still going. Snubnose says, I'm real. My interest is fake. Yeah, see? They don't even like me for real. You know, I didn't think that Pistol Pete would come in here and completely expose this show, but he has. And I'm really sorry. I mean, the Fs are still going off in the chat of people who are apparently
How exposed do you feel?
Like Andrew Tate's chest during a live stream.
So like 2/3?
2/3. Turtle says, Pete sounds like the asshole who goes to a concert and screams they don't like music. See, that's what I like to do when people like Pistol Pete come in. I don't like to get mad and yell at people. I like to have a good time with people like that. Because I'll tell you this. When people come in with that attitude, what people who do shows have to realize is that you're this close to that person being a fan. You are that close. So if you yell at them, they're going to go like, oh, I did a good job. I made you angry. But if you have some fun with them and you fuck around, and Corey and I have said this a long time, own whatever their insult is. Like whatever they think they've got you on, just assume it's true and then go, okay, what now? Now look, we just had a great time with Pistol Pete. We had a lot of fun. And if Pistol Pete's being honest, he'd go, that was pretty good. Nice work. You know what? Touche. I'm a fan. It's a good time.
I'll begrudgingly hit the subscribe button.
Right. Too Sweet Pistol Pete. You can begrudgingly subscribe to this show. No rule against it.
Yeah, most of our fans do.
Yeah. Too Sweet Pistol Pete says a lot of Indians pressing F. See, now Pistol Pete, he's fucking around. He's part of the joke now. We've all, like I said, people like Pistol Pete, we turn them like that. You don't get mad at Pistol Pete because all Pistol Pete is a fan who's just 5 minutes away from realizing it. That's all. So everyone in the chat right now, thank Pistol Pete, but also...
Until he crosses you again and you ban him from chat.
No. Pistol Pete's one of my favorite new listeners.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. We also have...
RGZ says, I'm a Democrat. I've been exposed. I'm a Democrat, you guys.
You are a Democrat. That's 100%.
This guy got really mad about something that I didn't even say earlier, and he's been ranting about it for 20 minutes. It's hilarious.
Well, I agree with him. I mean, you are a big-time lefty.
Oh, God. Give me some Lizzo Warren. Is that her name? Liz Warren?
Elizabeth Warren, yeah. I mean...
Yeah. I knew that.
Although, I will say Lizzo Warren would be a great combo. I gave my mods a test.
It's a good matchup for a shirt.
I gave my mods a test and they failed. Guys, when you see the porno people show up, you gotta drop them. You gotta get rid of them. Oops, shit. I just hid Dirty Major Woody. My bad. There we go.
On the bright side, that's just Magnum Dewey. Nobody cares. He's not going anywhere.
My bad, brother. Pistol Pete says, I'll subscribe if the fat guy shaves his beard on live stream. Well, no, we don't negotiate with terrorists, Too Sweet Pistol Pete. I mean, that's not something I can do.
Yeah, why would I do that for free? You want me to shave that? I've told people I'll shave this on air, but you're not getting it for free. Simmer down.
Exactly. I have to do something.
What fucking asshole just comes in and talks shit, and then he's like, I'll do this one thing if that guy does this other thing. Yeah.
I do like that he's got the confidence to bark orders, though, you know? He's like, hey, I know I was just trying to shit on you guys a little bit ago, and you flipped it, and I'm a fan, and I like you now. Make that guy shave his beard. I'm like, dude, you got to give it a couple weeks before you can start barking orders. You got to build up some credit, you know? Can't just, I mean, you're trying to move this relationship way too fast. He also says Vikings suck. Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll get the evidence of that at the end of the year, right?
Last time I looked, they're the number 2 seed, and no team in the NFL is gonna fucking score 34 on us. So fucking, I don't know. I'm completely doing a U-turn. You know what? I've officially drank the Kool-Aid. I'm in.
There you go. All right.
This is our fucking year.
You're on the KOC bandwagon?
I was on the KOC bandwagon. It's Cousins that I haven't been on the bandwagon for.
Kirk is worth the money.
I told you when this all happened, I was a Zim guy. I didn't want him to go, but I had nothing against the new coach, and I would give him a fair share. And like the new GM getting Hutchinson, fucking TJ, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah,
Hawkinson into that. I can't believe they pulled that off. And then, I mean, at some point with Kirk Cousins, I just have to apologize and acknowledge I was wrong when the dude puts up 400 yards in a half.
Yeah, and we should extend him in the offseason again and clear up some cap space. Let's go to April's parents' hobby farm, who's just calling in. Let's see what he's got for us. Hello, sir.
Hey, is this Vikings fan line?
This is Vikings fan line. What can we do for you?
I'm just curious to your thoughts on switching from 3-4 to 4-3.
Oh, see, I think that would be a big mistake because I don't know about you, April's parents' hobby farm, but I think having Zadarius Smith and Danielle Hunter coming from a stand-up rush position is a lot better than putting them in the stance in the traditional 4-3. I think you got to stick with the 3-4. I think you're an 11-3 team. You dance with who brought you, and even though it may have its flaws, I don't think we abandon the 3-4. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. I feel like our run defense has taken a shit because of it.
Oh, that's that's a good point. A lot of people saying that.
But yeah, no, I just wanted your opinion, and I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I love it when we get fake sports talk calls.
Hardcore sports talk calls.
I love that. This next story is going to be very difficult. I have to kind of tiptoe on this one, because I'm trying not to say what it's going to sound like I'm saying, because it's not what I'm saying. There's a 97-year-old woman who was recently found and was on trial and found guilty for complicity in the Holocaust. She was held accountable for more than 10,000 victims. She's a 97-year-old woman, and she was a Nazi secretary. I'm going to try and say this carefully.
Wait, so we're going to Mad Men all of the assistant staff now?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the 97-year-old secretary who just happened to be around when it was happening should be thrown in prison for the fucking Holocaust. Like, I understand the argument.
How do you think the soldiers felt that weren't even stationed anywhere near a Holocaust place?
Right, they're just fighting a war like any other soldier.
They're literally like, I was on kitchen duty this whole fucking time, and now I got to be executed?
But, like, think about it.
I do hate the Jews.
Right, I'm not saying she's not anti-Semitic, but, like, for example, somebody who worked at the concentration camp, all right, you actively killed Jews. You should be held accountable. You should go to jail.
What if you only managed the workflow chart of it, though?
Right, like, what if you're the secretary and all you did was take the phone calls of the guy who was going to tell your boss to kill the Jews, like, and you just transferred the phone call? I don't know if that really makes you guilty. Like, I don't know if the secretary seems like you're kind of spiking the football 80 years later on World War II.
Like, maybe I'm a horrible person for this. I mean, I know I am, but maybe for this, but like, at some point, I understand statute of limitations, but like, at some point, just like, they got away with it, man. She's 97 years old. She got away with it.
Right, she skated.
It's fine.
I mean, look.
Like, what are you going to do? You're going to drag them through a fucking... You're going to drag them through a fucking trial, and then what? You're going to get them in jail for 2 years till they die?
Yeah, a former Nazi concentration camp typist known as the Secretary of Evil. See, like, they give them names, and it's like, no, she was a secretary lady in her 20s working a job to pay her bills.
I got it. What? Make her do gangbang porn with black Jewish dudes.
So the death penalty.
Community service.
Yes. She's been convicted by a German court for her role in more than 10,000 murders during the Holocaust. Why? Because she filed the paperwork?
Yeah.
Furchner, who was tried as a juvenile because she was under 21 when she worked at the camp, was sentenced to a 2-year suspended prison term. Okay, so they're not going to throw her in jail at least. She's getting a 2-year suspended term. So apparently as long as she doesn't kill any Jews for 2 years, they'll keep her out of jail.
So she's going to jail.
Yeah, they catch her listening to Kanye. She's going right to jail. That's the problem. Anton Slavic says they're not wrong. Look, she was like 20 years old. She was a secretary at a camp. I get it. Okay, if she knew what was going on there and she still worked there, okay, then there's a level of complicity. But she didn't break any actual laws.
Dude, here's from the report on that. She's indirectly guilty, the lawyer told the reporters last December, even if she sat there in the office and put her stamp on my father's death certificate. So one of the prosecuting attorneys actually had somebody die in the hospital. So, you know, there's no conflict of interest there.
Right. I've always thought that was kind of weird, where like when it came to the concentration camp stuff and all these trials, they really do kind of suspend.
Oh my God.
They suspend a lot of the rules just so they can get it done. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought the whole reason to have this process was so that we could show that our way works no matter what.
You get ready to get mad. Okay. This is the same guy, right? It's a foregone conclusion that a 97-year-old woman would not be made to serve sentence in prison. So I guess it's more of a symbolic sentence, he told the BBC.
Oh, great. So you drug this 97-year-old woman through this whole process so you felt better.
But the length should be made to reflect the extraordinarily barbaric nature of being found to be complicit in the murder of more than 10,000 people.
I mean, is this what we do for, like, I don't know, like I watched a documentary on Enron yesterday, The Smartest Guys in the Room, which everybody talks about so great. You know, it's so good. I bored the shit out of me. But, like, did they take the secretaries of Enron? I mean, they were filing the papers for all the guys who were ripping people off. I mean, shouldn't they be punished for their legal complicity? To me, there's got to be levels. And a secretary is so far removed from the actual decision-making and the actual act of killing anyone that I don't think you can hold them. You can hold them
What
more.
if she was killing people while being a secretary? Like, what if she was, like, torturing her fucking aides or some shit?
Then yes, that's, you know, if she was Klobucharing people, you know, what are you going to do? But at the same time, like, if you take this woman, you could convict her of a moral crime, but not a legal one. She didn't break any laws. She didn't do anything illegal. She did something immoral. She sat there while this was all happening. But I don't think you can go to prison for setting a bad moral example. Tell
that to Bill Cosby.
Druzilla says Jews never feel better. They just, oh, well, okay, if I read that. Druzilla, I'm not saying you're a bad guy. I'm just, looking out for a growing channel here. By the way, which reminds me.
Less Kanye, guys. Less Kanye.
Yeah, less Kanye, more Harvey Firestein, if we could. But it reminds me, we've hit all of our subscription targets that we've hit for this year. So basically, what I'm saying is, if we're going to try to get to 7,500 by the end of the year, we're playing with house money, so we're just setting a wild number. If you feel like hitting subscribe, please do. Liking the channel or liking the video helps a lot, so like the stream. That's really cool, too. Just take a couple of seconds. See if we can get her up to 200 again today. 200 likes on the live stream. And yes, hit that subscribe button. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you're at on this, but I don't feel like this. I feel like they drug this 97-year-old lady through a lot of shit, and all basically by self-admittance, saying
Feels
that.
like they just want to punish the elderly while they virtue signal.
Right, exactly. They're kind of doing the Obama thing with her. Oh, look, I called her out for being a secretary. I can go watch TV now.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah.
I changed my flag to Ukraine on Facebook. I've done my part.
There was also that Netflix documentary about.
Also, can we just let the Holocaust go? It's 100 years ago, guys. Terrible historic event that we all should be aware of so it doesn't happen again.
Right.
But why are we pursuing these fucking 90+ idiots?
Yeah, it's done. It's over with. It's yeah. I mean, unless you find a guy who actually ran a camp and shit like that, then yeah, I get it. But the secretary,
even then though, if that guy's 98, who cares?
There was that documentary on that guy who lived in Cleveland, and
they found a guy in Minnesota or Wisconsin a couple of years ago too. Same thing.
There was that Damayuk or whatever his name was. They had a nickname for him. They thought he was this guy at Treblinka, and he swore to God, he's like, no, I wasn't. I was a German soldier, I fought on the front lines and stuff, but I'm not this guy from the concentration camp. And they had a whole big trial, and it was in Israel, and it was, Jewish lawyers, Jewish judge, Jewish jury, the whole deal. And of course, they convicted him. But the evidence they found in this documentary shows that this guy is probably not the guy that they said he was, and they convicted him anyway. Who was it? It was John Damanyuk. Ivan the Terrible. Yeah, that was the guy in the concentration camps that they called Ivan the Terrible. They thought it was him. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that whole documentary even kind of came down to the conclusion at the end that this guy might not have been the guy he's convicted of being. So he moved after World War II to America, got a job as a factory worker.
There's nothing you're going to do that's going to punish these people more than being over 95 years old.
Right. Yeah. David Chandler with $9.99 says, is that Jeremy from the Quartering? Oh, it's Corey, 7,500. That's not a lot of subscribers. You're right.
Wow, 750,000 is a lot.
You are correct. That's it is a long way to go. We are only $100 away from next Wednesday morning's goal. Fucking insane, guys. Thank you very much. Very cool. I take offense to Corey calling it a mistake. I said, all right. I was wrong. Aaron convinced me, says Anton Slavic. Hey, whoa. I'm not convincing anybody. I don't even really know how I feel about it. It just seems like they're going a long way to get a 97-year-old woman. That's all. Clumpy Cat Litter says, I have a box of spoons from a Nazi officer's mess hall, also an officer's sword and paratrooper's dagger. My pap fought in World War II. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, we've seen you steal a candy bar.
Jesus.
Yeah, we saw you steal a candy bar. You're 90, though. Book him. Yeah, she's pretty far removed from the actual act. Like I said, morally complicit, absolutely. Legally complicit? I don't think so. And I feel like when it comes to
these... complicit, though, if you're just the secretary? I don't even believe that either. Who the fuck listens to their secretary?
No, I'm saying, like, if you know it's going on and you keep working there, that's a moral...
Here was always my problem with that, though, right? Is, okay, so you're in Nazi Germany, right? And you realize what's going on, and you're like, oh, shit, I have to, like, not be here. Where the fuck are you going to go? How the fuck are you getting out of the country? Like, I hate people, like, the logistics of just not working for that murder death machine are not just like, oh, I quit. Like, that's not how it went down.
Right. Let's say you're the secretary for a priest who it's found out is molesting children. And you knew he was molesting.
So you're Catholic.
Yeah. You knew he was molesting children and you didn't actively stop him. Can they catch you years later and arrest you and throw you in prison for aiding and abetting molestation of a child? I feel like your failing was a moral failing, but I don't think it was a legal failing. I don't know.
I think you can get people in jail for that.
All right. Well, then that 97-year-old bitch should rot in hell.
Damn.
All right. There. All right. If that is a crime, then maybe she should. I'm not married to my position. It looks a little weird that a secretary who's 97 years old is like being pursued with this kind of fervor. It's just odd to me. She seems like, well, I guess what I'm saying is she seems like a very low man on the totem pole. Brian says you should absolutely go to jail. Yes, we got a Joe Paterno sympathizer over here. Joe Paterno's secretary didn't go to jail, or not Paterno. What was his name? Sandusky. Sandusky's like secretary didn't go to jail, or people working at his foundation didn't go to jail, even though they might have had an inkling he was doing something shitty. But I don't know. Like I said when I introduced this story, I'm going to be fighting an uphill battle here anyway, because it's either you go, oh, yes, absolutely, 100%, she should have even got a stiffer sentence. If you try to look at stuff like this with any kind of nuance, you're crucified immediately. Immediately. And that's kind of the way it is when you don't take one side or the other on any issue. You're Mr. Mushy in the middle and you get, stones thrown at you from both sides. Let's talk about Karine Jean-Pierre. I tell you what, I think she's an American hero. This Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary. I mean, oh my God. Not only one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my entire life, but also just, a real paragon of virtue that, really keeps this country informed as to what's going on at the White House. Don't you think, Corey?
Cares about the fucking White House. These people need to well, we can't say that on YouTube.
Don't you think that Karine Jean-Pierre is just a wonderful woman, though? It's just her whole job is keeping us informed and just really salt of the earth.
I was going to make a thing with her. I can't. I'll text it to you. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm trying to. There's a tightrope I'm trying to walk, and nothing I say won't violate policy.
Get off the fucking tightrope. You know what?
I'm dismounting.
Put that tightrope up on Twitch Talk and let me know where it goes. I think that's a great idea.
I'll do that on you now.
Oh no, Hacksaw Jim Duggan is in the chat informing us that Karine Jean-Pierre is a color. Oh well, Hacksaw, come on. We're all rooting for you, buddy. Come on, you don't need to be talking like that. Well, anyway,
I'm pretty sure she's animatronic is the nicest way I can say that.
Okay, fair enough. She said something very brave yesterday, and it was when they were talking about the January 6th thing wrapping up and them sending their recommendations. She said something remarkably brave, and I want to play it for you guys with no interruption.
We've been very clear from the beginning that what we saw on January 6th was the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And the president has been very clear. Our democracy continues and remains under threat.
There you go. January 6th, boys and girls. Now, I've heard people say January 6th. Like, I've heard dumb people say that January 6th was worse than 9/11. I have never heard anyone say that January 6th was the biggest attack on our nation since the Civil War. That one's pretty rough. 700,000 Americans, by the way, if you need to know the number, died in the Civil War. I believe January 6th, some cops died under mysterious circumstances afterward. And what's her name? Ashley Babbitt got shot for rushing at a guard. So
9/11 was just a play date?
9/11 was gay. Like, fuck 9/11, right? And it's stupid Twin Towers asshole.
What about JFK?
JFK was stupid. That was nothing. That was a nothing burger. No, Civil War. It's got to be Civil War. See, I would even say that, like...
these are the people in charge.
I would say that as far as January 6th goes, I don't know if it was even the biggest attack on our democracy in the last...
Can I let you in on a secret? What? It wasn't an attack on our democracy at all.
It wasn't that bad. I mean...
No. There is, not only was it not that bad, but if it escalated to be really bad, it still wouldn't have mattered. Like, it's the show Battlestar Galactica. In that show, there's a teacher who is a board of education who's the last person in government, so she's now the president, right? If you killed every single person in that building, which I'm not advocating for, don't fucking do that, the next people up fill those positions. And you know how much that would have changed the election? This was always my problem with the January 6th bullshit anyways, because not only was it stupid, not only was it this fucking ridiculous circus that I have to listen to for 3 years now, like, it wouldn't have done anything. You could have literally blown up that entire fucking building and it wouldn't have stopped the election. It wouldn't have done what they wanted it to do. It didn't attack democracy. It's fucking crazy.
I think, look, the whole January 6th thing, I'm impressed. I will say I'm really impressed at how much mileage they've been able to squeeze out of this thing. We're almost at the 2-year mark now, and it's pretty fucking impressive that they squeezed this much mileage out of it. But I think this is definitely the end phase. Like, when you're going to, it's the Civil War, I think you've run out of real estate for hyperbole at this point.
100%.
Yeah. So
it's all hyperbolic, right? And these are the people that were attacking Trump constantly, the Orange Man Bad group, right? They have to have this narrative to just sow bullshit or they can't govern. I mean, and this is where it goes back to, like, I don't think any charges will come from all this because the Democrats want Trump to run again. That's the best thing that could ever happen to them.
Drew Zilla says over-under on demonetization was about 7:30 your time. Yeah, I want to make it very clear. Nobody's making any threats. Nobody's doing any kind of violent shit. None of that stuff. It's just saying, hypothetically speaking, if this happened, would it be worse than that? It's making the comparison, as it were.
My problem is I'm just sick of hearing people say that it was an attack on democracy when, if that attack had been carried through to the level they're acting like it was, it wouldn't have attacked democracy at all. Like, there's nothing that blowing up that building was going to do for the people that wanted the vote returned or, or overturned or redone or whatever. And that's like, there was no fucking goal. There was no anything. It's so fucking stupid.
Too Sweet Pistol Pete says, the new Mersh and Royce, are these guys trying to be ROTC? No. We barely ever talk about the news. Hardly ever. This is a goofy, wacky fucking comedy show. You're not going to get me to shit on those guys. They've both been very nice to our show, and I enjoy their program. So I don't get the hatred of it. Too Sweet Pistol Pete, it sounds like you kind of spend your days watching shit you don't like. And I got to tell you, buddy, as a human being who does the opposite, you're going to be a lot happier if you just find stuff you love. I can't imagine you've got too many. I don't want to say this. I imagine you don't have too many people close to you in your life, because people like that don't just watch shit and go, I fucking hate it. It's like poking at a bruise and just going, ow, ow, ow. Just stop poking. Mirth Redrum says, I'm here for entertainment purposes only. Me too, buddy. Andrew Callahan, speaking of January 6th, Andrew Callahan from Channel 5 News, he's doing very well for himself, by the way. He's got a HBO documentary series now. Like, he's actually moving up. He was talking to Don Lemon on Don Lemon's new CNN morning show.
That is not a sentence I thought I would ever hear. He's really moving up. He was talking to Don Lemon.
Right, okay. Maybe the talking to Don Lemon part isn't indicative of the move up.
It's a lateral move?
Yeah, that might not be a big thing. Don Lemon's moving up in the world. He's talking to Andrew Callahan from Channel 5. That might be the way to explain this. But no, he's doing the HBO thing, and he's getting some money for what he's doing. I think that's great. But he did an interview on CNN, and this is why I unabashedly love Don Lemon. Don says shit without a moment's hesitation, without a moment's thought, and commits to it and leans in. Like, he was on Colbert, I think. He was on Colbert recently. And he said, well, I heard from your new bosses that CNN's not going to be as liberal anymore. And Don Lemon looked at Colbert and said, oh, I don't think we've ever really been liberal. We've been journalists, and we're going to be very fair. And I think you have to be fair to everyone. And everyone's got some fair points to make. And you and I said this about Don Lemon. He's kind of impressed us in the last couple months because he's shown that he doesn't really have any convictions, and he's just a good company man. Like, Don Lemon will go wherever the bosses tell him to go.
That's right. Like, when you and I were talking about it, and I was telling you that, like, Don Lemon never gets fired. Because that's a company guy.
Right. He's not like, what's his face? Who's the guy who, like, held fast for the last regime and would suck their dick at every turn? But as soon as the Stelter. And Stelter, the new regime.
Wait, was it?
Yeah. So Stelter would back up every guy until he was fired. Then he would turn around and the bosses would say, go on TV and say Cuomo was a piece of shit. And he went on and said Cuomo's a piece of shit. Not only that, said he's probably a bigger piece of shit than you guys even know about. Then the new bosses come in and they're like, hey, here's our new direction. You don't fit it. You're out of here. So he goes on his last show and goes, well, I really hope this network can survive with this new direction that values ratings and this and that over people and stories. But like, he just completely turned on CNN and they're complete dog shit because he's on his way out. Don Lemon, on the other hand, is Mr. Play Ball. Mr., I'll do what I need to do. Yes, sir. No, sir. Like, Don Lemon is a creature of survival. He's going to be around a lot longer than a lot of you probably think he will be because he plays that game really well. Here's Andrew Callahan talking about, January 6th, the media coverage, everything else. And I thought this was pretty good that Don Lemon ended up saying the funniest thing.
His involvement, his state of mind or anything?
I don't think the movie's not just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers.
I love how the media is trying to guide him toward talking about January 6th. And he's like, that's not really.
I watched this yesterday. This is so great.
It's not really what it's about. It's actually about you guys are shit at your job.
Not just about like the Capitol riot and all that. It's also about like media echo chambers. You know what I mean? And like the dangers of the 24-hour news cycle and how I think mainstream media like Fox and even CNN like competes for views by running.
Yeah, I love how he's like, they're like, hey, so this is about January 6th, right? And he's like, no, this is about how you guys suck shit at your jobs. I made a documentary about how awful you are. This kind of reminds me of like a lower energy version of when Jon Stewart went on Crossfire. And they're like, hey, what do you think about the presidential election, John? He went, I think you guys are hacks.
Yeah, I think you guys are fucking terrible.
Yeah.
CNN.
That was when Tucker was on there, right?
Yeah, Tucker was on there.
By running constant 24-hour news cycles based upon fear, division, outrage, and panic, probably to like sell ads. So it's not just about the Capitol riot.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. First of all, I don't agree with what you're saying, but I'm not exactly sure of how that played into people going into the Capitol.
Really? You don't see the news scaring the living shit out of people 24 hours a day? You don't see how some people might become radicalized by that and do crazy shit like, I don't know, go to the Capitol, threaten a Supreme Court justice with their lives, stalk them outside their homes, shoot at congressmen?
Probably needs a new prescription.
Yeah, Don. I mean, look, I want to shit on Don for this, but goddamn, I know he's just being a good company man. I know he's like, we're good, we're noble, we're journalists. I can't believe you would say something like this about us. I mean, the guy is, he's 100% committed.
Sure of how that played into people going into the Capitol and rioting on January 6th.
Wait, stop
there's
it.
Nothing.
We've been making people panic about Trump for about 4 or 5 years now. I have no idea how that led to any of this.
We said by any means necessary, we're going to get him out of there, if, whatever it takes, and he's evil, and he's Hitler, and he's this and that. I can't believe people got scared and acted out.
Yeah, that's weird. That's upsetting.
We just screamed at really autistic people for the last 5 years that their world was going to crumble, and then this weird thing happened, and they all acted like their world was crumbling. It was fucked up.
I don't know where they got that idea from.
There's nothing fake about CNN.
Oh, I'm not saying like fake news. I'm just saying ramping people up and increasing division during that period of time. Just watching people kind of fall down the rabbit hole.
That's so great. He's like, I'm not saying you're fake. You're just propaganda.
Just, falling down the conspiracy rabbit hole.
That's the clip. It's never good when we get this juxtaposition of the cable news media against a comedic performer, and the comedic performer is more easily understood and more reasonable than the people on the news. That always makes me kind of oddly, it's entertaining, but it's oddly uncomfortable at the same time. Because you're like, no. I get what the weirdo with the Jufro is saying. Like, he's making total sense to me. It's the people wearing suits sitting behind a desk that are kind of creeping me out a little bit. Piffy Puff says Don Lemon's soft shoeing for his new employers. Hey, man, you got to give it to him. He does a good job of it. Like, Don Lemon is willing to say shit that humiliates him and his reputation publicly in order to defend his company. I mean,
does it publicly humiliate him, or is it just on brand at this point?
Yeah, you're right. He's done so much damage to himself that like people kind of expect it.
I don't even think it devalues his thing. I think that like the people who are giant fucking Don Lemon stands are still there being Don Lemon stands.
Don Lemon playing the long game, huh?
Yeah, I get it, buddy.
But yeah, you're right. He's like, no. I'm not saying you guys are fake news. I'm saying you're dog shit at your job.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you guys report shit that's fake. I'm saying all you do is scare the shit out of people, and then you stand there like morons wondering why people are scared.
Yeah, you don't make this up. You just report it in totalitarian op-eds.
Yes. No. I'm not saying that what you guys are reporting is incorrect. I'm saying that you're evil propagandists when you do it.
I'm not saying that you're misreporting the news. I'm saying you're a piece of shit.
Right. No. Don, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to disrespect you by saying you're reporting things that are incorrect. I'm trying to disrespect you by saying that you're a disgusting automaton shill who's dangerous for the country.
Look, I'm not saying you're fake news. I'm saying you're a jive turkey.
Oh, well, see, now he understood. Don Lemon comes in the back room after they're done. He throws his lav mic and he goes, "You're going to let him call me a jive turkey like that on the air? I've never. Give me a penis." Mike Zimmer's kid, Adam Zimmer, 38 years old, died not too long ago. Apparently it was related to his alcohol use.
Probably just of shame, right?
He was drinking a lot, and that did him in. Oh boy, we've got a controversy in a.
Sure. I'm sure that'll help Zim be real like laid back when it comes to partying.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not going to take this out on any players he might have in the future. There's a rumor that he's going to Colorado with Dion to be his defensive coordinator because Dion likes him so much. We'll see.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Dion is going to be the coach at the University of Colorado. He might bring Zim with him.
Deion Sanders.
Yeah. You know he's been coaching at, Jackson State?
I did not know that. I thought he was on NFL the whole time. I don't know shit about college football. I watched the Gophers here and there. Beyond that, I don't give a fuck about it.
I think it's, Jackson State, and they have been doing really, really well under him. They've been winning a bunch of conference titles. I'm trying to find their, here you go. They were 12-1 this year, and they won the Southwest Athletic Conference. So Dion then got the job at Colorado, and he accepted that gig. And it sounds like Zimmer may be.
Crazy! His son plays for Jackson. That's why he's probably coaching there.
Catfishing Fresno says, new to the channel. Hello, everyone. Hello. Always nice to see new people enjoying the Steel Toe Show. If you feel like hitting the like button on the stream, that's appreciated. And if we impress you enough, maybe you'll subscribe to the channel. Thanks, buddy. Here we go. Here's a white teacher teaching African American studies at a school, at a high school in Kansas City, starting to think who the fuck they were, and it did not end well. A white history teacher. Wait, do we have this? I think we have a video for this one. Well, we have multiple videos. So we have the news video, and then we have actual video of this teacher saying the things that they're accused of. Corey, would you in the audience like to guess what this white African American African American studies teacher said that got them in a wee bit of trouble?
That Africans sold each other as slaves?
Well, that'd be pretty based. Nope. She went a little more old school with it. Here's the clip.
First here at 6, parents and students are outraged after they say a University Academy teacher.
Oh, well, then in that case, trial over, string them up.
I know you're joking,
First
but
here
like,
at
we're
6.
getting close to that, right?
Yeah. Oh, people were outraged? Well, case dismissed.
Parents and students are outraged after they say a University Academy teacher in Kansas City, Missouri, used a racial slur during a discussion.
Oh my God, they used an uncomfortable word during a discussion about race? How are we supposed to move forward in race relations in this country if we just openly use whatever words we want to have a conversation? How is this?
When you say it like that, it sounds like we're doomed.
Yeah, right. I mean, the only way this country is going to move forward is by pretending certain words don't exist and pretending we're really offended by whenever we hear them, regardless of the context in which they're used, even if it can lead to a productive conversation.
What did you just fucking say? That's it. I'm leaving.
Exactly.
So this is the latest allegation in several racial incidents we've seen it surrounding Kansas City area schools in recent years. In fact, just last year, we reported on similar situations from Raytown to Olathe.
And just this past weekend, during a basketball game in Valley Center, Kansas, a traveling Topeka High School team was allegedly bombarded with racial slurs.
Allegedly. How many times have we heard this? Like, oh yeah, our black players, we yell this. And it never fucking happened. They
allegedly bombarded, though. Not just allegedly bombarded.
Yeah, not some little pencil neck geek high school kid yelled the N-word at you and ran away like a bitch. No, you were bombarded with it.
Bombarded.
There was that college, I think it was Duke, college volleyball player who's like, oh yeah, all these fans made monkey noises at me and they said the N-word. And the only problem this woman had is that they were running camera on this the whole time and they showed that section. They played the audio. It never happened. She fucking made it up because becoming a victim has currency now. If you're upset or you got called a name, it's the same as you accomplishing something in people's books now. So when I hear like, oh, and this is what I hate about this story too. This is supposed to be about a teacher who was having a racial discussion and used an offensive racial slur, which
it reminds me of that Rockies fan, right? Because like their mascot was like close to the N-word. Do you remember that? That was like on a viral Dinger. That's what it was.
Yeah, Dinger, and they thought they were yelling the N-word, and the person was yelling Dinger. I do.
And it was like a little kid yelling at the mascot.
And do you remember how like disappointed the woman was when she found out it was Dinger? Like she wanted it to be the N-word. This piece of shit.
Well, that's the thing. People want this because it's currency now.
But like this story, like look what the media is doing. They're doing a magic trick. They're doing ratcheting. So the story is about a teacher who was having a conversation in an African American studies class about words and racism, where that word should be appropriately used to engage in the conversation. So instead of just telling the story straight
Which
away.
Word?
That would be the word. So instead of just instead of just telling you that story straight away, they're putting the basketball story in with it. They're putting this racial story in with it. So we can let you know that we're framing this as just as bad as that, even though it has nothing to do with it.
Right. They're literally doing some are saying in front of us.
Exactly.
With a black baby doll. Today, Valley Center schools canceled classes and closed all buildings over threats made online.
But it's not just Kansas and Missouri facing these issues. According to United States Department of Education, in 2021, there were nearly 3,000 complaints of discrimination based on race.
Okay.
Yeah, how many people were complaining about your 80s throwback fucking sweater there, Susan?
But like, first of all, now they've completely pivoted away from this University Academy story, and now they're making it a nationwide thing, and they're like, look, we had 2,944 discrimination complaints. Yeah, those are complaints. How many of those had merit? How many times have we watched?
That seems like a low amount for the entire country.
Right. How many universities are there? If I Google that right now, here, just give me a second. If I go and I search number of here, oh, God damn it. Number, I've got the fattest fingers.
Probably not even university. It's probably just colleges. You know how these news people are.
Universities in America. There are 5,300. So that's one every other college, basically.
Well, and that's if they're only taking universities. Again, you've got community colleges, you've got trade schools. You know they're doctoring the numbers there, too.
You could argue that with this number, most universities do not have discrimination complaints, ever.
And discrimination is on the decline.
Right. And that this number here gets whittled down by at least half when you take out the people who have a grudge or are just, trying to get some attention. So this whole ratcheting thing that the media does, no wonder, by the way, I don't think I can blame people for grabbing at each other's throats and hating each other and being divided. I mean, you are just getting I'll use their word, bombarded with shit like this. You're convinced before you meet somebody that they're your enemy, when chances are you guys would get along great.
Somebody, I was talking about this last night or the night before at comedy. It's interesting if you go on like dating profile sites, there's this huge uptick on people who have their like politics front and center.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's like they just want to meet somebody that like they like or hate right away, you know, with like, oh, no Trump people. So you're telling me that you're lonely, you're out there searching for love, and you couldn't possibly love someone who thinks differently than you. That's what you're saying.
I think if you date someone who has different politics than you, it might be good for you. It might teach you not
probably
to take
the best. You guys are probably both center each other a little bit.
Not only that, it might teach both of you that maybe this politics thing isn't the most important thing in your life, and you shouldn't value what you think so much that you would shut other people out for not believing it. Like I don't know. But everybody sits in their echo chambers online, so they want it to match their real life too, and that sucks. Let's see if they ever actually get back to this original story or if they're just going to race bait the whole time.
Color or national origin in schools, with 476 of those classified as racial harassment.
Tonight, the urban...
Did you hear that? So they threw this big number at you at first, 2,944 or whatever it is. But then they say at the very end, oh, by the way, 476 of those were racial discrimination complaints.
No,
they just
how'd you go? And that's again. I also I would like to see if that's just university,
right,
or if that's all colleges.
Exactly.
Because if that's all colleges, the number's even less than that.
Yeah.
Tonight, the
they're
Urban
doing this
League
whole thing like they want to cover this story, but they want to put it in these ridiculous framing before they start.
It is. It's like when Uri Geller says he can bend spoons or bend keys with his mind. There's a magic trick called ratcheting, where you rub something and you turn it upward to make it look like it's bending. That's what they're doing with this story, is they're putting heavier, more volatile shit in there and then bringing you back to the original story so you have all that other shit in your head while you watch this.
The town hall meeting to address what happened at University Academy, saying that administrators failed to act for weeks. KSHB 41's Leslie Delaspore is joining us from outside that meeting. Leslie, it started just a few moments ago. What have we learned?
That we're all a bunch of pussies who can't have an adult conversation. We keep screaming that we want to have a conversation about race in this country, but every time a teacher tries to, we cut their fucking dicks off.
Also, do you like my scarf?
I actually do.
Do you?
Yeah, I like her
That's
scarf.
right, Dia. Well, this meeting is...
But it's hiding her big old tits that you can tell she has.
Whoa.
Wearing that scarf so she can cover up those fucking titties.
Underway here at the Greg Kleiss Community Center in Kansas City. Take a look behind me here, and we'll try to give you a peek inside the meeting where parents, students, alumni, civil rights leaders, and city leaders are holding a town hall after a teacher used a racial slur during a discussion, leaving many wondering what are the next steps.
Yeah.
So what was the point of the other shit?
To put this in that same frame of reference, because if they just tell you the story, you'd go, oh, so someone said the N-word when they were having a racial discussion. That might be passable if I hear the context in which it was used.
You're here to be informed and have the news. Here's a bunch of our narratives, and now the news, kind of.
Yes.
Extremely angered and hurt.
Sitting in disbelief as a city councilwoman and a parent at University Academy, Melissa
You're not
Robinson
in
is
disbelief
upset.
that the N-word was said. I fucking hate that shit.
Extremely disturbed that in 2022 that our children would be exposed to such racial violence, and that the response is behind, it's unconscionable.
That's not racial violence. Like, do you want to see like what? Well, no, I'm not that I'm threatening. I'm not saying you want to fucking see racial violence over here. No, but like they're having a discussion about race. Somebody said that word. If you want to tackle the tough truths and the tough topics about race, you're going to have to confront that word because there's a lot of hypocrisy surrounding that word. If the teacher uses it, there's a big protest. There has to be a special meeting. They have to be dragged out in front of it. If it's sung in a rap song all over school, it's totally fine, and they're just trying to take the word back, and it's okay. So please explain to me, is the word a bad word, or is it a good word? And if it's okay to use it for black people, then is it okay for those black people in hip-hop to use it to get white people to sing it? Because that's what they're doing. When you want to make a good song, you make a song that people will sing along with. Most fans of rap music, just because of the population numbers, are white. So if you're making rap music and you want it to be catchy and people to sing along and you think it's okay to put the N-word in there, that is a message that you're okay with white people saying it. I'm sorry. I can't let this stupid fucking anti-logic go anymore. Either the word's terrible and we got to get rid of it and it's a cancer and we got to cut it out, or it's okay to use it in a catchy way and market it to white people. Which one?
This comes after parents, students, and administrators say a racial slur was used by a white male teacher during a discussion in early November.
The children try to go about in a dignified manner, expressing, you're our leader, you're the teaching leader, and this is inappropriate. And then for the leader to turn around and just say, I'm who I am and you who you are. That's not going to cut it.
I think the response.
All right, this is another thing I hate that the news does. Why haven't we seen the video of this?
Because there's probably not video of it.
There is. We'll play it in a little bit.
Oh, Jesus. All right, yeah then I don't know.
That
is the worst thing the news will do, too. When there's actual evidence, they're going to put that at the very end of their op-ed.
Right.
From the school as it relates to communicating with parents, what happened was unacceptable. This happened November the 10th, and we weren't notified until, after the Thanksgiving holiday.
November 29th, to be exact, according to Robinson, the same day we initially asked the school for a response, sending us the letter sent to parents saying in part, quote, University Academy leadership is aware of the discussion that is reported to have occurred in a high school classroom over 2 weeks ago. After multiple attempts, the school finally confirming the use of the racial slur to KSHB 41 Wednesday. Civil rights leaders Robinson and others sat down with school leaders Monday.
Much was said to say, hey, we do know we're going to fix this, right?
Now hoping after Wednesday.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't like. I hate when people are just talking with no real practical direction.
They just want to be mad and in front of a camera.
Yeah, just like, oh, this guy said the N-word. Now here's a bunch of just hogwash.
Steph's empty wallet says, "Is that fat Jesse Jackson?" No, I don't believe it is, but it's
Granny
good.
City had Michael Jordan eyes.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to ask. Someone says, well, Aaron just lost 5,000 subscribers. I don't know what I said. I don't know why that comment got hidden. Guys, don't hide comments like that. Totally fine for that guy to write that. Please don't edit that shit out. I'm not asking for that. Let people say what they want. I probably said something funny, and he's like, oh, that just lost him 5,000 subs. Seal Gold's a funny guy. Don't fucking do that shit. That actually does upset me a little. I like my audience treated nicely. In one video, the teacher can be heard saying, just like African Americans call themselves, and then said the N-word. So there will maybe be people who don't like that, but it was said in an educational context. And it was said for the purpose of talking about empowerment. So you can like it, not like it, be upset about it all you like, but ultimately this is a ridiculous conversation, the teacher said. That's There's nothing wrong with that. That is a completely logical thought to have in a racial discussion, but she said the magic word, so they've got to go.
You're just not allowed to say that on company time. That's all.
In another video, the teacher can be heard saying, I appreciate the point of view. I actually said in the last class, I probably shouldn't have said it. That said, it was in an educational context. We cannot police other people's speech, people. We can't do it. This is the scariest part about this shit. So the news clearly won't play that because it doesn't go with the narrative they're setting up. Vito, we can see you, buddy. It's just the chat moves quick and I'm not in the chat right now. This isn't we're doing a fucking story. Relax. This teacher said it in a way that was like trying to have a conversation. They're like, yeah, you know, black people will use the word, "Nyeh," and they'll say it's a sense of empowerment. I don't know if that makes sense. What do you guys think? So the news wants to try and destroy this person and get rid of them. In the meantime, this person is actually trying to have an enlightened discussion, like a discussion that's going to make everybody do some mental work and make them a little more intelligent. And we...
Wait. I think I found the problem.
Okay.
You're trying to teach people at school? Get the fuck out of here with that.
Oh, you know what? That's what it is. At public schools, you're not supposed to actually educate these kids and make them smarter. Yeah, Druzilla says they don't want the kids to ask questions. But, you know, I get that, okay? I get that part to an extent. But to be so dishonest... Like, this is where I get to the point where Corey gets, where I go, why don't you just fucking lie to me then? Because I watch these news stories. I see what you're doing. You're not camouflaged. You're not being tricky. I see what you're doing. So just don't report the fucking story and lie to us then. Because, again, this teacher raised a very good point during a discussion, an enlightened, intelligent discussion in an African-American studies class. And then the media and the activists are going, no, but they said the N-word. It's like, yes, it was in service of the conversation. Don't you see? And they go, I don't see it. I just see the word that's bad. Oh, here's a YG song for you. Oh, I love this one. It's a banger. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
That's like I had friends that would get mad at me if I was singing along with NWA and like the N-word would come out. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just singing along. I don't care. Like, you can get mad at me all you want about that. I don't care.
Yeah, and then there's also, like, I like to sing along with Ice Cube, No Vaseline. It's just I may or may not happen to yell the Jew part really, really loud. It's just how I know that's how Ice Cube would have wanted me to sing it.
Yeah, and that's actually, Scruffy brings up a great point. He goes, please, I get called the N-word all the time over Call of Duty. Like, this is where the dishonesty of our society comes in. All these kids and these parents, and they're all like, oh, it was this horrific event, this and that. Have you logged into them playing Fortnite or Call of Duty? Like, there's no way that a fucking educational conversation around the N-word is anywhere shocking as fucking what they hear on a nightly basis playing video games.
Right. Yeah, it's so see-through that you now get to publicly posture. It's the Barack Obama thing all over again, where he said all you did was call out someone and said, look, I've done activism. No, actually what you've done is you've now pulled us further away from that big racial conversation you want to have, because you can't say, I want to have an honest, thorough debate and discussion about race between people. You can't then set boundaries on what words you can use. Either you want to have an open, honest discussion about something, or you don't want to hear certain things. You can't have it both ways. I would actually respect...
But being a victim is like the currency now, so they can. That's the fucked up part.
Right. I would respect these activists more if they went, look, we don't want to have an honest conversation with you. We've got a list of words and things we don't want you to think or say, and we'd like you to obey. Okay, I mean, I disagree with you, and I'm not going to do that, but thank you for having the honesty and the respect for me as a person to at least tell me exactly what it is you want. But
it's just such a fucking shit show. And this is only going to get worse. I just think we're at the point now where under any context ever, you're not allowed to say the N-word on company time, right?
Not only that, but like you and I can watch it, see that it's not allowed, and yell about the hypocrisy. The problem is 18 years from now, the generation that replaces you and I, they won't even see the hypocrisy because they'll have just been raised in it.
Well, no, they'll have been reported by their phones.
Yeah, well, that too. They'll have already been picked up.
Like they'll have been red flagged by their friends on Facebook for something they did in Modern Warfare.
Yeah, exactly. Matt says, how dare you think your own thoughts instead of what we want you to think? But it's not even a student thinking the wrong thing. It's a well-educated, intelligent teacher with great intentions actually hosting a really interesting conversation that could really allow these kids to grow and express themselves intellectually, which probably is where the problem lies.
Well, and the other thing is just, when has censorship ever worked? Ever. It's not something that works going forward for a society ever.
Actually, to kind of follow up on that point, that kind of dovetailed perfectly into this. Alex Jones, bankruptcy protections stripped by a judge yesterday. They want to make him pay that whole $1.5 billion.
Wow, he doesn't even have that.
Right. Whether you like Alex Jones or not, if you can watch what's happening to him and honestly tell me that it's not because of who he is, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is clearly a targeted attack to break one individual because they're changing all the rules of how they've done shit like this forever and ever.
His net worth is now listed at negative $900 million.
Right, because he was worth like 200 and now he owes 1.1 billion. So there you go. I mean, they're so doing this differently than they do for every other rich person. Every other wealthy person, when they get stuck with a big ruling, they get to declare bankruptcy. They pay a tiny amount. I mean, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard just settled for $1 million. Johnny Depp said, just pay me $1 million. I'll give it to charity. And then if you fuck with me again, I'm going to enforce that other $9 million. And that's the deal they came to. With Alex Jones, it was... fuck you. You said this thing about this Sandy Hook shooting. It's like, okay, we've seen people do stuff like that before. It costs them like $5 million. Okay. Nope. $1 billion. It's like, okay, that's insanity. You're just trying to get this guy for who he is. Then he goes, well, I clearly don't have $1 billion to pay you with, so I will declare bankruptcy and then I'll have protection. And the judge goes, nope, you will pay that $1.1 billion even though you don't have it. And it's like, that's literally happened to zero people in the history of this country. Like, there's nobody who's been treated this way, the way Alex Jones was. And
in full disclosure, there's also not another person who stood next to a mass tragedy calling the people that died actors. I mean, like, there is some culpability there, especially as a guy who wanted to run around. I mean, I've always not been a big Alex Jones guy. Right. I think he's right more often than he's wrong. That's fair. But like, you look back at the Sandy Hook shit. I mean, he kept going with it. Like, they gave him every opportunity to reverse course on this crazy shit he was saying. Yeah. And he didn't. And it got to the point. You're right. It's like a parent coming into the house. I'm sure you do this with your kids sometimes, where you know your kid fucked up, right?
Yes.
And you're like, hey, just be honest with me and it's going to go a lot better. And he just kept to his bullshit. And now it's like, it's very weird because I also agree with you that this shit wouldn't be happening to him if he wasn't Alex Jones, right? Yeah. They obviously want to get rid of him. I get that, right? But there is some accountability on his end. If he didn't keep talking like a fucking space cadet for fucking 3 years?
Yeah, not only that, yeah, you're right. That's a good point in the counter argument to that. Like, yeah, he is being targeted for who he is, but not only is what you said absolutely right, but then when it came to the court process too, remember he kept no-showing and not filing paperwork and shitting on the judge and telling them to go fuck themselves. And it's like, you know, you're right. He did pick this fight.
And now Adam in chat just said, no, Alex apologized way before the court case. He did, but he also kept talking about how they were actors after he apologized. That's how he got fucking laid in court over this shit. Like, they went back and were looking at these InfoWar things where he was still talking that shit after he issued his apology. So you don't get to just apologize for making up the news and then just keep doubling down on it throughout the years and then saying, well, I apologize for it. Like, that's not the same thing, man.
Yeah, and then when it came to the court thing, like, he could have settled and he could have done a bunch of stuff. All he had to do is file the paperwork, and he could have gotten a jury trial and a bunch of other stuff. And instead what happened was he sandbagged the whole thing, and they had to do it the way they did. Let's go to the phones here real quick.
Call from Double Electric Inc. To accept, press 1.
Yes?
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
Baba Booey. How's your penis?
Are you gonna hang up? Is he gonna? Yep, he hung up. I like that. I don't get mad at a good Baba Booey. I see it as a weird honor.
Yeah, well, and they like usually the nice thing about the Baba Booies is they hang up right away.
Yeah, and how did that ever become like a bad thing? Like that was funny.
I think it was a bad thing for anybody that was outside of the Howard Stern.
Oh, April says that was Cardiff Electric. Was that Cardiff? You son of a bitch. I don't think that was Cardiff. But if it was, that's very funny. They're saying it was Cardiff for sure. All right. You ever seen Cardiff, the big potato or the little potato?
No.
Cardiff Electric is a YouTube channel. He became famous during the big Stuttering John boom.
Oh, yeah, I have. Yes,
yeah,
I have.
he's just a little potato, and he's got a cute smile and everything else, and he likes steel toe, and God bless Cardiff Electric. That's what I say. Matthew says Opie gets triggered by it. Okay, well, what doesn't Opie get triggered by? For God's sake. I mean, he gets upset by everything, especially when you tell him that Anthony was better than him. He hates that one. But yeah, you're right about going back to the Alex Jones thing. You're right. I mean, he did everything he could to make this thing happen, but also, and this is a good lesson of like, hey, don't give these people the rope they need to hang you with, but they still hung him.
Well, but again, it's like the murderer who wanted to plead not guilty and then defend himself, right? That we were all laughing about in Florida.
The Wisconsin one or the guy or the one with
Wisconsin
the crazy hair?
one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Christmas guy, right?
Isn't it Daryl Brooks or something?
The thing about that is that like with Alex Jones is like to me, right? You don't get to be super antagonistic throughout an entire process of something and then just play the victim. It's
right.
But both things can also be true. Do I believe this shit happens if he's not Alex Jones? No, I don't. I think if it's not Alex Jones, they go, oh, wow, that's fucked up. That guy's totally wrong. And then it just disappears from whatever ether it fucking came from, right?
Right, like if it was
But the thing that really stuck with me, because I watched a lot of that Alex Jones trial, the thing that really stuck with me is that he was still talking about how they were crisis actors after he issued public apologies and retractions on it. So he knew the information was wrong, that because like the whole trial he was scapegoating that, oh, I got some bad information, which I do believe. I'm not like,
sure.
Alex Jones is right with a lot of his predictions. He just is. Like cloud seeding, we all know that's real. Turning the frogs gay sure sounds like that chemical they were putting on frogs that were changing them from hermaphrodites, right?
Yeah.
Like Pizzagate, you could argue was just code for fucking Epstein, right? I mean, like, there clearly is a fucking pedophile cabal within our political structure. We still haven't seen the guest list to that resort.
The Snowden stuff. I mean, the big one.
I wonder why that is. Right. And but with Sandy Hook, and again, in the trial, they showed a lot of this shit where they showed clips of him talking about it after he apologized and after he openly was on Rogan talking about how it was fake information.
Yeah.
So if he's still pushing this stuff that he knows is fake, then that is on him. And then if you're going to be just an antagonistic cocksucker the entire process, I don't feel that bad for you when you get fucking slammed.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I've also said this whole time, like, look, if you're in broadcasting, which Alex has been for years, if you're in broadcasting, I know the training. I went through it myself. You know the rules. You know what the laws are. You know what's actionable and what's not. If you say, in my opinion, I've looked at Sandy Hook and it has a lot of similarities with other false flag events, you're allowed. How many people got away with saying that about the Texas one recently? A lot of people did. Everybody did. Nobody got sued for that. What Alex did was...
To be fair, that's because that actually might be true, though.
What Alex said was definitively, he said they're crisis actors. Those aren't really their children. This, that, and the other thing. And that is actionable. And I know Farfik Nugan is saying, yes, you do. It's the First Amendment. Fucking A, Corey. Jesus.
Defamation is against the law, bro.
Yeah,
like,
guys, I'm telling you,
talk.
I went to school for this. It's certainly not a brag. Believe me, the school I went to doesn't even exist anymore. But you learn this shit. You cannot, as a broadcaster, make definitive statements about people that would cause them to lose income or reputation without being able to prove it. That's why there are people who will say, like, about Weinstein and stuff before he was arrested. They'll be like, Weinstein did this to people. He's a molester. He's a rapist, this and that. And if you, hey, fucking sue me. You know, they'll say, like, hey, sue me over it, and you will have to prove it. Alex Jones did say shit that's actionable. Like Vito Andolini said in the chat here, it was really good. He says, you realize that he had attacked those families, and then his psychopath listeners went in and attacked those families and threatened to kill them. Those people did have to move.
I think as somebody that's been on this show for many years, I think that's part of the fucking thing too, is just the fucking spurgs that he sent after him, you know, like, cause I mean, look at what happens when we send our spurgs out places, you know, like fucking Tradio or whatever it is, right? Like sometimes that goes sideways and we're all like, well, all right, you guys need to fucking calm down with that.
We're
like
chill
now
out
imagine the InfoWars crowd.
Ooh. Yeah, they think they're fighting for like the culture and the country.
They think they're fighting for the fucking soul of America.
Yeah. Yeah, so that got away from him real quick. Like I said, I said from day one, I think Alex was going to have to pay something, but I was thinking like $1 million per family, you know, a new house, a new start somewhere. There you go. $1 million per family, $5 million out the door. I think the part about Alex where it goes from, hey, you reap what you sow to, oh shit, they're really trying to make an example out of this guy is the $1 billion.
Yeah, and I think again, for me, the real point of it is where they have him dead to rights on video talking about this shit after he already recanted and said that it wasn't accurate.
Right.
Like to me, that's, and then I didn't even think about it till you and I were talking. I can't even imagine what those fucking InfoWars spurgs did going after them.
Farfik Nugan says, either way, there's no way you can show that what he did damaged them financially to the tune of $1 billion. Corey fucking sucks. No, we said the $1 billion is extravagant. However,
I agree with what Corey says, but he sucks. Fucking idiot.
Look, the $1 billion is excessive, but I'm sorry, Farfik Nugan. There's a lot of you guys who just don't know defamation rules. And I think, I'm not saying this to be arrogant, you should probably defer to someone like me who is a professional in this matter. I'm telling you, yes, we all have the First Amendment in our corner. But behind these, when you're mass communicating, when you're broadcasting, there are laws on the books, civil laws on the books, that say if I lie about you and you can prove that it took money out of your pocket, you can take action against me. I've defamed you. I've slandered you. What have you. That is, Alex Jones did that. Alex is 100% guilty of defaming those parents. However, I do find the $1 billion to be a bit excessive. Both things can be true. Everyone's so all or nothing on shit. And it's like most of things in life is, hey, two things can be true at the same time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And it's like, I do believe that they are making a crazy example out of him. I also believe he deserves some of what he got.
Yeah. Let me just finish up these last two reads, and we got a couple of stories. Then we're going to go to Brendan. I thought Brendan had an adorable take on pro wrestling yesterday, and I have to play it for you guys to end today's show in about a half hour here. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our pals at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms. They have a great selection of suppressors, NFA, tactical gear, rifles, shotguns, handguns, magazines, optics, you name it, parts and gear. It's there at Midland Armory. Go to midlandarmory.com. The link is in the chat, and you're staring right at it. It's midlandarmory.com. Do your shopping there. Make your orders. Use the promo code SteelToe. You don't have to worry about shipping, and it'll take a little off the top of your order as well. That's Midland Armory. Derek and Tracy are incredibly knowledgeable. You can contact them any time of day with your questions. Nobody better. Doesn't matter where you live. Midland Armory is who you should be using. Family-owned business as well. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. And Old Capitol Tavern, if you're in central Minnesota, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. That's oldcapitoltavern.com. A delicious menu, 50 beers on tap, 240 different bottles of whiskey. That is Old Capitol Tavern. oldcapitoltavern.com. They've got great specials for Vikings games as well. All right, we have Uh-oh, did my OBS take a shit again? Yes, it did. Oh, it did this yesterday, too, for a little bit. We had a little shitty OBS. We're good now, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm seeing people on Twitter this morning giving me a lot of, they're giving me a lot of leeway with my not being able to rip the undershirt yesterday. I'm seeing a lot of people. Dr. Remulac says, congrats on getting through that shirt. I think even Hogan gave his a little snip at first. All right. Well, you know what? I'll take that. I'll accept it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Maybe from now on, when I decide I'm going to go on a show publicly, oh, there, we're unmuted now. When I decide I'm going to go on a show publicly, I should give it a little bit of a cut first, just in case. Bumbaclo says, check out the new Chris D'Elia documentary. I had a couple people send that to me. I have not had time to watch it yet, but apparently someone did a deep dive on D'Elia. Let's take a look at this here. It's
that D'Elia Snapchat thing is still my favorite.
Chris D'Elia documentary. Guys, I'm really sorry if you're having some issues with our picture. I see that OBS is having a little bit of issue. Now it's like crazy overloaded. It's at 10,000 KBS. Damn. There we go. I don't see the Chris D'Elia documentary, and I don't remember where somebody said it or sent it to me. That's too bad. Justin Dabbler says, Uncle Rico show reaction to you last night was great. Oh, I had a great time with them wishing April a happy birthday yesterday. That was, I had a few by that point, and from what I remember, it was pretty fun. Darth Mode says, I'm the dude that requested the ripped shirt. Oh, thanks, pal. That's, it's really... You really helped me out big time. What's it called? Chris D'Elia. Someone put it in the chat what the name of it was, and I can't see it anymore. Motherfucker. How the fuck did it just leave? How did it go away? Chris D'Elia problem. There it is. All right, Chris D'Elia problem. The Chris D'Elia problem. It's a 1-hour documentary. Okay, so we can't do a live react to it on the show or anything. But we could, I'll definitely check it out in the future. Let's just do this Brendan thing now, and then we've got a couple of other stories we can get to today. This is Brendan Schaub talking about heels in wrestling, Corey, and he's relaying a story to Brian Callen about an interview he had with WWE diva Eva Marie. Now, Brendan has a big obsession with the haters and social media, and he's got a bone to pick because a lot of people tease him and give him shit. And he does this balancing act where he tries to block it out and say that he doesn't listen to it, but yet he does these subtle things with a lot of his guests where he projects his own hatred of haters and social media onto the guest so that he can kind of sneak it into the conversation. This time he did it to a wrestler and tried to paint the picture that the reason heel wrestlers might not make as much money is because of the haters bee on social media and the fact that they'll say shitty things about them so people won't want to give them as much money.
Santa Schaub over here?
Yeah, Santa Schaub. He's got his cute little Santa hat on. I love when someone dresses like an asshole for a theme show, but then refuses to lean into it and they're going to talk. You can't do hey, we're going to do a Christmas show where we dress like assholes and then go, hey, let's break down this. If you and I would have done the Alex Jones thing or the N-word teacher story a little bit ago and we would have dressed like elves, it would have been ridiculous. Right, exactly. So Schaub goes on.
Season's greetings from all you N-words.
So Brendan Schaub goes on and basically takes 100 years of wrestling psychology and blames it on social media and the haters. And I want you guys to pay attention to the way he talks about her reaction to it. He thinks that he said something remarkably profound when in reality, I believe Eva Marie just kind of realized she was talking to a dolt.
Connor or John Jones decide they want to be the heel and be the dark person. They win fights. It's very black and white.
Ooh, the dark person. Easy there, Brendan.
But in WWE, they decide who's going to be a star, who's going to be the heel. But if they decide you're a heel, Well, especially in social media time, people are stupid and think that's actually you. So the amount of toxic, negative comments you're going to get on social media down the road, you're not getting as many sponsorships as the baby face now or the champion. Do they take that in consideration when they negotiate your contracts?
So Brendan asked Eva Marie, and again, Corey, do you see what I'm talking about?
Idiot. Can we just say that? What a fucking idiot.
But do you see what I'm talking about? Like, this isn't him wondering about this. This is him projecting the shit he gets on social media. This is him being like, these stupid faceless people on social media being haters. It's like, I doubt he's really this passionate about Eva Marie's heel run. This is about something else, Brendan. Always bringing up the haters. But then he goes, oh, the people talking shit about social media will mean that like Nike doesn't want to sponsor him. No, it's because the wrestling company doesn't want them getting those sponsorships. They need that person to be booed. They don't want to put their heel wrestler in a funny Jimmy John's commercial because then people will laugh at them and it will be bad for their storylines. Heels, and Brendan, heels making less money is not a new thing in pro wrestling because of social media and the haters. It's because the company wants them to get heat, so then the little kiddies don't want to buy their merchandise. They want to buy the merchandise of the hero who just beat them up. So, Brendan, I'm sorry.
This is all disillusioning to me. Like honestly, I feel as stupid as Brandon Schaub right now because I always loved the heels as a kid.
Right, but like even pro wrestlers will say, I don't want to turn heel because I'm making a shitload of merchandise money. And if you're like, there was like a 3-year window in the 90s where that wasn't the case, but all the time before that and all the time since then, it's 100% been the case. And Brendan's trying to pitch it as, oh, social media is why these wrestlers, if they're heels, they can't get endorsement deals and better money because, you know, they're heel wrestlers and social media haters will get them. Listen to how he describes Eva Marie's response.
Is the baby face now or the champion? Do they take that in consideration when they negotiate your contract? She goes, I don't think I've ever heard anybody bring that up.
So he thinks he's Walter Cronkite because she went, I don't think I've ever heard anybody bring that up.
But she was just politely like, you're fucking stupid.
Right, because there's two ways to answer that. It's like, that's a stupid fucking question. Or you can go, wow, that's how you say, like, when these wrestlers go to an elementary school and a kid asks them a dumb question about their outfit, and they'll go, wow, you know, nobody's ever asked me that before.
I've never really thought about that before.
Yeah, that's what she's doing to Brendan. She heard his question, and she went, oh, I'm talking to a 4th grader. Oh, well, yeah, Brendan, wow, you know, in all the interviews I've ever done, nobody's ever asked me that.
Brandon.
I went, when it comes to fighter pay, I have to dive into that. So I was just thinking WWE, and she went,
very good question.
Yeah. And then she was just like, no comment.
She was like, no comment. Right. Brendan, that doesn't mean that you asked a really good question. That means she thought it was really fucking stupid and she's trying to be nice to you. Even Brian Callen is sitting back with his arms folded and going, yeah, it's a good question. Yeah. So do you heel wrestlers get paid less? And do you think it's because of the haters on social media? Do you think it's because of Twitter? It's like, no, it's because I call the babyface an idiot and I make fun of their hometown and I shit all over their parents and I tell everyone what a piece of shit they are. And then I hit them in the balls when they're not looking. So they tend not to want to buy my shit.
That'll do it.
Yeah. So do you think it's because Artemis9947 on Twitter said that you're a cunt? No, I'm pretty sure it's because I kicked their favorite wrestler in the cunt when she wasn't looking and cost her to the world title.
Nobody's ever asked me that before, Brandon.
Yeah, exactly. I like Eva Marie. Eva Marie sounds like a nice lady. She's like, no, Brendan, that's... Then she's on the phone afterwards like, who scheduled me the Make-A-Wish interview?
Fucking agent now.
It's a very good question.
Yeah. And then she was just like, no comment. She's like, cameras around. She's like, no comments. Yeah. She's like, that's a brilliant idea, though. I'm like, because you got to realize in 2022, when they go, you're going to be the heel, the fan base goes, that's a bad person, fuck them, and they attack you online.
But Brendan, it wasn't like that wasn't the case in the 50s. It was there just was no social media. They still thought that guy was an asshole. For example, Brendan, in the 80s, the whole world would see the bad guy on TV. Everybody wanted to buy a Hulk Hogan shirt, not an Andre the Giant shirt, because Andre was mean to Hulk Hogan. It wasn't because, they covered it on the news and said that Andre was a bad guy and defamed his name. Brendan, I'm
pretty sure it was social media back then, dude.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Brendan, you have a successful show. You've done better than you have any business doing. Like, you've lived a life that is way outside of your qualifications. Embrace it. Enjoy it. I mean, it's fucking social media. You should be too busy to be reading these people's shit. Hit the mute button, move on with your life, because it's affecting your profession, Brendan. These people are they're affecting the way you perform. You can't even ask a pro wrestler a question you can't separate your own bullshit to interview a professional wrestler. It's wild, Brendan.
So she gets death threats.
Right.
Her family gets death threats. Her husband gets
smart
death
people
threats.
out there. Some smart people.
Real smart, because they think it's real. That'd be like being mad at the Joker in a movie.
Yeah, no,
and send him death threats like, you're a bad person, Joker.
God, this is so about Brendan. Brendan, Harley Race would get stabbed in bars and he had to fight people off. Like,
everything's about him. This is why I can't watch him. Like, everything's about this fucking asshole.
Right. He's using an anecdotal conversation with a pro wrestler, and instead of like promoting her, he's using it as a way to show his haters. And by the way, Brendan, there is a Reddit sub that is tens of thousands of people large, and it's devoted to making fun of you. Whatever tact you're taking is not working. Starve them of the oxygen. Starve them of the attention. Go do your show. I had to ask this pro wrestler about the haters, and I said, you're a heel wrestler. Do you ever think that causes people not to like you and say mean things about you? Holy shit, I never even considered it. Brendan,
I didn't even know we could do that.
I had no idea. Like, these wrestlers back in the old days, it's great. I'm sure that heel wrestlers now are like, oh, thank God the only thing I get is, some bad tweets at me. Back in the 70s and 80s, people would like try to shoot these guys and stab them, and every one of them had to get in fights in bars to prove themselves when they went out, and like it was all part of the job. Oh, but them now they get mean tweets. You think that affects their bottom line?
Smart.
Excuse me. So the fan base doesn't realize
the other thing that's really funny about that, if you think about it, is what was the big event that brought wrestling to the mainstream? Like, who was the person that did that?
Vince McMahon with WrestleMania and Hulk Hogan.
Sure, but what Hulk Hogan was the one I was looking for, right? So, like, everybody pre-Hulk Hogan was going to be making less money, right? That's just how it is.
Yeah. But now they're going to make even less because people are being mean on social media.
But they're not, because the ones making the least amount of money now are still making way more than they were in like the 70s.
Right.
Bad person, Joker.
Smart.
Excuse me. So the fan base doesn't realize that it was planned for her to be the bad person. So she didn't get so much backlash online. You're not getting the big endorsements like Pepsi or Coke or whatever is not going to co-sign this villain. So I was like, they should compensate you more.
Yeah.
She was like, no comment.
They should compensate? Wait, what was that? I need that word again. Is it they need to compensate you more? Karma Sutra you more? Is he saying she should get fucked? How dare you, bro?
I think he is. I think he said she needs to get the D.
Well, that's too bad because Vince McMahon's gone. I mean, there was a man who could have taken care of that, and now, look, they ran him out of town.
Backlash online.
Every time I see clips from this show, though, it looks like Brian Callen is getting less and less excited to be there.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Brian Callen.
Look at the body language and look at how old he looks. He looks like a president leaving the White House.
He does. I think he likes doing
his podcast with Brandon Schaub has aged him.
Yeah, I think he likes doing his show with Sam Tripoli that they do together. But I think this one, Schaub got the golden ticket. He got the cosign from Rogan. And when he was riding high, Callen's like, I'll put up with this babbling dipshit because he brings a lot of eyeballs to the product. Now Brendan has turned from like the eagle he could fly on the wings on to the albatross around his neck. So that whole thing is kind of flipped. And, Brian can't get out because Brian Callen has had his accusations come toward him, and that's kind of damaged his market value. So these guys are locked in this kind of shitty death spiral with each other, where he has to listen to Brendan's nonsense, but he can't go anywhere else.
You're not getting the big endorsements like Pepsi or Coke or whatever. Is not going to co-sign this villain. So I was like, they should compensate you more.
Compensate. They should compensate you more.
Oh, some compensation?
Yeah, you got to get a little compensation.
Yeah.
She was like, no comment. She goes, I don't have an opinion on that. I was like,
she's something else.
I went, but I can see the wheels turning. I like to plant that little seed. I'm going to walk away now.
That must.
That's my favorite. Okay, that's why I can't hate Brendan. Because Brendan got a very polite no comment from her because she's like, well, yeah, dipshit, being a heel, you make less money. Everybody in pro wrestling knows that. That's a given. That's why so many people don't want to turn heel. But in Brendan's mind, it was, I bent the shit out of her brain, and that's what I did, Brian. You see, what I do is I plant that seed of doubt. I let them stew about it for a little while, and then I just walk away going, Brendan, you sly son of a bitch.
I know you were just joking, but he probably does believe he's Walter Cronkite.
Yeah, right. He probably thinks, and this is the danger of people saying shit like Howard Stern's a great interviewer when he's not. So now all these dipshits who do a podcast think if they ask a question that doesn't have an immediate answer, they're like, oh, I'm a great interviewer too. It's like, no, great interviewers train at it for years and years, and they have to learn how to read people and ask the right thing to get you to say this so they can set up this question. Like, I don't know. Hey, do you think being a bad guy that the audience is supposed to hate hurts your market value? That's not exactly the brilliant question that you think it is. And again, Eva Marie probably thought she was talking to a Make-A-Wish kid at that point.
I mean, she kind of was, right?
She's not.
I mean, isn't this all kind of just Brandon Schaub's Make-A-Wish? I mean, the dude is completely washed from MMA. He gets the fucking Rogan seal of approval, right?
And he fucks that up.
And then he puts out one of the worst specials anyone's ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost argue two of the worst specials anyone's ever seen, but Gringo Poppy is definitely in a league of its own. But then
I didn't even know there were two.
Oh yeah, there's you'd be surprised. That was the one where he did that really offensive Chinese accent to imitate the UFC doctor.
Okay, I remember that. I didn't realize that was a special. I thought that was just a podcast.
That was a Showtime special. That was more of a special than the YouTube one. So he did that one. Yeah, he was, oh, Mr. Schaub, worst pain of your life. And then there's a video on YouTube where they show the juxtaposition. They show the Asian UFC doctor. He's like, hello, yes, my name is Larry Wong. I'm the doctor for the Ultimate Fighting Championships, and we're going to walk you through our facilities here. And then they go back to Brendan and go, oh, what's paying your life, Mr. Schaub? It's like, that's not how that motherfucker talks, dude.
Good.
But yeah, so now, and then Brendan started with that seal of approval from Rogan, and then he got handed the world, and he's just slowly causing it to slip through his fingers. And now he's doing a podcast with Eric Griffin, who I think is really funny, but then also Chris D'Elia, who just, as time goes on, D'Elia looks more and more like a guy who doesn't leave his house, and his skin, he looks like they just pulled him out of a river. He's got this white, translucent, saggy skin. He just looks very ghoulish. And now there's this documentary about him that's out. It's only done 39,000 views in its first 16 hours, so it's not like spreading completely like wildfire, but it'll do pretty well. And there's no evidence that Chris D'Elia has stopped being the scumbag that he was accused of being. Like,
I mean, hopefully he stopped doing it with kids, though, right?
Right, you hope so. But like, there's been new allegations since then. It's just that it's a little tough to determine, who's right and who's wrong and who can prove what. But like, Brendan's like hanging around with D'Elia and hanging around with Callan and all
I remember
these.
He had that like restraining order from like somebody he never met or some shit like that. He was saying.
Who, Brendan or D'Elia?
D'Elia. That was like the big thing.
Yeah. That was, he claimed he'd never met that person. And then like you got Brendan's made some mistakes too. Like he's suing Unique. He's suing that YouTuber because he talked shit about him. Like there was a video of him handing a woman a piece of paper at a party or a hotel or a casino or something. And he handed her this piece of paper, what clearly looked like he was slipping her his number, and he's married with kids. And Unique played that on his YouTube channel and went, hey, what's going on here? And then he fucking sued the guy. He sued a guy with like 10,000 subs. You're never going to look like the good guy doing something like that. So
I mean, maybe it was to like save his marriage or some shit, though.
Oh, no, you're right. I mean, it totally was. But like, it's not, you can't then wonder why you have haters. You can't be like, oh, I understand all these faceless haters, B. I don't get why they hate me. It's like, well, you were handed the world. You know, you got dropped off on third base and you acted like you hit a triple. And then you were really shitty to people who couldn't do anything for you. So, you know, I mean, Theo Vaughn has left him now. And Theo Vaughn, I feel like Theo's about to really start talking shit about Brendan because he's done interviews where he's really holding back. And you can tell there's something kicking around in his brain. And that would be kind of interesting to hear those stories. Brian says, kind of creepy to have multiple friends accused of the R word and underage grooming. Yeah, I mean, Brian Callen. I mean, look, to me, the Brian Callen accusations are he's a creep, but I don't think he, you know, R'd anybody. I think there's women out there who's like, yeah, he's really aggressive. He doesn't know when to stop. You know, he's he you know, plays it very aggressive, basically. He's a creepy guy. But I don't know if it's, you know, I don't know if you brought him before a court of law, they'd throw him in jail for anything, but he's certainly he's a guy with some issues. But D'Elia has escaped jail on basically technicalities and lack of evidence. I don't know. D'Elia's stuff, like you said, Corey, I mean, there's text messages of him writing some questionable shit.
Dude, that's still that Snapchat thing is my favorite thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I should find that so you could, like, you remember that. I showed that to you where they were explaining to him that you could actually, like, undelete Snapchats or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then, yeah, his face. Yeah.
His face. It's like that. Like, here, I'll find it. That face, like that.
Chris D'Elia.
His face in that one clip tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, here you go. This is the clip. It's right here.
Cat.
Okay, so this woman is a teacher. She taught in a middle school and a high school. She was recently charged for sending one of her former students nudes through Snapchat. She was also Miss Kentucky.
I want to show you guys something. Just pay attention.
Watch his fucking face, though. Like,
Not
when
only
they
that.
go ahead.
I'm going to show you, like, look at D'Elia now. Look what he looks like. This is just before the canceling. And I'm going to show you a video of him on their new podcast that they do together. And look at how fucking like, this has destroyed this man.
At one point.
Jeez.
And her excuse was that she was trying to send a nude photo of her through Snapchat to her husband, but accidentally sent it to one of her students. And when he responded, she freaked out and sent him more.
No, she's full of shit. Obviously, be better at lying. But also, she deserved to go to prison for 2 years
no, of
for sending a
course not.
teenage boy tits.
But how old was she? She sent him more?
Well, he's in
15,
high, 15.
And
oh,
she
that
is-
kid's probably...
So D'Elia's kind of staring off into space while they're talking about this, rubbing his arm, and he's very uncomfortable. And we'll find out later after this that D'Elia was Snapchatting and texting underage girls some less than appropriate stuff. So he's kind of sitting here. The wheels are turning in his head. And listen to the first thing he thinks about with this story.
Boy, tits.
Well, how old was she? She sent him more?
Well, he's in high,
15, yeah.
15.
And
Oh,
she
that
is
kid's probably
29.
That kid's probably damaged for the rest of his life. Or he has jacking material for
more?
Yes. But here's the thing. She sent it through Snapchat. Why does she have her students Snapchat?
Yeah, well, that's weird. Yeah.
Let me see her body. Dude, if I'm 15
That's amazing.
and this history teacher sends me those tits,
Yeah.
you'd be stoked.
Very strange to me, though.
It's an odd
such
thing.
a weird thing to do.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, she won an award?
By the way, is anyone else get the feeling that this podcast is just stuck in neutral?
That's all this is neutral.
Yeah, this is just stuck in neutral. We're going to show pictures of a chick with big tits. Go, oh, yeah, she could damage me. Oh, look at her tits. Look at her. All right, guys, are we going to take this anywhere? Are we going to do any, like, we going to do a bit? Are we going to, you know, make some jokes? Or we
Strong core.
She was
has a strong core.
2014 Miss Kentucky.
That's a strong core.
Kentucky, not exactly that
Right.
competitive.
All right, man. You said that 3 times.
Yeah, no, I heard you the 7th time and I ignored it.
It's just a strong core.
Very
Okay,
SpongeBob-ish.
But hold on a second.
Here we go.
How did it come out? Like, how did they
The
Parents.
boy's mother ended up finding it.
Fucking
finding
haters.
it? What do you mean?
Haters.
Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
Yeah, watch his face.
You got to know that that's
D'Elia's like, oh, shit. Wait a minute.
That one clip tells you everything you need to know.
You can save
gonna
Snapchats?
happen.
Oh,
Some
the
people do
eyebrows
some
go
crazy
up.
Shit.
Yeah, it says teen's parent reportedly found the photos on his phone, which he saved.
He is just staring into space. the panic that set in on D'Elia's face, the awareness that washed over him. I miss that clip. There's one where they like zoom in on him.
Yeah, there's like one where they like have music playing behind it too.
Yeah. Curb Your
They,
Crisp.
like,
Oh, yeah, here it
zoom
is.
in.
Here's the one.
Yeah, no, I heard you the 7th time and I've ignored it.
It's just a strong core.
Very
Okay,
SpongeBob-ish.
But hold on a second. How did it come out? Like, how did they
The
Parents.
boy's mother ended up finding it.
Fucking
finding
haters.
it? What do you mean?
Haters.
Snapchat goes away, right? How they?
He probably saved it. You can screen record, take screenshots.
You got to know that that's gonna happen.
Look at his face.
Yeah, it says teen's parent reportedly found the photos on his phone, which he saved from Snapchat. Also, mom, quit being a cockblock.
Look at his face, like that. I mean,
Yeah.
like that tells you everything you need to know.
If I'm the prosecution, I rest after playing that video.
Yeah, like gulp, eyebrows up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I just and so that now he does. So that was D'Elia now or then. I want to play you. What is it? The Golden Hour podcast. And look at what he looks like now. This is 4 days ago.
He looks like the dog, or he looks like the kid with the dog. Either way, he looks like both of them.
All right, I don't know who that is.
Great movie.
Look at that. I mean, just
waiting for it to show up still.
probably about 20 or 30 pounds lighter. His arms are gone. His skin, like I said, it looks like he just got fished out of a river.
Still waiting.
Like those allegations and all that shit just completely.
Oh yeah,
wrecked
wow.
him. Yeah, I mean that's not the same guy.
No.
Not that he had a lot of color beforehand, but this guy is completely washed out.
Wash.
Yeah, and again, Brendan got handed this career by Joe Rogan, and look what he's doing with it now. It's like anybody who earned their celebrity and came up the right way doesn't still associate with Chris D'Elia. Like anybody who's like, oh, I'm on an upward trajectory. I got this. You go, hey, Chris, look, we may be boys and everything, but like I can't be associated with what you're associated with. I got to put you on the back burner, buddy. Sorry. It's just Brendan is like his career is the reason it's still big is he's like falling gracefully. Like it's just kind of it's more of a plane landing than a plane crash. Like it's just kind of coming down, just slowly losing elevation.
It's like watching a plane like fall apart as it comes down for a routine landing. Like there goes some panels off the wing, but the plane's just still cruising, but it's like just disintegrating on its descent.
Well, there you go. There's Brendan Schaub with his brilliant take on why pro wrestling heels earn less, and a little revisit to the D'Elia days before the accusations. It's Buzzsaw Lightyear says he would be getting built for a movie that he got fired from. That's why he was jacked. Oh, that's right. The movie they ended up putting Tig Notaro in on Netflix. It was an action movie with Batista, and he lost that because of the allegations. There's Tim Robbins is coming out now and saying that he's really sorry to unvaccinated and unmasked people, and said that we were really we were really too mean to them and we ostracized them too much, and he feels really bad for it. Let me try to speak for everyone when I say, fuck you, too late. Like the amount of shit that people got put through because they didn't buy the Fauci line, which months later, the Fauci line would change anyway. And then months after that, it would change again. The fact that people reacted with skepticism and people like Tim Robbins would dare judge them and put them in this category of like pariah or other or something like that. And then come back now after, of course you're coming back now. Everything you believed in fell to shit. Everything you kept telling us and bullying us about turned out to be dog shit. So now you're coming back and going, hey, I know you guys didn't get to go to your grandma's funeral and you couldn't be with her when you died. And I know your kids couldn't go to school, so they developed some kind of weird speech problem and they're 2 years behind now. And, you had to switch careers because your job wasn't available anymore. But, hey, put her there. My bad, right? No.
He's calling it Orwellian now. That's kind of funny, right?
Yeah. It's like, no, how about fuck you, Tim? How about that? Oh, guys, I feel really bad for basically upending, like supporting policies that upended millions of people's lives and fucked them over. We're cool, right?
You get this one pass, Tim, and that's only because you were in Shawshank Redemption. Don't waste it.
You get Shawshank and your cameo in Anchorman. That's the only reason I'm doing this for you. Rebel Coolidge says he was great in Arlington Road, though. Bobby Hull says, like, I cared.
I never saw Arlington Road.
He says,
I don't
like,
even know what that is.
Like, I cared if you gave me crap about non-vax. I think he's more saying, like, he feels bad about the way, like, not only he treated them, but the things that he was okay with the government doing to those people. That's what he's kind of, that's what he's.
Like a Nazi soldier who was just following orders, right, guys?
Exactly, yeah. Hey, man, I was just going with what the government told me. Like, yeah, I mean, how could you possibly know that could end badly? I mean, there was, Gene Simmons was giving an interview recently. We covered this on Monday evening's show, but a lot of people probably didn't hear about this. He's
Guy
doing
from Kiss?
Yeah, the same. He's doing a Kiss cruise because he doesn't have enough money. And you have to be vaccinated, and he wants everyone to wear masks. And he goes, you don't have as many rights as you think you do. And I think we should just do what the government tells us to do on this. And it's like, Gene, you're Jewish, all right? And you're an older Jewish guy. I would think that there should be 0 Jews in the world who use that sentence. Like, no Jew should ever say, I think we should just totally trust the government on this. Guys, historically, bad look. Bad look.
There's nothing funnier than like Jewish people advocating to just trust the government, right?
Right. It's just like, guys, I got a couple books I need you to read. It's one's A Girl's Diary. It's going to seem really invasive at the time, but it's got some good lessons in there for you. Geese Artel says, I have a 3-year-old that still can't talk. Fuck these people. Exactly. There's a lot of people like that in the country who, because of the masks, because the way a child learns to speak is mostly visual. They watch you form the words and the sounds that come out and they mimic it. That's how they learn to speak. So if you're wearing masks everywhere and they can't see that, outside of being at home with their parents, they're not getting any lessons in how to speak. So it fucked up a lot of people's kids. So if you go
I wonder how much like fucked up stuff is going to start happening in the next 5-6 years because of all that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm guessing a lot. You're right. We're not out of the woods on this at all in terms of like the what do they call that? Not the ricochet effect, the collateral damage of all these policies. Well, Philadelphia and I think Los Angeles have brought masks back to school again because they're worried about RSV, flu, and COVID. They're calling it the triple-demic. And so, a couple of cities have brought masks back. And the UK wants to bring them back too.
And then China's about to have their huge outbreak now. You know about that, right?
Well, are they still doing their zero COVID thing?
No. So they finally relaxed their zero COVID thing, but they've gotten in trouble with a bunch of other countries because apparently the vaccines they were selling were just basically snake oil elixir.
Oh, they weren't sending them like vaccines.
No, like the actual official Chinese vaccine is bullshit, is what it sounds like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. All right, so they're dealing with that.
And that like, so what's going to happen now is they're about to go through their outbreak, which hasn't, like, with all the shipping and stuff, like they're going to cause another fucking international outbreak, and it's going to mutate and be something completely different. So get ready for SARS 3, everybody.
Looking forward to it, right? Phil,
yeah.
I want to end with this one today. I thought this was too good. So you know how Avatar 2 is coming out?
It's already out.
Oh, it's out now?
Yeah, I think it came out last week.
Shows how much I know. Well, anyway, doesn't change the story. There was one actress who's in Avatar. I can't, again, I'm terrible fucking Avatar because I never got into Avatar. But one of the actresses in the movie was surprised when they were asking her questions about it like 3-4 weeks ago before it came out. And she said, she goes, seriously, I've been so busy with so many other movies and I filmed that movie so long ago, I thought it had come out and bombed already. She didn't know that Avatar: The Way of Water had not come out yet. But film critic Cathia Woods. Now, we all pretty much know what Avatar is. It's the blue people and the dabba-dee, dabba-die, dabba-dee.
It's one of the only movies worth seeing in 3D. That's the only thing I could ever say about it. Like, I watched it once in the movie theater. It's pretty cool.
Film critic Cathia Woods offered what many called an offensive and racist take on Twitter Sunday night by claiming that the Avatar film, buckle up, Corey, is an example of cultural appropriation.
Here we go.
They're blue. Dabba-dee, dabba-die. Avatar: The Way of Water, the long-awaited sequel to James Cameron's 2009 film, officially hit theaters on Friday. Yep, you're right, last week, after several delays and nearly 5 years of production. Since Avatar is the highest-grossing film of all time, anticipation is high for what the sequel could bring in. However, Woods offered a less excited perspective of the film, suggesting that it's an example of cultural appropriation with white actors portraying the fictional alien race Na'vi. She said that it should have gone to actors of color to play the blue aliens because they remind her of black people.
So she's racist, so the movie should have been racist?
That's exactly what I thought when I read this yesterday. I was like, hold on a second, hold on. You do understand. I know you think you're giving a hot take here, but you're basically saying black people are like the aliens in Avatar, so they should be played by black people when nobody has said that the aliens are black people. So because
what's really funny about it is that it is cultural appropriation because the entire movie is basically just the story of Pocahontas.
Right. It's a Native
That's
American.
not the lane she leaned in.
Yeah, it's a Native American thing. But she's like, yeah, it should have been black actors because the aliens are clearly black. And so it's cultural appropriation to have white people playing them. I mean, it's just, it's stupidity on a level where you just want to, you don't even want to say anything back to them. You want to stare at them and go, you know what? I'm going to give you the respect of waiting until you come around to hearing what you just said and realizing how fucking stupid it is. And you just stare at them and they go, what? What are you talking about? Like, no, you're going to figure it out any minute. You're like, no, it's clearly racist. The blue people are black. And you're like, you just get impatient after a while and you go, holy shit, you don't really believe this. It's like, not only do I believe it, I think you're weird for not believing it. Sorry. Leaston Shane says, I think that just made me dumber. Hey, some of this shit, if I have to read it, you have to read it. That's the rules.
Everybody has to read it.
Exactly. All right, Corey, where are people going to find you after the show's over today?
We are going to be doing the restream things. So Twitch at Twitch Talk Cast. Otherwise, go over. Actually, just go to YouTube. Corey Adam Comedy. We'll be there. That's really easy.
Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube. Audience, please put the link to that in the chat. Because when I put links in the chat, it fucks up all the time. I don't know what that's about. But Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube, go and subscribe to that. And then we will be back tonight for the last evening show of the week. And then tomorrow morning for the morning show at 6 a.m. Corey, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we will talk to the rest of you guys tonight. Have a great rest of your day. We got a best of clip coming up at about 1 p.m. this afternoon.